The scene opens with two men, one standing tall and the other kneeling in front of him. The standing man drags a blood-soaked sword behind him, its tip scraping against the ground with a dull rasp. He says that it's ironic, even as a celebrated hero, he ended up like this. If only he'd stayed home, safe and comfortable, none of this would have happened. The kneeling man is Hayden Reich, known across the continent as the Fallen Star. The man holding the sword is Julian. As Hayden lifts his gaze, he asks Julian how he could betray him like this. Julian responds coldly, saying Hayden should have treated him better when he was loyally supporting him as a hero. Hayden asks if Julian truly intends to kill his own master. Julian responds with a crooked smile, then breaks into laughter. He declares that it won't be difficult at all. He raises his sword and, without hesitation, brings it down. Hayden's head is severed in a single, clean strike. Everything fades to black. A scream pierces the silence, someone shouting in disbelief. A man clutches his own head, eyes wide in shock. He grabs his monitor, shaking it, yelling that this can't be real. He refuses to believe Hayden just died like that, so pointlessly. This wasn't how things were supposed to go. We learn this man is Lee Sahu. He's outraged because Hayden Reich wasn't just any hero. He was the hero of the Northern Frontline, the one who stood unshaken in the worst of times, a tactical genius and a noble legend. Most importantly, he was the protagonist of Asterisk Kill the Demon King starting now, Sihu's favorite game. How could the protagonist die so suddenly, and at the hands of Julian, a traitor who turned on his own master? Sahu yells that Frommel, the game's developer, has betrayed him. They had promised a sequel, and now they've gone and killed off his boy like this. He complains that he's poured endless time and money into this game. It's revealed that he's rank 1, with a jaw-dropping 100,000 hours logged. Likely in-game, not real time. He rants aloud, asking why no one warned him that grass exists, mocking how absorbed he's been in this virtual world. Other fans comment online, speculating that Julian might be the new protagonist. But many can't understand why, especially with his appearance. They call him Slit Eyes. It doesn't seem meant as a racial slur, more a jab at his cunning expression. Sahu doesn't buy it. He insists Julian is nothing but a backstabbing traitor. He declares he'll cancel his pre-order. Hovering over the button, he hesitates for a moment, then he clicks. Pre-order cancelled. He mutters that he had some good times with Kill the Demon King starting now, but he's done with it, completely. Lying back in bed, he grumbles that the whole thing was a rip-off, a waste. But no other game came close to matching its graphics and massive world. It had helped him cope, especially after he started his first job, which left him jaded. He sits up with a sigh. He says the game was his escape. Then he reaches for his potted plant, cradling it gently. He tells himself it's all he has left. Looking after it always cheers him up a bit. He admits he understands now why old people grow orchids, and he hopes it grows well. As he waters it, a sudden notification pops up. He blinks, confused, and wonders what it could be. It's a message from Frommel. They confirm he's the one who's been playing their game for the last 5 years. He wonders if it's just an automated reply. He responds anyway. The next message comes quickly. They ask if he cancelled his pre-order because he wasn't satisfied with the story's ending. He's caught off guard. The way they worded it, it almost feels like they don't plan on giving him a refund. Another notification appears. It tells him to click the link below. Without thinking too hard about it, he clicks. A burst of light explodes from his screen. His glasses fly off as something starts pulling him toward the monitor. He yells that he needs to shut this down, now. He slams the power button and holds it down. Nothing happens. The force keeps dragging him in until the monitor shuts off by itself. He screams, trying to understand what's happening. He feels like he's falling. But where to? Everything around him is pitch black, until a wasteland materializes in the distance. He crashes straight into it. Groaning, he pushes himself up and looks around, asking aloud where he's ended up. Then it clicks. This is the battlefield. The very place Hayden and Julian last clashed. Suddenly, a massive scorpion charges at him, one claw raised to strike. He recognizes it instantly. It's one of the scorpion demons from the game. On cue, a stat window opens before his eyes. It says he's an exceptional swordsman with remarkable instincts. He stares at it, stunned. Then he turns and bolts, screaming, saying that for now, this is all he can do, run. The scorpion charges without pause, forcing him to keep running. Its claws tear through the ground with terrifying ease, and he realizes with a chill that if one of those hits lands, he's finished. It closes the distance rapidly, and he screams in panic, throwing up his arms, convinced he's about to die. But the impact never comes, not the pain, not the blood. Just a dull thud. He blinks in confusion, wondering aloud why it doesn't hurt. The scorpion moves in for another strike, but he ducks under the attack and clenches his jaw. If pain isn't real here, he figures he might as well fight back. So he launches an uppercut straight into the creature's jaw. It staggers backward. His eyes widen. The hit actually worked. He's stunned, not just by the impact, but by how light his body feels, how responsive, nothing like real life. Then it clicks. A message, one he hadn't seen before, flashes through his mind. Frommel had told him to change the story himself. Character repossession, they called it. As the scorpion screeches and leaps toward him again, he turns his back to run, still trying to process it all. He doesn't understand everything, but one thing is becoming clearer. He's not just playing the game, he's inside it. He glances down, reaching instinctively for the weapon at his waist. His fingers wrap around a familiar hilt, and he spreads his feet, grounding himself. He mutters that he's lucky. He's taken over none other than Hayden Wright, the very character he spent thousands of hours mastering. As he swings the blade, a powerful aura surges from the weapon, cutting through the air like a beam of light. It slams into the scorpion, splitting it nearly in two and obliterating the ground beneath. The monster is dead before it hits the dirt. He stares at the carnage and says that it's insane, but expected. This was Hayden's power. Looking down at his hands, he mutters that maybe, with this strength, he can rewrite the ending. Maybe he can stop Hayden from dying at Julian's hands. Maybe he can fix what he hated. Just then, a notification pings. He's earned a new skill, Crescent Slash. It's labeled as a common move, part of his swordsmanship foundation. But he frowns. This doesn't belong to Hayden's moveset. Something isn't right. A suspicion creeps in. He peels off his hoodie and glances at the blade, trying to catch his reflection. The face that stares back isn't Hayden's. Silver hair. A blank, emotionless expression. Narrow, slitted eyes. The status window confirms it. He's not Hayden. He's Julian Cruppert Plusone. He screams in disbelief, unable to accept the twist. He was supposed to be the hero, not the traitor. The window outlines Julian's traits. Demon King's vessel, exceptional swordsman, immaculate mana control, incredible instincts. All of it fits, but none of it feels right. The scene shifts to a lavish estate. Julian, because that's who he is now, stands in front of a mirror, still processing the nightmare. A week has passed since the possession began, and no matter what he tried, he couldn't escape back to reality. He sighs, drained. One of Julian's traits forces him to speak with formal politeness in every language, so even when he thinks something casually or sarcastically, it comes out refined and respectful. It's jarring, but he admits there are upsides. He starts smiling, saying that Julian isn't bad looking. He now understands why the character was so popular. Something about his proportions. He mutters about having a small head, something Koreans obsess over, apparently. The perspective shifts again. A man trembles nervously, his leg bouncing as he hesitates outside a grand door. He whispers that he doesn't want to go in. Meeting Julian feels like stepping into a grave. Still, he gathers the courage, opens the door, and calls out to Julian. We learn his name is Sir Horn. Julian recognizes him instantly, noting that Horn is a direct blood relative. Horn asks if his body is okay. Julian replies that yes, thanks to Horn's help, he's been fine. Horn breathes a sigh of relief and admits he couldn't believe Julian had fainted. He confesses he might have been too worried and lets out an awkward laugh. The tension between them is thick, both unsure of what the other is really thinking. Julian observes that he expected a servant or minor noble, not Horn himself, to visit. He wonders silently what the man is truly after. Horn tries to read Julian's demeanor. Seeing him so calm despite the situation, Horn considers testing him. He mentions a rumor he heard. Julian asks what kind. Horn says there's talk that Julian lost his memory. The statement takes Julian by surprise. He hadn't heard it before, but now that he thinks about it, the whispers and stares make sense. People had seemed suspicious lately. Horn studies his reaction closely. Julian responds by calling Horn's name in a deep, deliberate tone that sends chills down the man's spine. Then he asks if Horn also believes the rumor. Horn panics. His heart pounds in his chest, and he swears he doesn't. Internally, he realizes his little scheme might have gone too far. But externally, he misreads Julian's intensity as proof that the man knows exactly why he's here, that he's acting under orders from the Noble Elders Association. He has no choice but to drop the act. Clearing his throat, he advises Julian not to take the rumors floating around the maids too seriously. Then he delivers the real reason for his visit. Although Julian is still recovering from his injuries, the Elders Association sent him to deliver a message. We learn that the Elders Association is a powerful group formed by noble families. Bloodline is everything to them, and they don't tolerate any member of a collateral branch, like Julian, trying to rise too high. Despite being from a lesser line, Julian's extraordinary swordsmanship and magical talent have made him a threat, enough of one that the association would rather eliminate him than let him climb higher. And now, with this message, it's clear, Julian needs to tread carefully. Julian asks what the message is, and Horan hesitates, clearly reluctant to say it. Eventually, he explains that Julian has been chosen to participate in the Shut Eyes entrance test, as an instructor. Julian pauses at that. He explains internally that the Shut Eyes are no ordinary group. They're a secretive elite unit, carrying out covert missions for the palace. In public, they serve as the royal guard, but their real duties are far more critical and hidden. Only the most capable warriors are allowed in, and Julian is already a member. That fact alone makes the request strange. The same people who despise him now want him to represent them in this test. That alone raises red flags, and he starts questioning whether he should even take the offer seriously. Horan forces a smile, admitting silently that under normal circumstances, Julian would see through the Elders Association's schemes and decline without hesitation. Now, Horan scrambles to think of a convincing argument. But to his complete disbelief, Julian simply says that he'll accept the request and act as the supervisor. The words hit Horan so hard that he looks like he's about to glitch out of reality. Trying to protest, Horan reminds him that he's still injured, but Julian pulls off his bandages and says that, coincidentally, the wound is already healed. Panic sets in for Horan. He realizes that Julian is dead serious about going, and it's too late to reel him back. He mutters to himself that he's taken the bull by the horns. He assumes Julian must not fully understand the political weight of this, and likely wants to use the opportunity to win some favor, or at least play along. As Horan prepares to leave, hoping to put as much distance as possible between himself and whatever Julian is planning, Julian suddenly tells him to wait. That sends Horan spiraling. He wonders if Julian intends to trap him somehow, maybe keep him from escaping. Julian approaches, sticking out his hand. In it is a plant. He says that he just wanted to give Horan this, claiming it will help ease his mind. Despite the seemingly harmless gesture, Julian's cold, unreadable face makes it feel like something far more sinister. Horan leaves the room looking utterly defeated, his legs trembling so badly that he collapses to his knees the moment he gets far enough away. Panting, drenched in sweat, he mutters to himself that he'd completely forgotten one of Julian's most infamous nicknames, the Smiling Executioner. Now, more than ever, he understands why people call him that. Back in the room, Julian sighs, saying that he's managed to deal with one of them. His room is full of orchids, apparently because he once mentioned he liked them in his sleep. Now, he's trying to get rid of them. He says vaguely that someone is probably waiting for him, though he doesn't clarify who. Then he grabs his sword, saying that if he's going to leave, he's not dumb enough to do so unarmed. And if he's going out, he should at least dress properly. He opens the closet, scowling at the wardrobe. Julian's fashion sense, he complains, is ridiculous. But he admits that if he's going to play this role perfectly and not draw attention, he'll have to dress the part. He steps out, telling Horan that he's ready to go and says he's looking forward to the interview. He also asks where it will be held. The scene cuts to a carriage traveling through a forest. Horan sits across from Julian, repeating what he said earlier, that the Shut Eyes entrance exam will be held on the training grounds of Vile Academy. Julian reflects on the name. In the game, Vile Academy hadn't been a particularly significant location, but he does remember it faintly. He comments aloud that he's curious what kind of place it is. That catches Horan off guard. He expected Julian to know the academy well, after all, he graduated from it. Julian covers quickly, saying that it's been a long time since he was there and things have probably changed. Horan nods, accepting the excuse. He then adds that the academy might be an uncomfortable place to revisit, especially if there are people who still remember the Julian from back then. He expresses hope that those people are long gone. As the carriage slows to a halt, the driver announces their arrival at Vile Academy. Julian steps out and remarks that the place is enormous. He says he's only ever seen it from inside the game. Horan, visibly shaken, asks Julian to repeat what he just said. Julian lets out a light laugh and brushes it off, claiming he didn't say anything. But Horan's face is pale, he's terrified. Internally, Julian is far from calm. He admits to himself that no matter how advanced the game's graphics were, reality surpasses them. The textures, the weight of the air, the way people react, it's all sharper, more visceral. Horan, meanwhile, is convinced that Julian is plotting something. He wonders why Julian is acting so unreadable and sinister, and what scheme might be unfolding in his mind. Julian can tell that he's scaring him. He says that he actually feels bad about it. He then calls out to Horan again, startling him even more. Julian says that he can leave if he wants. He's grateful for the escort. But Horan responds that since he's already here, he wants to see how the test is conducted. Julian raises a brow at that. He says that he thought Horan couldn't wait to escape, so it's strange that he suddenly wants to stay. Then, something catches his attention. There's a strange, dark haze hovering above Horan. An ominous energy he hasn't sensed before. It doesn't feel like mana, or at least not any kind he's familiar with. It seems more like an emotion, perhaps fear itself. He opens his status window and sees a passive trait listed. Extreme sensitivity to negative emotions directed toward him. The trait allows him to read those emotions based on the aura's color. He confirms it. The aura around Horan is thick with fear. Julian reflects on this. It makes sense. In the game, Julian was always unnervingly good at reading people's emotions. He could manipulate fear to paralyze opponents without ever drawing his sword. He provoked anger so foes would lose control and make critical mistakes. That talent, he realizes now, was rooted in this very trait. He thinks it through. If Horan is afraid but still choosing to stay, then the Elders Association must have sent him here to observe. They likely suspect that something is off and want to keep an eye on him. He knows they see Julian as a threat, a ticking time bomb with too much talent and not enough loyalty. His sudden rise, combined with the rumors about memory loss, would make this the perfect time for them to eliminate him. Julian can't let that happen. He has to survive. He needs to find a way back to the real world. Suddenly, someone bumps into him, and immediately starts apologizing in a panic. The moment the person looks up and meets Julian's eyes, still carrying that naturally menacing look, he lets out a scream and falls backward in fright. Julian internally curses the reaction. Around them, a crowd begins to gather, murmuring. Whispers ripple through the students as they recognize him. They say that it's the royal family's crazed dog, and that the poor fool who bumped into him is as good as dead. Horan tries to de-escalate, urging Julian to calm down, saying the guy's just a kid. Julian hasn't even moved, but the fear is already doing the damage. Still, he gets it. He used to hate Julian too, especially after what he did to Hayden. And just like them, he can feel their emotions. A thick layer of fear, and beneath that, a pulsing heat of anger. He sighs inwardly. Why couldn't Julian have just been a little less terrifying? This kind of attention isn't good. If he becomes too conspicuous, it might blow his cover or worse, get him targeted. He needs to shift the mood somehow. Then a woman's voice cuts through the tension. She greets him, and when he looks up, he finds her standing alarmingly close. Her presence is composed but forceful, and her face is familiar. He recognizes her immediately. Her name is Eileen Denetian, one of the core characters in the game. She's a brilliant mage, an instructor at Vile Academy, and affiliated with the Adrithan Empire's Mage Tower. She controls the metal element and has achieved 5th-tier mastery, all by the age of 24. In the game's Academy arc, she was instrumental in guiding Hayden, offering him insight and advice, which makes her sudden friendliness with Julian all the more confusing. Julian rubs the back of his neck. He decides to play along and says to himself that maybe he can use this opportunity to ease the tension. But then, something about her strikes him. Her aura, it's not fear, it's not anger. It's resentment. And that makes him pause. He wonders what Julian could have possibly done to someone like her. Someone powerful, respected, and not easily provoked. It puts him on edge. He knows she could turn him to ash if she wanted to. He needs to tread carefully, not make things worse. So, instead of backing down, he leans into the role. He asks, with a cold sharpness in his voice, who gave a halfling like her permission to speak to him. Her resentment radiates like a storm cloud, thick and bitter, but she remains silent. The air between them grows tense and awkward. Julian, meanwhile, is internally spiraling. He curses himself for what he just said. That wasn't what he meant at all. Not only did it fail to help, it made everything worse. He admits to himself that maybe he went too far. Still, stubborn and locked into the role of the cold villain, he doubles down. He reaches for his sword and sarcastically wonders if being a halfling also means she only hears half of what's said. Then, keeping up the act, he draws his blade and asks if she knows what kind of sound people make when they die. He takes a step forward, laughing to himself. He assumes she's scared now, that he's regained control of the situation, and this intimidation might finally get her to back down. But that illusion shatters the moment she responds by unleashing a wave of mana. Her tone is cold, authoritative, furious. She says that drawing a blade in this setting, even for someone like him, is unacceptable. Attacking faculty and students is not just a personal offense. It's an act of violence against the academy itself. And she vows she won't forgive it. Julian immediately realizes his plan is falling apart. He'd hoped to spook her, not ignite an actual fight. But it's too late. She declares that he'd better prepare himself, she won't go easy. She moves first, dashing forward with precision and clapping her hands together, forming a spell mid-motion. Julian reacts fast, bringing his blade up and deflecting the spell downward. The resulting shockwave cracks the ground. He wonders aloud if they're seriously fighting now, but she doesn't wait for an answer. Furious that he had the audacity to glance away mid-duel, she shouts for the surrounding students to evacuate immediately. They hesitate at first, but her authority wins out. They begin to scatter. Even Horan bolts, shouting that he should have run when Julian gave him the chance. While her focus shifts to the students, Julian laughs again. He tells her she really shouldn't look away during a fight. He charges forward, breaking through her barrier with a swift strike and tells her that turning her back is a dangerous habit. Her face flushes with frustration and embarrassment. She throws her arms out, firing off another spell with raw emotion behind it. Julian ducks and weaves through the bursts of energy, retreating just far enough to reset. He says to himself that those attacks were no joke. She's actually trying to hit him hard. He notices something else, too. She's panicking. Internally, she didn't mean for the attacks to be lethal. But he dodged them all effortlessly, just like the Julian she remembers. It shakes her. Her mind flashes back to the past. To a time when Julian had been someone else in her eyes. A model noble. The ideal. She remembers seeing him back then, surrounded by other students, laughing and shining with charisma. The girls admired him, some openly fawning over him. Even Eileen, just a freshman at the time, had been swept up in it. His looks, his manner, his confidence, it had all seemed so effortlessly perfect. She had stared from the hallway, gripping her book tightly. In Julian, she saw a symbol of hope, proof that even those from collateral bloodlines like her could be seen, could matter. She truly believed that someone like him could change the social order. And at some point, she confused that admiration with something else. She once handed him a love letter. Her hands shook as she did it. He rejected her, and now, years later, that awkward memory still haunts her, like a private cringe reel looping in her head. Now, with her emotions spiraling, she gathers a powerful burst of mana and hurls it directly at him. He sidesteps at the last second. The spell smashes into the ground where he was standing. He winces, admitting that if he'd been a second slower, it would have been bad. He glances at her face, puzzled. Her cheeks are bright red. He wonders if she's truly that angry, or if there's something else behind it. But for her, it's simple. If she can just land one solid hit, maybe she can finally let go of the frustration and humiliation she's been holding for years. Julian realizes it's time to wrap this up. The longer this goes, the more attention they'll draw. With a flash of movement, he closes the distance behind her in an instant. Before she can react, he taps the back of her head with the hilt of his sword, just enough to let her know the fight's over. He says that they should stop messing around. Eileen's face is still red when she demands to know what Julian thinks he's doing. She accuses him of looking down on her, saying that he could have killed her just now. She felt the mana he was holding back. She asks why he went easy on her, especially without using the moonlight sword. Julian grins and asks if she really wants to know. He begins to laugh, and Eileen's mind takes it the wrong way. She blushes even deeper, thinking maybe, just maybe, he's finally acknowledging her feelings after all this time. But then Julian speaks again. He says that since it's Horan's first time here, he doesn't know the way to the training grounds. And since everyone else is clearly too afraid to guide him, she should take the lead. He calls her a halfling again, casually dismissing her emotions. Eileen's hopes crumble instantly. She realizes her thoughts were pure delusion, and she's stunned that the reason he held back was something so petty. Julian, meanwhile, starts walking ahead, still thinking aloud. He says that the moonlight sword isn't just a weapon. It's a symbol of Julian's power and identity. He explains to himself that normally, when aura is channeled into a sword, it becomes visible, glowing and burning. But the moonlight sword is different. The blade itself turns an eerie bluish hue, like it's soaked in the light of a full moon. It's a weapon he's known for, one he's used countless times to slay demons. People named it out of fear, reverence, and legend. And now, Julian, no, the man trapped in his body, knows there's no way he could replicate that power. Because he isn't truly Julian. Not really. If Eileen starts to suspect something, things could spiral quickly. He tells himself he has to be careful, she can't figure it out. He steals his expression, trying to look cold and confident, but to Horan and Eileen, it just looks like he's scheming something dangerous. He asks if there's a problem, and they both stiffen immediately, shaking their heads and saying it's nothing. Eileen silently resumes leading them, keeping her distance until they finally arrive at the training grounds of Vile Academy. Julian pushes open the doors, stepping inside with an air of authority. He greets the room, saying he hopes everyone's doing well and apologizes for being late, blaming Eileen for the delay. Her jaw tightens, but she swallows her annoyance and stays quiet. He then introduces himself formally and announces that he'll be conducting the Shut-Eyes entrance exam today. He adds that surely everyone here has heard of him. While Julian speaks, Horan scans the group, eyes flicking through the faces until he spots the one he's looking for. He mutters that he knew it. The second son of the Torso family is here. The Torso and Cruppert families have shared a long-standing friendship, making this presence significant. Joining the Shut-Eyes is considered one of the greatest honors, an elite organization directly under the Imperial family. But because of that prestige, the exam is brutal. It's a direct battle between the applicant and the instructor. If Julian defeats the second son in front of everyone, he knows the Elder Association will jump on it, framing it as dishonor and using it to bring him down. Julian says that it seems everyone is here to join the Shut-Eyes. The students reply with a firm yes, sir. He pauses, then begins laughing. He mocks them, saying all he sees is a crowd of sheltered children. Their swords look more like ornaments than weapons. He warns them that the Shut-Eyes is the bloodiest, most unforgiving place in the Empire. As their senior, he says he'll give them a taste of what that's really like. He announces that the exam will now begin. Gripping the hilt of his blade, he says the only requirement to pass is simple: they must kill him. Instant panic spreads among the students. Julian immediately cringes at his own words. He can't believe what just came out of his mouth. Only now does he realize that the entrance exam is a literal duel. Horan had warned him not to go easy on them, but this is a disaster. He only survived Eileen's attack by dodging. In a real duel, under scrutiny, his lack of actual skill might be exposed. He thinks quickly. If he doesn't use the Moonlight Sword, people might assume it never existed. Or worse, they'll start believing he's truly lost his memories. Either way, suspicion will grow. The pressure from the students builds. The weight of Eileen's watchful eyes adds to it. If he acts out of character, she might attack again, and this time, he won't be able to fake his way out. He decides that his only option is to intimidate, to go full villain. He shouts, demanding to know why no one is moving. He declares that the exam ends when he dies, or when there are no more applicants left. His voice echoes through the training grounds. The students stare at him in silence, paralyzed by fear. Then, finally, one of them raises a trembling hand and says that he forfeits. One by one, the students start backing away, eyes wide with fear. Some mutter that they didn't sign up for this, that they're not ready to die, that they don't want to be here anymore. The panic spreads like wildfire. Even the second son of the Torso family, who had tried to keep his composure, clenches his jaw in frustration. But when he sees everyone else retreating, he gives in and follows suit. He wants no part of this madness. Horan stands frozen, disbelief etched across his face. He says there's no way this is happening, but the truth is undeniable. Every single applicant has forfeited. Julian starts to laugh, covering his mouth with a gloved hand as if trying to hold it in. He strides past Eileen and Horan with a smug calm, saying that with no applicants left, the exam is officially over. Inside, he's celebrating like he just beat the final boss. He says that he actually pulled it off. His ruthlessness paid off, just like he hoped. But he shifts his attention to Eileen, curious about her reaction. Did fear finally eclipse her resentment? Yet when he glances at her, he's caught off guard. There's no negative aura. No fear, no hatred, nothing. Just a calm, unreadable expression. He narrows his eyes, wondering if something's wrong with his ability. Is it possible for his emotion-sensing trait to just shut off? Did it break? But then she speaks. She says what he just did reminded her of the past, of the old Julian, the one who avoided unnecessary bloodshed by intimidating his enemies instead of fighting them. Julian is completely lost. His trait only shows negative emotions, but whatever she's feeling now isn't showing up at all. He's left guessing. Later, back at the Shut-Eyes base, Horan calls out to him and steps in front to get his attention. He says that Julian did good work today. Julian, though, has something else on his mind. He places both hands on Horan's shoulders and stares at him. Instantly, Horan's knees nearly give out. Fear overtakes him like a wave crashing down. He stammers, asking what's wrong. Julian brushes it off, saying that it's nothing, that Horan was the one who worked hard today. In truth, he was just confirming if his ability still worked, and Horan's reaction gave him his answer. Then another voice bursts in, loud and enthusiastic. Someone yells Julian's name with admiration. saying that his performance at the exam was incredible. Julian turns and asks who the hell he is. The man introduces himself as Lazarus. He says it's an honor to meet Julian and explains that he handles administrative duties at the academy. Then, without taking a breath, he says that the rumors about Julian's memory loss must be false. How else could he have wrapped up the exam without even drawing his sword? Julian is stunned by how much this guy can talk. Lazarus continues, saying that even though the second son of the Torso family was among the applicants, Julian still didn't go easy. He says it was impressive and totally expected of him. Horan cuts in, surprised and sharp, asking if Lazarus is implying that the second son of the Torso family failed the entrance exam. Lazarus quickly backpedals, saying that's not what he meant, but the damage is done. Horan scowls, furious. He accuses Lazarus of arrogance, saying someone still in training shouldn't speak so carelessly, especially given the long-standing relationship between the Torso and Cruppert families. Julian intervenes, saying that Horan is misunderstanding something, or maybe it's the Torso family that's confused. He states that the Shut Eyes don't even accept nobles. As a group directly under the imperial family, they only recruit commoners or fallen nobles. Prestige and lineage mean nothing here. Horan protests, pointing out that he's a noble too. Julian corrects him, reminding him that he's from a collateral line. A halfling of the Cruppert family, not a legitimate heir. That makes him a loyal hound of the Empire, not a Cruppert, not truly. Julian explains further, if the Torso family's son took the exam, knowing full well he wouldn't pass the second screening, then either the family was trying to teach him a lesson through failure, or something else was going on entirely. Maybe this whole exam was a setup from the beginning. Horan starts to tremble. He asks in a low voice if that means Julian knew all along. That he let himself be dragged into this trap even though he was aware of what was happening. That he still brought them along. Julian says that there's no way that's true. Maybe it was just a simple misunderstanding. But the way Horan won't even look at him now tells another story. Julian watches him carefully and says that if it wasn't a misunderstanding, then it would be quite unfortunate for Horan. A short while later, he returns to his estate. The maids greet him at the entrance, bowing politely and welcoming him home. As he walks past them, one asks if he'll be having dinner tonight. He replies that he won't, and adds a firm reminder not to let anyone into his office under any circumstances. They nod, obedient as ever. The moment he steps into the quiet of his office, he sets his sword down on the table and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He mutters that judging by Horan's reaction earlier, the Elders Association definitely had something planned. It was a setup. He got through the day without being exposed, but luck like that can't last forever. Eventually, they might see through him. And if they do, there's no doubt he'll be thrown out of the Cruppert family. His eyes drift to the sword lying on the desk. The fact that he couldn't summon the Moonlight Sword during the exam still eats at him. That blade wasn't just a weapon. It was a symbol of Julian's terrifying dominance. If he could wield that power, he could stop pretending and actually overwhelm anyone who tried to oppose him. The thought makes him clench the handle. He decides to try. If there's even the slightest chance he can tap into the Moonlight Sword, he has to take it. Now, while he still has time. Drawing the blade again, he begins to study it. He focuses, waiting for something, anything, to activate. But the aura fades almost immediately. All that's left is his reflection in the steel. He says to himself that it's just as he expected. No aura, no magic, nothing. He reminds himself that Julian's trait, exceptional swordsman, gives him perfect mastery over swordplay. It's written in the stat window that he can wield any type of sword as if he was born with it. But even with that, it's not enough to awaken the Moonlight Sword. In the Empire, there are countless warriors as skilled as the original Julian in terms of raw technique. Dozens, maybe hundreds of named characters with legendary reputations. What set Julian apart wasn't just his swordsmanship, it was his mastery over aura and mana. The way he used it, the way it flowed through his strikes, was on another level. That kind of control comes at a price. One mistake while channeling mana could rupture internal organs. He knows that. But still, he has no choice. If he wants to survive and prove his worth, he has to push forward. He recalls how mana functioned in the game. And if this world mirrors that system, then he already knows the method, because he's done it in-game for thousands of hours. He closes his eyes and starts to focus, pulling the mana stored in his heart and sending it toward his meridian pathways. He whispers to himself that out of the 38 known mana meridians, 6 are vital gray veins. Among them, the one in his head, the Great Vein, connects directly to the heart and serves as the source of pure mana flow. If he can activate it, everything else will follow. Suddenly, something inside him snaps. When he opens his eyes, aura is already pulsing through him. He can feel it swirl and wrap around his body. With determination, he grips the sword tightly and tries to relocate the aura from his core into the blade. But the resistance is overwhelming. The transfer isn't smooth, and the strain makes it feel like his veins are burning. Still, he knows this body is capable of it. Julian was born for this. After several painful seconds, something finally gives. A shimmer of light dances along the blade, just for a moment. It works, briefly. A flicker. A success, sort of. He stares at the sword and says that while the aura has taken shape, it's still weak and unstable. If he had to compare it to the moon, it would be a thin crescent. But a crescent is still part of the moon. It has begun. The following day, he's back at the training area. With a deep breath, he lowers his stance and draws his sword in one smooth motion. In a flash, he slices through 3 practice dummies. Each one is cleanly severed, and as the pieces fall apart, a glow flickers along the edge of the blade, the moonlight sword, faint but present. He remarks that at the very least, he's reached the skill level of a proper knight. And all it took was a day, not bad. But now comes the hard part, completing the moonlight sword. Refining it, perfecting it. The problem is, his knowledge of the game's mechanics is starting to hit its limit. There are gaps, things he never paid attention to before, things the game didn't explain. What he needs now is someone who knew Julian personally. Someone who can offer insight, even if they don't realize they're helping an imposter. He needs answers. And fast. One of the maids gently calls out, informing Julian that he has a visitor. He pauses for a moment, genuinely wondering if Julian, the real one, had any friends, but regardless, the timing is perfect. That fleeting hope dies instantly when he sees who it is. It's Lazarus. Julian stares at him, unimpressed. Internally, he says he had been wrong to expect anything useful, it's just the tier 1000 yapper again. Lazarus beams, clearly not reading the room, and expresses surprise that Julian remembers his name. He asks if it's because of how talkative he was yesterday. Julian shoots him a flat look and says he wouldn't forget someone who talks that much even if he tried. He genuinely can't tell whether Lazarus is fearless, or just hopelessly stupid. He asks him bluntly why he's here. Lazarus explains that it's a simple matter. He received an order from the commander himself to confirm the results of the Shut Eyes entrance exam that was held at the academy. Julian furrows his brow. He could have sworn Lazarus was there and saw the outcome firsthand. Lazarus cheerfully clarifies that even so, official procedure requires the results to be formally delivered by the examiner. It's protocol. Julian remarks that it sounds like busywork, just another layer of bureaucratic nonsense. Still, he gives his response. 0 applicants passed. Lazarus nods, saying he'll report it to the commander right away, but as he turns to leave, Julian freezes. Something clicks in his mind. He tells Lazarus to wait. He asks to confirm. Lazarus is heading directly to the commander? Lazarus says yes, that's correct. Julian then says he'll go himself. Lazarus blinks in confusion and asks if he's serious. Julian replies that he is, and offers to ride with him in the carriage. Lazarus' cheerful energy falters, and he starts showing signs of unease. He asks timidly if this has anything to do with yesterday, clearly worried he's in trouble. Julian smirks and says no, he's just being considerate. After all, Lazarus might feel uncomfortable traveling back alone. Then he mutters internally that maybe he really should have lived a kinder life. But now that he has the excuse, he plans to go straight to the commander himself. The man knew Julian well. He's hoping to gain some insight, something only someone close to the real Julian would know. And if he plays this right, he might also be able to ensure the Cruppert family never gets a chance to interfere with Shut Eyes matters again. The scene cuts. At Shut Eyes headquarters, a man bursts into the commander's office without knocking, clearly alarmed. The commander, raising an eyebrow, calmly asks what the emergency is. The man says that someone has shown up in person. The commander's tone sharpens, asking who it is. The man swallows hard and replies, "It's Julian Cruppert himself." The commander slowly pushes his chair back from the desk, clearly unsettled. He repeats the name, asking if he's certain. Meanwhile, far from the tension inside the base, Julian finds himself staring in awe at a breathtaking structure. The Audritan Imperial Palace. He can barely believe it's real, no longer pixels and pre-rendered graphics, but stone, gold, and power. He whispers to himself that he's finally seeing it with his own eyes. This story, we are told, takes place on the Rosenda continent, a land ruled by 3 dominant nations. Of them, the Audritan Empire stands at the pinnacle. It rose to power after the fall of the demon king Barbados. In the chaos that followed his sealing, the monarchy unified fractured territories and forged them into a superpower. The greatest symbol of that rise is this palace, an imperial stronghold that commands reverence from the entire continent. And now, Julian stands before it, not as a player, but as someone living within it. Julian stood before the grand imperial palace, awestruck. His heart swelled, and tears welled in his eyes. He had dreamed of seeing this place for years, but now he was truly here, in the flesh. Despite the overwhelming emotion, his face betrayed nothing. His expression remained cold and composed, the perfect Julian poker face. Behind him, Lazarus watched with growing unease. He noticed the faint smile tugging at Julian's lips and felt his stomach twist. He thought to himself that Julian's smile wasn't warm or comforting, it was terrifying. It didn't match the moment at all. Why was he smiling like that? As Lazarus walked a step behind, thoughts flooded his head. This wasn't like Julian. Normally, he would never show up personally. He always sent a servant to handle reports. And now here he was, walking beside a low-ranking apprentice like himself, reporting directly to the commander of the Shut Eyes. Whispers spread the moment Julian stepped through the gates. People turned their heads, voices hushed but urgent. They asked what was going on. Why had Julian appeared in person? One man leaned in close to another and murmured that Julian didn't look injured at all. So was the memory loss just a rumor? Meanwhile, Julian continued walking with that unnerving grin still playing on his face, every step measured. Lazarus followed behind, his legs shaky. He thought to himself that this was an incredible honor, unimaginable even. But it was also the kind of honor that might knock him out cold. As they moved through the palace grounds, Julian remarked aloud that the view was as beautiful as ever. He seemed genuinely impressed by the scenery. Lazarus, blinking in disbelief, nodded and agreed hesitantly, still unsure what kind of mood Julian was actually in. Julian then mentioned that the commander should be near the second gate. He explained that this gate, the Jongchona gate, was the first one, open to all. Lazarus stared at him, confused. He thought to himself that everyone already knew that. Why was Julian explaining something so basic? A dreadful thought crossed Lazarus' mind. Was this a test? His eyes darted around in panic. He clenched his jaw, telling himself that if this really was a test, and if he failed to guide Julian properly, then he might be dismissed, or worse, labeled unqualified. That possibility terrified him. He imagined himself back in training again, humiliated. He placed a trembling hand on his head, already feeling the weight of failure. Julian, still admiring the palace, commented that it seemed even larger than it looked in the game. He had trouble figuring out where the Shut Eyes headquarters was located within all this grandeur. Noticing Lazarus acting strange, twisting his face and moving awkwardly, Julian asked if something was wrong. He wondered aloud if Lazarus was sick. Lazarus jolted and quickly denied it, insisting in a stammer that good health was the most important trait for any member of the Shut Eyes. Eventually, they arrived in front of a tall, elegant building, the headquarters of the Shut Eyes. Its architecture was flawless, a fusion of strength and refinement. Julian paused before the entrance and said that they had finally arrived. Lazarus immediately turned to him with hopeful eyes and asked if he had passed. Julian blinked, confused, and asked what he meant. Lazarus hesitated, his voice barely a whisper, wondering if this entire thing had been a secret test. Julian frowned, visibly irritated, and said that it was not a test, not even close. He asked why on earth he would be testing Lazarus. But Lazarus didn't seem to care about the answer. A wave of relief washed over his face, and he smiled wide, declaring that he was now officially a full member of the Shut Eyes. Julian watched him, perplexed. He muttered under his breath, wondering why Lazarus always said such bizarre things. But Lazarus offered no explanation. Instead, he simply bowed again and again, repeating his thanks before cheerfully excusing himself. As Lazarus walked away, actually singing to himself, Julian watched, stunned. He thought to himself that Lazarus was an odd one, to say the least. Then again, he wasn't exactly in a position to judge anyone's sanity. After all, he was still pretending to be Julian Cruppert. A soldier stepped out from the front of the Shut Eyes headquarters and addressed Julian with a sharp salute. He announced that Commander Odwin had given permission. Julian could enter. Julian thought to himself that it was finally time to meet Commander Odwin Balladeer, his superior, and the only heir of the once mighty Balladeer family. The Shut Eyes, a group loyal only to the Imperial family, had been unified and shaped solely by Odwin's skill and leadership. No one else could have done it. As he followed the soldier down the hall, Julian's thoughts churned. He admitted to himself that he felt nervous. When they reached the command room, Julian took a deep breath, steadied himself, and announced his entrance. From inside, a voice, calm but authoritative, told him to come in. The door opened, and there she was. Commander Odwin Balladeer sat at her desk, scribbling notes in a thick book. She looked up at him without any expression of surprise and greeted him, noting that it had been a long time since they last saw each other. She said she'd heard he was injured, and asked if he was fully recovered. Julian stared, and 1,000 thoughts ran through his mind. This was the legendary commander of the Shut Eyes? The same Odwin balladeer known for her ruthless strategy and iron command? She looked like a child. A teenage girl, small and slight, seated calmly behind the desk. It was unsettling. He thought to himself that there was no mistaking the description. Odwin was supposed to be small, but this was smaller than he had imagined. And was she really a girl? Or just incredibly young-looking? As if reading his thoughts, because she was, Commander Odwin pointed at him sharply and declared that he had just been thinking about her height. Flustered, Julian quickly denied it aloud, though the panic in his voice betrayed him. Internally, the man inside Julian, Lee Sahu, marveled that she could read his mind. That confirmed it. This was indeed the commander. Odwin returned to the topic of his injury and ordered him to give a report. Julian fidgeted nervously, one hand gripping the other behind his back. His thoughts spun again. How could he possibly explain anything to her? She wasn't ordinary. She wasn't someone he could bluff or charm. Sweat formed on his brow. He worried that if he said something wrong, she might begin to suspect him, and behind him, the guards subtly placed their hands on their swords, ready to act. Even Julian, a man known for his cold demeanor and formidable presence, respected this commander. She was not someone to underestimate. Finally, gathering himself, he thanked her and admitted that it had not been a minor injury, but, he added firmly, his loyalty to the imperial family remained unshaken. That was something no wound could compromise. Odwin studied him carefully, her expression unreadable. She seemed surprised by the answer, and for a moment, her mind wandered. She placed a finger to her chest and tapped lightly, as if trying to access something deep inside. Then, in a sudden burst of energy, she slammed her hand on the desk and stood up. She walked toward him, her eyes sharp. She said that something was strange. She asked if he had always spoken like this. Then she held her sword under his chin and said she could tell, something wasn't right. Julian's thoughts turned grim. He told himself that this was it, the color of injustice. The moment when suspicion would blossom into something dangerous. Then, unexpectedly, a glowing panel flashed into view. Again, the phrase appeared, the color of injustice. Julian, or rather, Lee Sahu, trapped in his body, clutched his head and scolded himself. He asked aloud how the original Julian had treated his superior before. And then, acting on sudden impulse, he grasped the blade pointed at him and leaned closer to the commander. With a chilling smirk, he said they should begin, like a proper villain would. He stared straight into Odwin's eyes and asked, mockingly, if there was any problem here. The commander blinked. Then she stepped back, lowering her sword. She turned away and walked back to her desk. She said it was rare for someone to visit the main headquarters of the Shut Eyes in person. Most instructors submitted their reports and left without saying a word. That was how it had always been. She added that Julian had suddenly become responsible. Julian stood stiffly, trapped in the body of the infamous Julian Cruppert, and his thoughts churned in disbelief. He remarked inwardly that if this had truly been Julian acting, he would have known better than to blur the lines between personal opinion and official protocol within the Shut Eyes. He admitted he had underestimated Julian far more than he should have. Approaching the commander's desk, he said with careful confidence that although Julian had been recovering from an injury, he had come to deliver the report personally. The commander responded with a short acknowledgement, asking if that was so. Julian's eyes flickered with unease, and he told himself to summon the same fearless composure Julian would have had. He marched toward her desk, masking his nerves with boldness, and remarked with a sharp edge whether she was also planning to regulate who came through the door now. The commander, hearing the tone, studied him coolly. She thought that he was already showing signs of rebellion the moment he returned. How typical. She then mentioned that she'd heard he had been in poor condition due to the injury, but now he appeared just fine. Julian, swallowing irritation, admitted silently that her words were true, but hearing them still stung. He noted that anyone who could speak so openly to Julian's face without flinching wasn't ordinary. There was something unique about Odwin. The commander, now seated again, requested the report. Julian handed it over without hesitation. As she flipped through the pages, she asked if anyone of note had emerged from the recent recruitment test. Julian responded without emotion. No. She sighed, saying that she had expected as much. After all, Julian had trained under the sword Saint Hayden Reich. Ordinary talent meant nothing to him. Still, she asked if there had been even one candidate worthy enough to consider as an apprentice. Julian gave the same answer. No, this time. The commander looked up from the report, surprised. She repeated his words with disbelief, asking if he truly hadn't selected anyone. Julian, with an expression of feigned innocence, confirmed it again. That triggered her fury. Her voice dropped into a dangerously serious tone as she asked why. When he didn't answer, her voice rose. Again, she demanded to know why. Unable to restrain herself, she shot up from her chair, slammed her hand on the desk, and yelled at him. She shouted that his decision made no sense. She questioned whether he had lost his mind. Julian remained still, unaffected on the surface. Inside, he noted grimly that this was the outburst he had expected. Odwin continued, her anger intensifying. She reminded him that the Shut Eyes were already suffering from a severe shortage of capable members. Even one decent recruit could have made a difference. Julian, heart pounding, admitted to himself that the commander, even when furious, was dangerously compelling. Out loud, he stated that they couldn't accept just anyone out of desperation. All the applicants this time were unqualified to serve in the Shut Eyes. Odwin slammed her fist again, shouting that if he had at least appointed someone as an apprentice and tested them under supervision, there was a chance one of them could have proven useful. Julian countered with calmness. He said it would have been a waste of time. None had even met the standards of an apprentice. Inside, though, he admitted he had simply avoided that fight altogether. That only pushed her over the edge. She snapped that it was all nonsense and screamed at him to get out, immediately. Julian, unfazed, chuckled softly and said he had a proposal to offer before leaving. The commander narrowed her eyes and asked, nearly growling, what absurdity he was going to throw at her next. Julian reminded himself that to survive, he had to continue playing his role as convincingly as possible. He reached into his coat, pulled out a folded letter, and placed it gently on her desk. Odwin glanced at it warily and asked what it was. Julian explained that he had taken the liberty of organizing his thoughts on the flaws in the recent recruitment process, and he had arranged them through simulated sparring sessions. As she picked up the letter, she asked what kind of problems he had found. Julian, posture unwavering, stated that all the candidates lacked a proper understanding of what it meant to join the Shut Eyes. They showed no real sense of alertness or readiness. The commander stared at him, her expression unreadable. She repeated his words as a thought. So that was it? Then she mused silently that this couldn't be an ordinary proposal. It was too focused, too pointed. She admitted aloud that it made sense. Applicants should understand the nature of the organization they were attempting to join, before they even attempted to pass the test. Then her gaze dropped to the letter again. She began reading. And her eyes widened. The commander's eyes scanned the letter Julian had handed her. The document was brief, but its contents were explosive. It clearly stated that any individual participating in the recruitment test would do so at their own risk. Should injury or death occur during the process, the Shut Eyes organization would bear no responsibility. She snapped her head up, her tone rising with sharp disbelief. She exclaimed that it sounded like Julian intended to make this more than just a recruitment test. She demanded to know if what he truly meant was to conduct the test with lethal intent. Was she understanding this correctly? Julian responded not with words, but laughter. Cold, measured laughter that echoed across the room. He offered no answer. The commander narrowed her eyes, then pointed back at the letter, her thoughts racing. No answer, so that was confirmation enough. He wasn't denying it. She found the whole thing strange. Julian was second in command of the Shut Eyes, a rank just beneath her own. Yet never before had he interfered with the organization's internal policies. Never before had he challenged procedures so directly. She muttered a quiet affirmation to herself. Yes, that was exactly what it looked like. Then she leaned forward, resting her head in her hand, and asked if he had really declined to select a candidate in the recent test because he feared he might be held accountable if any of them were injured. Her voice carried a tone that danced between annoyance and disbelief. Julian grinned and admitted, with that same infuriating nonchalance, that it was partly due to that concern, and partly because those who managed to pass such a flawed test would have been utterly useless anyway. The commander fell silent. She couldn't find a retort. Julian pressed on. He added that it would be a disgrace to tarnish the name of the Shut Eyes with mediocrity. After all, weren't they an extension of the imperial family itself? The moment the royal family was mentioned, the commander snapped. She cut him off immediately, saying she understood. She repeated it, twice, as if trying to shut down the conversation before it spiraled further. With a groan of frustration, she said that whenever the topic of the imperial family came up, Julian always had more to say. Then, regaining her composure, she declared that she would submit the proposal to the council. Though, she added, she couldn't guarantee it would be approved. Julian bowed slightly, placing a hand over his chest in a gesture of formality. He thanked her and announced that he would take his leave. As he turned to go, the commander called out abruptly and told him to wait. She said she'd heard a letter had arrived from the royal secretariat, addressed to his office. She told him to go and check on it. Julian paused, then glanced back with a smile and acknowledged her words. Without another word, he left the room. The commander watched him go, her gaze following him until he was out of sight. Then she looked down at the letter once more. The words echoed in her mind. The shut eyes will not be held responsible for any accidents. She leaned back in her chair, lost in thought. If someone were to die during the test, she realized, they would be protected under royal decree. It would be legal. Sanitized. And still, the nature of the shut eyes wouldn't change. Since its inception, only fallen nobles and politically unaffiliated commoners had been allowed to apply. People without power were easier to silence. So far, that policy had worked without issue. But now, her thoughts returned to Julian. If he knew all of this, and clearly, he did. What was the real aim of this proposal? She concluded that Julian must have realized the test had been tampered with, that the Elder Council and the Torso family had manipulated the process. This was his retaliation. He had understood their schemes. And now, if he were to oversee another test, he wouldn't let things end as they had before. This was the message he was sending. He intended to shock the Elder Council with the same ruthless methods they'd used on him. She stood abruptly and called out, asking if anyone was outside. A soldier stepped in and saluted, saying he was present. The commander handed him Julian's letter and instructed him to deliver it to the council. The soldier accepted the document, nodded firmly, and said he understood. Then he turned and left. The room fell into silence again. Alone, the commander sat back and exhaled slowly, her thoughts drifted. She reflected on how much Julian had changed since that major injury. Once known as the Empire's loyal hound, he had always followed the Imperial command without question. That was why people called him the Royal Dog, obedient, emotionless, and reliable. But now? She felt a weight press against her chest as the thought took shape. Now, he seemed different. As if the chains had broken. As if the beast had begun to act on his own will, building an identity outside of the leash that once held him. She frowned and muttered to herself that this was going to be a problem. A serious one. She would have to keep an eye on him. Carefully, constantly. The scene cuts to Julian, who states that he actually made it all the way to his office in the Shut Eyes headquarters. He reflects that private offices are rarely assigned in the Shut Eyes. There's usually no need, as agents are expected to remain mobile. If the organization went out of its way to give him a private room, he wonders aloud just how absurdly extravagant it must be. When he opens the door, his eyes land on a jarring combination of lavish dresses and unsettling decorations. He remarks that there's an overwhelming number of luxury items that have absolutely nothing to do with work, and that this place is even worse than his own house, which, he admits, is saying something. He concludes that he must be dealing with someone truly unhinged. Everything looks expensive, but in the ugliest way possible. He acknowledges that he can't bring himself to like the room's original occupant. The person clearly has atrocious taste. As he steps further inside, his foot lands on something unexpected, prompting him to say that the guy must be a hoarder. A knock interrupts his judgment. He tells the visitor to enter, and the door opens to reveal none other than Lazarus. The young man announces that he has come to deliver a letter from the Imperial family and extends it toward Julian. Julian mutters that this must be the letter the captain had mentioned earlier. Just as Lazarus turns to leave, Julian tells him to wait. He says the timing is perfect. He needs the sculptures loaded onto the carriage he arrived in. They shouldn't be heavy. Lazarus's expression shifts into panic. He asks if Julian really means all of them. He says that he can't believe he's been handed another task and comments that at this rate, he probably won't remain a trainee for long. Then he assures Julian that he'll begin moving them right away. Julian watches him and wonders aloud why he's making such a weird face. As Lazarus lifts one of the treasure chests, he stumbles into a creepy doll statue. He falls flat on his face but manages to protect the chest in his arms. Julian looks on in disbelief, saying that the kid really is a handful. Without missing a beat, Lazarus springs up, unsheathes a sword, and presses it against his own throat. He apologizes profusely, saying he can't believe he messed up in front of Julian. Julian quickly tells him there's no need for that. Thinking the trainee is too tightly wound, he tries to lighten the mood with a joke. He says that if Lazarus died here, the real hassle would be cleaning up the mess. He tells him to keep moving the stuff. Lazarus doesn't laugh, he simply replies with a grim, "Okay." Julian remarks that Lazarus is probably terrified because of the body he's currently in. He says it's understandable and turns his attention to the letter. The Imperial seal matches the one from the game, and it's addressed directly to Sir Julian, naming both his family and the Shut Eyes. He skims through it quickly, thankful he can actually read the language, and summarizes that it says if he's recovered, he's expected to return to duty. He mutters that they're clearly trying to work him to death, though they've sugar-coated it well. Still, he's not about to complain. He thinks gaining real-world experience is crucial now, especially since he still hasn't found any clues about the Moonlight Sword. The letter assigns him to a mission, the restoration of a resonant stone. He begins to explain what those are. He says that in the game, the world is plagued by demons, entities born from the remnants of the demon god Barbados. After Barbados died, his lingering essence either infected living beings or turned into physical monstrosities. These beings became known as demons and started attacking humanity. To combat them, people use resonant stones, powerful artifacts passed down from the Age of Mages. Julian marvels at the idea that anyone could forge stones using mana. Since he's not a mage himself, he assumes the mission will involve guarding the one who is. He doesn't see a good reason to refuse, even if fighting demons always carries risk. If he pulls it off, it might finally shut down the rumors and suspicion surrounding him. He wonders aloud who the mage in charge will be. Handling resonant stones requires serious magical skill, so he just hopes it's someone competent. The perspective shifts to Eileen, who's stretching inside the Imperial Palace. She complains that she's still being forced to write reports even after earning the title of professor. She grumbles that constantly proving oneself seems to be the mage's eternal burden. Still, she feels the Imperial family is asking too much. Someone taps her shoulder. She turns, curious, as a voice asks what she's doing here. Eileen recognizes the girl and greets her warmly. It's Diana. She says it's been far too long and asks how Diana's doing. Diana replies that Eileen must be drowning in work now that she's the youngest professor, and she mentions how hard it's become to even run into her. Eileen chuckles, saying Diana doesn't need to flatter her. Diana asks if Eileen's free, because she's headed to a tea party and wants her to come along. Eileen politely declines, explaining that she has to work on her thesis. Diana remarks that she's as diligent as ever, and the scene reminds her of their student days. She adds that nothing about Eileen seems to have changed. Noticing something seems off, Diana begins to comment on Eileen's expression, but then something behind her catches her eye. She points it out, saying she recognizes it as Julian's carriage. Eileen turns and confirms it. She says the crest belongs to Julian's family, no doubt about it. Diana comments that she heard he was on the verge of death not long ago and calls him persistent for showing up already. Eileen frowns and admits she agrees. Diana picks up on her tone. She says that this must mean what she thinks it means, and asks if Eileen still has feelings for him. Eileen quickly denies it, saying she has no idea what Diana is talking about. Diana laughs, saying Eileen used to be such a sweet girl. Then she brings up a story. She remembers when Eileen once heard a rumor that if you confessed under the cherry tree, you'd never be rejected, and how she called Julian over there and actually did it. Eileen suddenly says that they should go to the tea party together. Diana raises an eyebrow and reminds her that she said she was busy. Eileen lets out an awkward laugh, admitting that she just realized she had a bit of free time after all. Her face turns crimson, and Diana chuckles, telling her there's no need to be embarrassed. After all, everyone liked Julian back then. Eileen agrees, saying Diana's right. Thinking back, he really was a different person before. That all changed after he returned from the Northern Front and joined the Shut Eyes. Since then, everything about him shifted, his attitude, his energy. He's not the same man anymore. Diana tells her she should just go and say hello. Eileen quickly shoots back that just because she used to like him doesn't mean she still does. She says there's no need for her to see his face, at least not anytime soon. Diana, curious, asks why. In response, Eileen raises a hand and begins to channel magic. A faint glow surrounds her fingers as she summons a sealed envelope into her palm. Diana's eyes widen in recognition. She exclaims that it's a letter from the Imperial family. Eileen confirms it with a nod and explains that she's been assigned a mission. Diana asks what kind, and Eileen tells her flatly that she's been put in charge of the restoration of a resonant stone. Diana reacts with mild surprise, knowing full well what kind of assignment that entails. The scene shifts. A group of knights marches in formation, murmuring among themselves about the unusual number of troops present. One of them wonders aloud if they're about to meet someone of high status. Another points out that even the Blue Lion Knights are accompanying the Shut Eyes on this mission, and it's said that Sir Julian himself will be there. The first knight seems impressed and says he heard rumors that Julian lost parts of his memory after an injury. His friend brushes it off, saying that's probably just gossip spread by people who dislike him. He adds that Julian always had a fearsome reputation, and someone like that wouldn't fall to a mere wound. Julian, meanwhile, listens from a distance and thinks to himself that taking this mission was the right call. Public opinion is clearly shifting in his favor. Two knights approach and greet him, Fern and Heinrich, both members of the Blue Lion Knights. Julian comments that the Blue Lions are still as dependable as ever. They respond that their priority is safely escorting the mages. Julian says there's no predicting what might happen out there, then lets out a laugh, not from amusement, but from unease at the thought of demons. His expression, however, is so intense that the others misread it and nervously laugh along. Fern then brings up a proposal, with Heinrich following suit. They ask if Julian would consider riding in the carriage to Gielan instead of marching with the escort. Fern explains that it would allow the knights to manage security more effectively. Julian considers it. On the surface, it sounds like a generous offer, but he sees through it. The Blue Lions are an imperial regular unit, largely composed of nobles. Unlike the Shut Eyes, they care deeply about status. They're clearly trying to keep a branch family member like him in the background, away from the spotlight. He sighs internally, thinking that in most novels, people who end up in another world live grand lives. But here he is, stuck as the villain in someone else's story, being boxed in by class politics. Still, he admits that traveling by carriage sounds more comfortable than making small talk with scheming nobles. Fern and Heinrich interpret his silence as acceptance and express relief, saying they're glad they worked through that misunderstanding. But Julian suddenly freezes as someone steps forward. She walks with composure, greeting everyone and remarking that the weather is beautiful today. She introduces herself by her full academic and government titles, officially declaring that she's in charge of the resonant stone restoration. As soon as she sees Julian, her breath catches. Julian's eyes widen in disbelief. He immediately says that maybe the carriage isn't the best idea after all. Eileen flushes red, wondering why he's here. But more than that, she knows he's actively avoiding her. Julian, meanwhile, mentally groans. He thinks she's unpredictable, and that makes her difficult to deal with. Not knowing what she's thinking unnerves him. Fern and Heinrich exchange confused looks. They whisper to each other, trying to figure out why Julian is suddenly reversing his decision. Fern clenches his jaw, suspecting that Julian caught on to his subtle plan to sideline him. He admits grudgingly that Julian must be the type to survive the imperial court's cutthroat politics without aligning to any faction. Still, he's just from a collateral branch. How dare he act like this? Fern thinks he's arrogant, just because the royal family favors him. But Julian isn't playing political games. He just really didn't expect to be stuck in a carriage with Eileen. She seems just as disturbed by the idea as he is. He tells himself that the faster they complete this mission, the sooner he can avoid running into her again. He resolves to keep things efficient and professional. The group eventually arrives in Gielan. Julian looks around and mutters that the city is ridiculously small. Fern and Heinrich glare at him, irritated. Julian adds that, despite them coming all the way from the capital, there isn't even a proper welcoming party. A local man steps forward, recognizing the group. He greets them warmly and thanks Julian for making the trip. He offers to guide them directly to the location of the resonant stone. They head toward a tall clock tower where fragments of glowing stone float eerily in the air. Eileen takes charge, directing boxes and supplies to specific positions. She says she's very sensitive to mana and needs things arranged precisely. The local man approaches and asks if she'd like to examine the damage. She agrees, and they walk together to the base of the tower. The crystal is visibly fractured, with deep cracks running through it. Eileen frowns, saying the damage is too extensive for standard repair. She tells him a partial replacement will be necessary. The man looks alarmed. Eileen reassures him that the barrier will temporarily vanish during the procedure, but it won't take long. He nods, saying he trusts her expertise. She rolls up her sleeves and reaches out to the resonant stone, her fingers glowing as they make contact. She says that the initial preparations are complete. Now, she just needs to inform Julian that the barrier will briefly disappear. She winces at the thought of talking to him again but reminds herself that this is her job, she's a professor now. With effort, she stiffens her posture and calls out to Julian, saying that she has something important to tell him. He starts walking away, and she realizes he's dodging her again. She raises her voice and insists that he listen. It's not just personal, it's vital to the mission. She catches up, grabs the edge of his uniform, and says this is too much. They're supposed to be professionals on official duty. She says she has to know, and bluntly asks why he keeps avoiding her. Julian tries to deflect, asking when he ever did that. He accuses her of constantly following him. His tone is so matter-of-fact that it almost sounds convincing. Eileen starts to stumble over her words, frustrated and flustered. She says that something is seriously wrong with him, but the worst part is, somehow, he still manages to make it sound logical. Eileen snaps that whatever he's saying isn't the point right now. Julian raises an eyebrow and sarcastically asks what is, then immediately accuses her of being a stalker. Her expression darkens. She says that she's been holding back, but this is getting ridiculous, and she can't believe he's actually saying this. Before the argument can escalate further, A scream pierces the air, raw, panicked, and deafening. Both of them freeze as someone yells with everything in them that a demon is here. Julian stiffens, the color draining from his face. Eileen turns to him and says that this is exactly what she was trying to tell him earlier, that the barrier would drop and demons would appear, but he just kept dodging her instead of listening. Another scream cuts through the chaos, and this time it's followed by a sickening crash. Heinrich flies past them like a ragdoll, slamming violently into a nearby wall. His armor crumples on impact, and he slumps to the ground motionless. Julian stares down at Heinrich, his heart sinking. Something cold coils around his spine. He says that based on the pressure he's feeling, they're up against a two-horned demon. His voice trembles as he repeats it, 2 horns. That wasn't supposed to happen. He mutters that this is seriously bad. Eileen rushes to his side, asking what's happening, but Julian tells her to stay back, it's not safe. She lifts her eyes toward the beast now standing at the center of the chaos. Her breath catches. She says that she can't believe it, a demon this powerful, here of all places? It doesn't make sense. Her hands start to shake as she realizes how unprepared she is. She admits she doesn't know any combat spells, and the resonant stone isn't operational yet. She begins to panic, trying to calculate what options they even have. The demon begins muttering in the language of enchantment. Shadows spill from its body, and several ghoul-like creatures emerge. One of them drops directly in front of Eileen. Julian tightens his grip on his sword and steps between her and the creature, slashing it down in one clean movement. He tells her that letting her guard down like this is reckless and that someone like her, who can be rattled by something so minor, is clearly too naive. He says that he'll handle things here, her job is to do what only she can. Eileen blinks, stunned, and asks what he means. Julian points at her, declaring that she's responsible for restoring the resonant stone. That's her mission. His mission is to protect her. He asks if the situation has shaken her so badly that she's forgotten what they came here to do. Realizing he's right, she dashes off, shouting that it'll take 7 more minutes before the stone is ready. As she runs, she calls out to him one last time. He asks what it is now. She says that she's begging him not to get hurt, she can't use healing magic. Julian responds coolly, saying that getting injured in a situation like this would be difficult for him. But as soon as the words leave his mouth, he knows he's lying. He's terrified. He hadn't expected to face a 2-horned demon so early into his fieldwork. Still, retreat isn't an option. Too many people are watching. If he ran now, the rumors would explode. He reminds himself that if this were the real Julian, this would be nothing. The real Julian would already be on the attack. Fern suddenly bursts onto the scene, shouting at Julian to hold back while the Blue Lion Order handles the monster. His unit sweeps in, hacking away at the lesser demons with military precision. He shouts that they'll just keep chipping away until the big one drops. Fern laughs, throwing a glance at Julian and asking mockingly if he's frozen from fear. He says this doesn't feel like Julian at all. Julian chuckles back, saying that's exactly right. He starts laughing louder, more confidently. Fern watches him in confusion, unsure why Julian would be laughing at a time like this. Julian tells himself that this is the life he's in now. If he really is Julian, then fear doesn't belong here. Not in moments like this. This is the battlefield. This is where Julian thrives. The demon lunges, a massive arm swinging toward him. Julian's aura explodes outward. His unique trait, exceptional swordsman, activates. In a burst of speed, he leaps through the air, blade drawn. He cuts across the demon's hand in a clean arc. The force of his slash sends a shockwave all the way up the demon's arm. Fern gasps in disbelief. He says that it's impossible, no one should be able to cause that much damage with a single strike. Julian doesn't hear him. He's already falling into the rhythm of the fight. Demon blood splashes across his face, and he grins through it. He says that he's glad, it means this will work. He charges forward, launching himself high again, this time going straight for the demon's horns. He slashes downward and cuts into one of them. The horn cracks, a chunk snapping off and spiraling through the air. Julian feels himself getting absorbed into the moment, lost in the adrenaline. But then the demon looks up at him. A fist the size of a boulder comes crashing into Julian's chest. The impact sends him flying backwards. He hits the ground hard, and blood spills from his mouth. Every nerve in his body screams in pain. He says he can't even breathe. He admits that maybe, just maybe, he overestimated himself. Still, he knows what must be done. No running. No pause. The demon's eyes flash again as it raises both arms and slams them down, aiming to crush Julian entirely. A cloud of debris erupts from the ground. The Blue Lion Knights freeze, eyes wide. One of them whispers the question on all their minds, was Julian defeated? Fern declares that there's no way Julian could have taken down the two-horned demon by himself, and announces that it's now his turn to command the scene. But before he can act, a soldier cries out, pointing ahead in disbelief. Fern follows his gaze, and freezes. Emerging from the dust and fading chaos is Julian's figure, outlined by the remnants of magic and shadow. His sword, once dull steel, now gleams with a strange, pulsing blue aura. Murmurs ripple through the soldiers. They whisper the name with awe, the Moonlight Sword. Though only Julian knows the truth. This version is incomplete, a flawed imitation of the legendary weapon. Still, the illusion is convincing enough. Julian says that it may not be even half as powerful as the real deal, but for now, it'll serve. With a manic grin, he charges at the demon, laughing as he surges forward. The demon snarls back with a cackling laugh of its own, lunging at Julian in response. Julian shifts, sidestepping effortlessly. He comments on how fast it is for something so huge, but adds that he's already memorized its movements. He says he's going to try using a new ability, the Trait of Insight. As the demon unleashes a flurry of vicious strikes, Julian's eyes narrow. He can see every attack's path in advance. With the bare minimum movement needed, he weaves through them, left, right, duck, pivot, dodging each one like a dancer on a battlefield. Every motion is clean, efficient, lethal. The Blue Lion soldiers erupt with shouts of disbelief, watching Julian move like a ghost among death blows. One of them says it's like watching a masterclass in survival. Fern, now clearly uneasy, admits that Julian's strength might be even greater than the rumors suggested. Meanwhile, back at the tower, the final piece of the resonant crystal clicks into place. A magical hum fills the air as a massive circle ignites around it. Eileen, breathless and covered in sweat, exclaims that the restoration is complete. She runs to the edge of the tower and shouts down that the barrier will reactivate soon. As the demon turns to look, distracted by her voice, Julian smirks. He says that looking away mid-battle is one of the dumbest things an opponent can do. He promises the creature won't live long enough to regret it. Energy erupts from his blade, a massive blue wave that blasts outward like a living storm. Julian moves in a zigzag pattern, each step sinking with a slash. The aura slices clean through the demon, disorienting it and slowing its regeneration. Eileen stands frozen in disbelief. So does the Blue Lion Order. Julian's blade cuts straight through the demon's skull in a final, precise strike, splitting it in two. For a heartbeat, all is still. Then the pieces fall, sliced meat and shattered bone hitting the dirt behind him as Julian calmly resheathes his sword. The silence breaks with a squelch, followed by his heavy breathing. He wipes sweat from his brow and mutters that he can't believe that actually worked. Everyone stares at him with a mix of awe and fear. He notes that of course they're scared. He is a villain, after all. That's how they see him, and after displaying that kind of power, it only makes sense. One soldier stumbles forward and calls out to him. When Julian asks what's wrong, the soldier grabs his hand and thanks him profusely. He says he truly believed they were all going to die. More cheers erupt from the soldiers. Julian looks around, stunned by the praise. Even Fern steps up, reluctantly thanking him for the effort. Julian gives a polite smile, and Fern immediately feels unsettled. Julian casually asks if he can leave the rest of the cleanup to them. He says he's not exactly built for follow-up management. Fern agrees, though his voice carries a strange tension. He says Julian really is different. Even among nobles, he stands apart. He wonders how someone can remain so composed after a fight like that. He mutters that Julian must not even be human, and he doesn't mean that as an insult. Later, Julian walks into a quiet forest, finding a secluded pond where he finally collapses onto a rock and lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He says that whole ordeal was far too dangerous. The fear and adrenaline had him shaking more than he wants to admit. His hands tremble slightly as he recalls the demon's face. He says it was terrifying. Cutting through that monster left a horrible sensation in his bones. He wonders how the real Julian ever got used to things like that. Then he admits something even stranger. The longer he stays in this body, the more his thoughts seem to shift. He says he's starting to scare himself, becoming more like Julian with each fight. Curious, he pulls up his status window. A new ability glows on the screen. He explains that the Trait of Insight came from the fusion of his own knowledge and Julian's combat memory. Together, they created a power that reveals an enemy's weaknesses. He says that this trait will be useful, it'll help keep suspicion away, but there's still one major flaw. The Moonlight Sword is incomplete. Julian looks down at the blade and draws it slowly. The metal is nicked and worn, the surface scratched from the intense battle. He says he had to pour an absurd amount of mana into it just to trigger the aura. Neither the power nor the stability matches the real version. But as he obsesses over the issue of stability, a spark lights in his eyes. He smiles and says that maybe, just maybe, he's got an idea. The scene cuts to a grand hall draped in banners. Robed men fill the chamber, murmuring among themselves. A familiar figure steps forward. The Noble Elders Association has convened. One of the elders gestures for the man to sit. It's Horrend, and his entire body is shaking. The elder asks him if he's saying Julian saw through the plan. Horrend doesn't answer at first. His lips quiver. His hands tremble. Finally, in a barely audible voice, he says yes, that seems to be the case. The elder leans back and says that he knew Horrend's incompetence would one day drag them into danger. He adds that if Horrend weren't blood related to the current family head, he would have had him executed on the spot. Horrend lowers his head, apologizing profusely as he addresses the man across the table as Lord Ern. His voice trembles with guilt and fear. Another figure in the room leans forward and informs Ern that the shut eyes have been moving strangely as of late. He says they've recently submitted a proposal directly to the Imperial Secretary's office. The proposal, he explains, changes the framework of the entrance exams. From now on, the responsibility will no longer lie with the instructors. Even if a participant dies during the test, the shut eyes will not be held accountable. All of it will fall under the protection of the Imperial family's name. Ern's eyes widen at the revelation. A third man slams his fist against the table and declares that this is clearly Julian's doing. He says it's an underhanded warning to them, an assertion of dominance, cloaked in official procedure. They scoff at the idea, calling Julian nothing more than the Imperial family's pet, and now he dares to pull this? But another noble interrupts with a different take. He tells Ern that this situation, while frustrating, is also an opportunity. Ern narrows his eyes and asks what exactly he means. He turns specifically to Lord Aiden for clarification. Aiden leans back in his chair and says that up until now, Julian has been strictly obedient to the Imperial family. He followed their orders to the letter. But this new move suggests he's starting to make independent decisions. That kind of change creates openings. He speaks metaphorically, saying that it's like someone finally removing their shackles, only to end up injuring themselves in the process. Julian, he suggests, might have broken free only to expose a weakness. Aiden proposes that unlike before, when they could conveniently send Julian off to the Northern Front, he may now become more manipulable. They just need to observe him carefully, not provoke him. Someone asks if Aiden truly means to just let Julian act freely. Aiden laughs and says yes. He suggests they sit back for now and let the situation unfold on its own. Back with Julian, he reflects that although the mission was short, it left him drained. Too much mana spent, too quickly. Yet he's content. The plants in his quarters are thriving, their greenery bringing a rare peace of mind. He says that decorating the space the way he likes actually helps him stay grounded. He's pleased to see the plants so lively. But more than that, the mission yielded valuable outcomes. The rumors about him have taken a hit, and he may have gained something even better. He opens the chest Lazarus carried during the mission and pulls out a shimmering crystal. He says that this might be the key to completing the Moonlight Sword. The idea, he explains, came to him after seeing the resonant stone in action. In the game, all objects could absorb mana, but gemstones from the Empire were particularly efficient. Their mana conductivity and capacity were unmatched. That's what made the resonant stones so effective. He theorizes. What if there were a layer between him and the blade, something that acted as a mana conduit? Something that could stabilize and focus the flow of energy. As he channels mana into the gemstone, it fractures and crumbles in his hand. He watches it disintegrate and says that clearly, this one wasn't compatible. He needs to find a gemstone that matches his mana signature perfectly. A knock interrupts his thoughts. He assumes it must be time for dinner and calls out for the butler to enter. Instead, it's Lazarus, once again. Julian comments on how often they seem to be running into each other lately. Lazarus replies that the captain has asked Julian to report to the Imperial Secretary's office. Julian raises a brow and asks if he's certain. Lazarus affirms it. With a sigh, Julian stands and says that he'll need to store the remaining gemstones for now. Completing the Moonlight Sword will have to wait. He muses that it's no surprise the Secretary's office wants to see him, especially given the fresh wave of rumors. As he prepares to leave, Lazarus hesitates, then asks what should be done with the shattered gemstones. Julian casually tells him to toss them. Lazarus protests, they're rare and valuable, but ultimately nods and accepts the order. The scene jumps to Julian stepping into the Imperial Secretary's office. He remarks on how extravagant the place is compared to the utilitarian structure of the Shut-Eye's headquarters. He approaches the reception desk and introduces himself, saying he's there to meet Sir Sedan Orby. The receptionist informs him that Sedan is currently occupied with another guest and invites him to wait in the designated room. Julian nods and thinks to himself that whoever's inside must outrank him. As he walks into the waiting room, he notes that even this space looks expensive, something he never got to see in the game. His eyes land on a sword lying casually across the couch. He finds it strange, such a crude, weighty thing in the middle of such refinement. It doesn't belong here. But as he steps closer, he notices the craftsmanship. He says the weapon is clunky, yes, but unmistakably used by someone skilled. He begins to read the inscription along the blade's side. A strong body harbors a strong mind. His eyes narrow in recognition. Before he can finish, a woman's voice barks at him to take his hands off the sword. She calls him a lunatic. Julian doesn't even have to turn around. He knows the voice. She says the sword was a gift from her master. He instantly identifies her. She's one of Hayden's disciples. In the game, her name was Rin Ronbel, and she died a brutal death at his hands, or rather, Julian's. He remembers watching her final breath in that timeline, the image seared into his memory. Yet here she is, very much alive, and the sword confirms it. Julian watches her closely. He thinks that she may become key, maybe even vital, to finding a way out of this world. The young swordswoman stood firm, her eyes shut, her blade pointed skyward, glowing faintly. Her name was Lynn Rondabelle, daughter of the noble Rondabelle family, a bloodline rooted deep in the imperial knighthood. But Lynn wasn't merely a legacy, she was a force. A sharp, gifted fighter, known not just for her skill but for her unwavering loyalty to Hayden Reich and his companions. She was one of Reich's own disciples, and her eyes, when open, burned with a focus that cut as clean as her sword. Her golden hair framed a face as composed as it was beautiful, and she carried both grace and lethality in equal measure. Some even whispered that she could one day eclipse the great Julian himself. That potential set her apart. She was the shining knight who beamed whenever Reich patted her head. Everyone knew she adored her master, Hayden Reich, with unquestioning devotion. And when she wore that wedding dress, the entire community had pause. The dress became iconic, celebrated in forums and constantly topping player polls. Yet now, that same breathtaking figure stood before Julian with eyes colder than steel. To her, he was the enemy. A system warning flashed in his vision. Negative emotion detected, hatred. Lynn's expression tightened as she demanded in a voice hard as ice what he intended to do with her father's sword. Julian raised both hands in mock surrender, wearing a crooked smile that didn't reach his eyes. He said he only wanted to take a look. Inside, though, he was already scheming. Perhaps he could push her buttons, draw out some information, maybe even make her drop her guard. He added with casual ease that he was surprised someone like her would leave such a valuable sword just lying around. Lynn chuckled softly. She said that her master wasn't some reckless fool who felt the need to carry a weapon everywhere inside the imperial palace, unlike him. Julian's thoughts clicked into place. He noted that she was exactly what he expected. Meticulous, rigidly upright. He then shifted tactics, asking slyly if the guest who'd come before him had been the sword Saint Hayden Reich. Her eyes sharpened like twin daggers. She demanded to know what that had to do with him. Julian covered his mouth and let out a short laugh. He said he was merely curious. After all, Reich had once been his teacher too. Inside, Julian marked her reaction carefully. Her hands shook with fury, her grip on her sword tightening until her knuckles blanched. Without warning, red flames flared to life around her. Her voice was raw, laced with pure rage, as she growled and asked what he had just said. How dare he speak that name? Negative emotion detected. Rage. Sweat rolled down Julian's temple as he forced his grin to hold. Yep. She was beyond furious. He cursed himself silently, maybe he'd pushed too far. Before the tension could boil over, the wooden door creaked open. A voice from within called out, requesting that Miss Lynn report to the secretary's office. She turned without hesitation, striding away, scowling as she did. She said goodbye with an icy finality, pointing directly at him. She added that she hoped they never met again. But then, the voice called again, this time summoning Sir Julian as well. All three froze. Julian exhaled slowly and reminded himself to stay cool. He pasted on his best charming smile and walked toward Lynn, who looked as if the ground had just betrayed her. He told her not to be so cold. After all, they shared the same master. He even winked. Inside, he was thinking that he might be seeing Hayden Reich again very soon, but Lynn's expression didn't soften. With clenched teeth and a look sharp enough to cut steel, she said that wouldn't happen again. She turned to leave, her voice dropping low with warning. She told him never to speak of her master again. Julian said nothing. He just smiled faintly to himself, thoughts twisting in his mind. He was about to meet his favorite character, only now he was the traitor in their story. He wasn't sure if he should feel thrilled or terrified. His hand curled tighter around the piece of paper marked with the sword insignia. A man at a desk nearby shuffled some papers into a neat stack before greeting them both warmly. He welcomed Miss Lin and Sir Julian to the Imperial Secretary's office. He leaned forward slightly, his expression polite but curious. He said he'd heard about Julian's recent mission. Was it true he'd defeated the two-horned demon alone? Julian shrugged and gave a soft laugh. He said that was just a warm-up. Lin, visibly irritated, cut in immediately. She demanded to know where her master was. Julian stayed quiet but mirrored her curiosity. He had been wondering the same thing. The man's tone shifted to something more formal. He explained that Lord Hayden Reich had left shortly after assigning Lin her last task. Her eyes widened. She asked what he meant. The man continued, saying that Reich had also instructed someone to accompany her, Sir Julian. Lin erupted. She shouted her disbelief. Why did she have to be paired with a traitor? Unfazed, the man explained that the mission could be dangerous, and since Sir Julian was present, Lord Reich asked for him to be assigned. Julian smiled awkwardly, sweat trickling down his face. Lin's expression darkened further. She whispered under her breath, questioning what her master was thinking. The man let out a dry chuckle and gave his order, investigate the slums. Julian leaned his chin into his hand, wearing a confident smirk. The slums, huh? Beside him, Lin sneered. She said she didn't see why they had to care about some filthy slum district. The man clarified. According to reports, strange and terrifying creatures had begun to appear in that area, demons. But the locals had rejected royal intervention. That, he explained, was why Lin and Julian were the right fit. They were tied to the crown but not part of it. As members of the Knight Academy and the Surface faction, they could act without stirring political unrest. The sky was gray as they approached the slums, rooftops sagging, cobblestones slick and dark. A place built by those the Empire had conquered and forgotten. A sanctuary for the unwanted. Julian's red eyes glinted. Because they hated the royal family, he reasoned, they'd chosen the Surface as neutral ground. Smart. He wore a pleasant smile, but inside his mind was racing. Lin stood at his side, still unsure about this assignment. He knew that if she outshone him here, her path to becoming Sword Saint would be far smoother. Partnering with her didn't help him. But as the royal family's hunting dog, he had no say in the matter. He rubbed his chin, a slow grin forming. He said he'd take the mission. Immediately, Lin shouted her refusal, her arms snapping up. Deep down, Julian wanted to scream too. But the clerk's next words froze her in place. He said her master personally requested that she accept the mission. Julian leaned in, his tone needling, asking if she planned to go against her master's wishes. That made Lin break into a cold sweat. She faltered. Then, with quiet frustration, she said she understood. Gritting her teeth, she thought bitterly about what it meant to bear the title of Hayden's disciple. Julian watched her carefully. He knew she'd monitor his every move from this point on. But his strength wasn't enough to resist her, not yet. His gaze shifted to the green gemstone hanging from her neck. If only he could get his hands on a gem compatible with his mana. And then, without warning, a surge of energy snapped through the air, breaking his train of thought. Alarmed, Julian pointed toward the stone, his voice sharp with urgency as he asked what kind of gem it was. Lin responded with a scowl, explaining that it was a moonstone. But before she could elaborate, the gem pulsed with a strange energy and lifted into the air, glowing with an ethereal blue light. A shimmering aura wrapped around them both, suspending them in silence and awe. Seconds later, the glow faded and the world returned to stillness. Lin spun around, her eyes alight with suspicion and fury. She demanded to know what he had just done. She wasn't sure herself why the moonstone reacted. It shouldn't have. It never had before. Julian raised his hands in mock innocence, laughing nervously. He said the gem had simply caught his eye. That was all. But then, flashing a sly smile, he admitted that for a moment, it felt like the stone tried to resonate with his mana, maybe even absorb it. He realized it right then. The answer had been close all along. He needed that gem. Without delay, Julian headed straight for the nearest gem shop. The clerk recognized him instantly, greeting him with polite enthusiasm, remarking that it had been a long time. When asked if he was looking for anything special, Julian responded with a brilliant smile, saying he needed a gemstone compatible with his mana, specifically a moonstone. The clerk's demeanor shifted, his face tightening with discomfort. He admitted that their shop didn't carry moonstones, and as far as he knew, neither did anyone else. They were incredibly rare, mined with difficulty, and usually sought only by eccentric private collectors. No shop kept them in stock. Julian's face darkened. He muttered bitterly that he needed the moonstone blade ready before the mission with Lin. His red eyes flared, and he demanded confirmation. Was the clerk telling him there was no way to get one? The clerk shrank under the weight of Julian's gaze, trembling slightly as he realized he'd spoken too casually to a man of Julian's status. Quickly, he backpedaled, stammering that moonstones could still be found, just not at the moment. Internally, Julian exhaled in relief. He leaned in, his voice low and tense, ordering the man to go find one. Urgently. He forced a smile but couldn't hide the pressure in his tone. He vowed to himself that if it came to it, he'd search the entire empire. Lin would notice if the moonstone sword was incomplete, and he couldn't allow that to happen. The day of the mission arrived. As Julian stepped outside, he muttered under his breath that maybe he hadn't threatened the clerk hard enough. He was still empty-handed. Bitterness stirred in his chest. Lin stood nearby, arms crossed, her voice cold and heavy with sarcasm. She questioned whether his important business was actually at a jewelry store. Julian laughed awkwardly, replying that one day she'd understand the beauty of gemstones. She said nothing, just turned on her heel and told him to follow. He called after her, pointing out that she was heading in the wrong direction. With visible irritation, she turned around and snapped, asking what he meant. Julian grinned and explained that the slums were a labyrinth of illegal buildings and hidden paths. You couldn't just follow signs and maps. Lin unfolded her map and declared that she'd rather rely on printed signs than trust him. Julian gave a helpless smile. She wasn't wrong. But he knew this zone, the eastern slum, was a death trap for rookies. Even the game developers had acknowledged it was notoriously difficult. Lin's grip tightened on the map. Her voice dropped into something wary and sharp as she accused him of trying to trap her. She said that as the disciple of the Sword Saint, she wouldn't fall for the tricks of a traitor. A radiant golden light flashed around her as she said that unlike him, she was different. She intended to become the next Sword Saint. Her eyes burned with ambition, her tone unwavering, her posture proud. Her voice rang with conviction. Julian scratched his cheek, his smile awkward. He couldn't help thinking she had gotten the wrong idea somewhere along the line. With that, she turned and walked away decisively, leaving Julian standing there, confused and slightly amused. He muttered to himself that this mission wouldn't be easy. The clear blue sky hung above them as Julian's voice rang out with concern. He asked if she was truly planning to take that particular path, noting the danger signs weren't there for decoration. Lin furrowed her brow as she studied the map and asked if First Officer Julian had ever visited this slum in secret. Julian hesitated. He hadn't. Not exactly. He dodged the question by throwing one back at her, asking what she thought. She caught the evasion instantly and pressed him further. She demanded to know how he planned to navigate if he didn't know the way. Julian simply smiled, pointing to the sky and saying he would rely on instinct. Lin looked at him like he was insane. Sighing, she pushed forward and mumbled that they should just split up and get it over with. Julian followed behind, reminding her that the Empire's orders had been clear, they had to work together. His next words triggered something fierce in her. Her voice flared, and her eyes burned with rage. She snapped, asking if he thought Hayden Reich was more important than Imperial orders. She told him to never speak her master's name again. Her hands clenched into trembling fists. Julian kept his smile intact, playing it cool even though he felt the heat of her fury. Lin's thoughts turned bitter. She acknowledged to herself that Julian was still a step above her. Everyone had said it, compared them endlessly. The weight of it bore down on her. She told herself that if it had been him, the mission would already be done. If it were him, the answer would already be found. If it were him. But then something in her eyes shifted. Her brow furrowed, her shoulders squared. She remembered who she was, the top disciple of the Sword Saint. She resolved to prove herself through this mission. Suddenly, she froze. Her eyes locked on a wooden sign reading 011C. She stared in disbelief. Julian stepped up behind her and asked, feigning curiosity, what was wrong. She brushed him off quickly, claiming it was nothing, but inside, panic erupted. She clutched her head, mentally screaming. The paths had changed. They were walking in circles. And then they reached another sign, 01A. Her heart sank. They were back at the beginning. Julian covered his mouth to hide a chuckle. He watched her silent meltdown with mild amusement. Just then, a stranger called out to Lin, his tone light and friendly. He said it looked like she was going in circles and that this must be her first time here. When she asked if he knew the area, he nodded confidently and offered to guide her, on one condition. She'd have to buy him a drink. Lin agreed with a resigned sigh. The man introduced himself as Baden. When Lin gave her full name, Lin Rondebel, his smile widened. Inside, he was thrilled. He thought he'd just hit the jackpot. Julian felt something off and started to speak, but before he could finish, Baden cut him off, saying he didn't care about his name, just to follow along. Julian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, convinced he'd heard the name Baden before, though he couldn't place it. The three of them entered a dim tavern. Baden shouted to the barkeep, ordering drinks for himself and his two friends. Lin eyed him warily, noting how casually he drank before even guiding them. As they sat, the barkeep asked where they were from. Lin answered, the royal capital. The barkeep responded with a price. 30 nars each. Lin blinked in disbelief and repeated the amount aloud. Baden leaned in, teasing that she must not carry money. He warned that prices in the slums were high. Lin shook her head and reached into her pouch, pulling out a small bag that glittered with gold. She said 30 nars seemed too cheap. Baden froze. A noble, he realized. His mind raced. He darted over to the barkeep and whispered for the special drinks. The strongest kind. Once the Imperials were drunk, they'd clean them out. The barkeep nodded. A hand slipped something into the drinks. 3 glasses were brought to their table. The barkeep declared them the best in the slums. Lin grabbed hers without hesitation. But before the glass touched her lips, Julian's hand shot out, snatching it away. He asked what had been added to the wine, still smiling but with eyes that gleamed like blades. Baden tried to play dumb, yelling in protest. Julian thrust the glass toward him and demanded that he drink it himself. Baden hesitated. Julian leaned in, his voice chilling, and asked if he should pour it down his throat instead. Lin called out for him to stop. The room went still. At the sound of his name, both Baden and the barkeep froze. The latter whispered urgently, asking if that really was Julian. The Imperial dog. Sweat slid down Baden's face, but he tried to stay composed. He reminded himself that he wasn't alone. Dangerous men filled the tavern, his men. He reached into his coat and pulled out a dagger, smiling darkly. He thought to himself that he wasn't weak either. A hand shot forward, flooding the room with green light. Julian spoke with a cold, razor-sharp grin, saying that he had given them a chance to come clean. Suddenly, one of Baden's men lunged with a sword. Julian caught the attacker by the throat with his bare hand, lifting him off the ground, just in time to see another enemy charging in from behind. With a swift, fluid motion, Julian hurled the man in his grip across the room, sending him crashing into another attacker with bone-jarring force. The two collapsed in a heap, stunned and groaning. Julian stood tall, unshaken, power radiating from him in thick, pulsing waves. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a predatory light, and the tension in the room thickened. Lin's reaction was immediate. She drew her blade with a sharp ring, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow as she tried to make sense of the chaos. She muttered to herself, questioning what was happening, panic slipping into her voice. The other men in the tavern, once confident, now stood frozen. They watched Julian with widening eyes, terror creeping into their expressions. Overpowered by a single man, completely. Julian's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised a jagged, blood-streaked shard of broken glass and pointed it directly at Baden, who stood with a trembling throat inches from the blade. Julian stated clearly that he didn't care what kind of trick Baden had attempted. He wouldn't let this slum become any messier. His eyes scanned the rest of the tavern, picking out the other patrons. The smirk on his face deepened. He called them out as Baden's lackeys. The moment of truth had come. Baden stood paralyzed, drenched in sweat, unable to move as the glass trembled against his throat. Julian barked at him to order his men to stand down. He warned that if they kept their weapons drawn, they'd share the same fate as the shattered glass. The silence was suffocating until Baden, voice cracking, shouted in desperation for his people to retreat. Reluctantly, they obeyed, grumbling and backing off with gritted teeth. The tension deflated, if only slightly. Julian lowered the shard, setting it on the table with a clink. He exhaled slowly and said that all this could have been avoided with honest answers. If they had cooperated, surrender would have been an option. Baden stumbled backward, speechless, before finally choking out a surrender. Julian lowered himself into a chair, his tone shifting to something cool and commanding. He offered Baden a choice, between death and surrender. He recommended the latter. With a dangerous smile playing on his lips, Julian told him to decide. Baden, shoulders sagging in defeat, muttered his surrender once again. Behind him, Lin stepped forward, her voice cutting and her blade pressed against Baden's back. She seconded the offer, saying that surrender would be preferable to dying. Trembling, Baden raised his hands in submission. Julian, satisfied, asked once more for confirmation. Baden gave a final, quiet nod. Outside the tavern, Julian led the way, casually mentioning that he'd been suspicious the moment Baden offered to guide them. He admitted he'd assumed Baden was just a petty thug, but now it looked like they'd uncovered a slum-wide crime ring. A scrap of paper fluttered in his hand as he smiled, clearly pleased with the unexpected outcome. He had gained useful information. Behind him, Lin trailed with her head bowed, burdened by self-blame. She whispered that it was her fault for not noticing Baden's true nature earlier. Julian responded with easy confidence, agreeing, though with a teasing edge. He said that someone of her upbringing had likely never encountered people like that. Lin said nothing, her head lowering further. Julian paused, watching her. Was she beginning to lose confidence? After a quiet moment, she asked how he knew. How had he spotted the trap? Julian turned and smiled, recognizing the curiosity in her voice. She urged him to explain. Her hands were clasped together, her posture tense but respectful. Julian thought to himself that despite her dislike for him, she still sought to learn. That was just like Lin Rondebel, proud, but never too proud to grow. He extended a hand, letting a green glow pulse across his fingers. He explained that he sensed hostility within the glass itself, a reaction triggered by his mana detection trait. Lin repeated the term, visibly intrigued. A system notification seemed to echo in her mind. Mana detection trait unlocked. Julian elaborated, saying everything, objects, people, places, carried traces of mana. When two forces of mana met, they reacted. He turned slightly, soft green sparks trailing from his hand, and said he had used mana detection before they even stepped into the tavern. He recalled how Baden's mana had already felt aggressive back then. That had been the first sign. Lin nodded slowly, trying to picture it. She compared it to sonar, like bat echolocation. Julian laughed, admitting the analogy worked, more or less. He walked forward, letting more of his mana pulse freely. He noted that most mages used this skill, but because his mana output was so high, it was easy for him to sense things others couldn't. Lin, thoughtful, posed another question. She pointed out that Julian hadn't asked Baden anything about demons, only about living conditions in the slums. Julian smiled cryptically and confirmed that was true. Then he turned the question around. He asked Lin what she knew about demonization. After a pause, she recited what she had been taught. That remnants of the Demon King Barbados could possess non-human life, spreading corruption and transforming beasts into monsters. Julian gently corrected her, explaining that the slum's geography made things different. The capital was surrounded by resonating stones. Barriers no demon could cross. No nearby forests, no animals to corrupt. Only humans. The realization dawned slowly. Lin's face drained of color. She said, with a trembling voice, that if no other hosts existed, the only choice left was humans. Julian nodded. That's what he believed was happening. Lin clutched her forehead, visibly shaken. She cursed herself for believing in him, even for a moment. But Julian held up 3 fingers. He said that 3 households were scheduled to pick up fever medicine that week, high fever, a common sign of demonization. He grinned and told her that if he was wrong, she could punish him however she liked. Lin remained unsure. Should she believe him? As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of crimson, black birds cawed overhead. They approached the last house. Julian noted her brighter expression and commented that she looked relieved. She waved her hand excitedly and said that if they hadn't seen any demonization, it had to be a good thing. Julian agreed, though his eyes remained cautious. He knocked on the final door. No answer. Eventually, an old man with bloodshot eyes peeked out warily. Julian leaned forward, trying to observe more closely. He noted something off. The man didn't appear demonized yet, but his aura felt strange. Julian smiled and asked how he was doing. But in his head, something clicked. That smell. He'd encountered it before on missions involving resonating stones. He quietly identified it as the scent of demon blood. Lin stepped forward and introduced them formally, stating they were from the royal court. Julian added his name. Julian Creepartson of the One Eye. The old man's face changed immediately. He shouted for them to leave and slammed the door. But Julian caught it with one hand and shoved it open. The old man stumbled backward, hitting the floor. Julian stepped inside, mocking him with formal thanks for his cooperation. Lin followed, demanding an explanation. He ignored her, praising her kindness instead. She asked what he meant, more confused than ever. His red eyes gleamed. He said that kindness would eventually destroy her. He approached a sealed door bound in iron chains. Lin protested. They weren't there to attack anyone. He replied that the Empire only cared about results. Her eyes widened. What? Julian held up a sheet of data, gesturing to a steaming bowl on the table. He noted that according to records, the old man lived with one son. But there were 3 servings of food. He stirred the soup and commented on its red hue, suggesting it was laced with sedatives to drug the guests and feed them to something hidden. Specifically, the demon behind that door. Lin stood in stunned silence. The old man made a sudden dash for the door, shouting for his son to escape. He fumbled with the keys, opening it. A thick red mist spilled into the room, then came the scream. The demon emerged with glowing eyes, its claws raised high. Lin gritted her teeth and charged, swearing to take it down. The creature met her with one swipe, hurling her backward into a pile of debris. Julian watched her land, hand clutching her sword. He wondered if this was the moment before her true awakening. She had asked about Mana earlier. She was trying to understand, but now, she was in real danger. Julian stepped in front of her, shedding his cloak, gripping his glowing blue sword. He said that helping wasn't optional, it was part of his mission. He also said he couldn't let the prized disciple of the Sword Saint fall in battle. As the demon lunged, Julian activated his system trait. Insight activated. A sharp flash filled his vision. The demon's stats and weaknesses snapped into view. He attacked in a flurry, his strikes swift and precise. Blood sprayed, but the creature regenerated quickly. Lin re-entered the fray, but the demon kept healing. Julian shouted for her to create an opening. Lin, breathless and struggling, caught sight of the soup bowl. An idea sparked. She grabbed it and smashed it into the demon's face. The creature staggered, dazed. Lin closed her eyes, concentrating. Her sword flared with light. She focused everything into her next strike, but the demon lashed out, grabbing her. She gasped, blood dripping from her mouth. Her sword dropped. In her mind, regret swirled. She had failed to even open a path for Julian. She thought she no longer had the right to face her master. The demon opened its mouth, fangs glistening. Julian's voice rang out, sharp and clear. He called her name. She turned. His red eyes blazed, green light from the system swirling around him. He told her she had done well. The demon growled and scanned the room. Then, a surge of electricity snapped through its body. Julian's eyes flashed green as he drove his sword clean through the demon's chest. The creature's grip on Lin loosened, claws slipping away as its strength crumbled. Lin, still caught in its grasp, twisted her body and delivered a fierce kick to its face, forcing the beast deeper onto Julian's blade. The impact echoed through the alley. The demon let out a final, ragged hiss before collapsing in a heap, blood spreading across the ground beneath it. Julian stood still, victorious but wary. Lin stared at the fallen creature, breathing hard. She said she couldn't believe he had pierced the demon without even using the moonlight sword. She asked how it was possible. Julian grinned, blood streaking the edge of his mouth. He replied that the demon hadn't been worth the moonlight sword, though inside, panic fluttered. He silently hoped that reaction was convincing enough. Back at the palace, the two stepped off the carriage. Julian announced they had returned. As they walked the tree-lined path, he rolled his shoulder and sighed, thinking that at least they'd made it back in one piece. And more importantly, Lady Lin hadn't grown suspicious. That was a relief. She suddenly stopped, forcing him to pause as well. She bowed her head, jaw tight, and said the reward should go to him. She insisted she hadn't contributed anything. Julian glanced at her silently. For someone as proud as Lin, this kind of admission didn't come easy. He told her not to say that. With a relaxed smile, he added that while she may have been outmatched against the demon, that didn't mean she hadn't played her part. Lin frowned, clearly displeased with his attempt at comfort. Kindness didn't carry much weight with her. She looked away and said flatly that she didn't like him. Julian stayed calm, telling her she seemed tense. She straightened, clasping her hands and facing him directly. Her voice was steady as she quoted her master. Great power came with great responsibility. She recalled his reckless, overwhelming power during the fight, then spoke sharply. She finally understood why her master had expelled him. it was his lack of restraint. Julian smiled thinly, touching his chin with a trace of arrogance. He repeated her words with disdain and said that restraint was a weapon for cowards. Lin's fists clenched. She shouted back, demanding if that meant he was calling her master a coward. Julian stepped closer, his presence alone enough to make her tense. He said he wasn't a noble, not some sheltered aristocrat who worshipped restraint. Then, with a parting glance, he added that she'd have to learn the hard way. People like him existed in this world. Confused, Lin muttered to herself, wondering what that even meant. Julian simply waved over his shoulder, grinning. He thanked her sarcastically for giving up her share of the mission reward and walked off, leaving her alone under the palace lights. Frustrated, Lin sighed. She said he was impossible to figure out. She turned and walked away, troubled. She whispered that restraint wasn't just for nobles. A carriage rolled up beside her, and a familiar voice called out, asking if she was heading home. Lin looked up. It was her uncle, Urgen. He offered her a ride and said she looked tired. She accepted with a quiet, polite yes. The carriage rattled gently as it rolled toward the Rondebel estate. Inside, Urgen asked how the mission had gone. He said it must have been difficult. Lin replied that it was mostly smooth and thanked him. Then he asked about her companion, the man who had been with her. Lin replied that it had been Julian of the one eye. Urgen nodded, his expression darkening. He said he thought so. He remembered Julian's rebellious look and mentioned that the Elder Council was nearing collapse because of him. Rumors claimed he was using the royal family to pressure the council. Lin listened quietly and answered that she understood. Urgen crossed his arms and shook his head. He said nobles shouldn't act like that. He called Julian reckless, out of line. His next words struck something in Lin. He mentioned Julian being from a branch family. Her eyes widened slightly. She remembered Julian's words earlier, and suddenly it clicked. So that's what he meant. Urgen continued, warning her to stay away from Julian. He said the man was dangerous, like a wild horse. Then he softened and told her she'd already proven herself as Hayden's disciple. Maybe Julian wasn't as strong as people once thought. Lin, after a pause, replied slowly. She said that wasn't true. She turned toward her uncle, her eyes steady, and added that no matter what else Julian was, he was strong. Even she had to admit that now. The sky had gone dark, the estate glowing golden beneath the stars. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, a figure leaned forward. The voice of Commander Ordwin pierced the silence. She asked what Julian had done this time. Her expression was grim, eyes sharp. Julian gave a weak laugh, pretending confusion. He asked what she meant, but inside, his mind raced. He imagined the tavern incident, the complaints, the collateral damage. His confidence cracked. Ordwin held up 2 papers and explained that a criminal named Baden, wanted by the One Eye, had turned himself in. She stared at Julian. When questioned, Baden had named Julian as the reason. Julian exhaled slowly. Just Baden. That was fine. He relaxed slightly and shrugged, claiming Baden must have realized his own guilt too late. He feigned innocence, pretending not to know why his name had come up. Ordwin didn't press. She passed him a sheet and told him to review the mission payout and report back. Julian's face lit up. He muttered to himself that money was finally coming in. He remembered the note from earlier, something about the jeweler. He'd been excited, but as he read the slip of paper, his heart sank. It said they didn't have enough nars for a batch of moonstones. He mocked himself silently. Of course Julian didn't understand savings. As his eyes scanned the payout details, he froze. 11,000 nars. His heart stopped. That was nearly 15,000 in real currency. He covered his mouth, calculating furiously. Even with Lin's share factored in, that was impressive. But before he could celebrate, Ordwin spoke again. She said this payout was low. Injuries had kept her sidelined. Julian stared at her in disbelief. This was considered low. He noticed deductions. Maintenance fees. Registration. Installments. His fingers shook as he found the final line. Net payout, 900 nars. His jaw clenched. That was all. Panic settled in. He thought of the moonstones. They needed massive funding, and he had none. He turned slowly, calling to Ordwin. She responded flatly. He asked if any new missions were available. Surprised by his sudden initiative, she raised an eyebrow and asked if he was short on cash. She then sighed and told him there weren't any for now. She warned him again. He had been told not to spend beyond his means, and now he was paying for it. Julian looked away, grumbling. He thought that if he just handled things himself, he wouldn't be this frustrated. Ordwin teased him, saying he could sell his luxuries to an art gallery and probably buy a castle. Julian's eyes lit up. Without another word, he turned and rushed off. Ordwin blinked, confused, and asked where he was going. Julian glanced back with a mischievous grin and declared that he was going to sell everything. Ordwin stared after him, baffled. She muttered that he had truly lost his mind. Elsewhere, two nobles cloaked in brown passed through a grand doorway. Ergine's voice echoed first, stating that Julian had defeated a demon without even using the moonlight sword. He called Julian dangerous, untamed. Aiden, another council elder, gave a quiet chuckle. He said he understood. A servant approached Aiden, offering to escort him. Aiden waved him off, saying he had more to discuss with his subordinate. In the shadows, another figure spoke. He said the elder council clearly didn't favor Julian. Then he leaned back with a grin. He repeated what he'd heard. That Julian had taken down a demon without even drawing his best weapon. The man across from him confirmed it. Yes, sir. Unsettled, the figure leaned forward and gave his order. He said they'd recruit that monster and make him part of their strength. Back at the Eid Cosmos Art Gallery, Julian wandered through the displays, eyeing the art. He muttered to himself that now was the time to sell. He just wasn't sure if the piece would be worth anything. A pale-faced appraiser appeared and greeted him warmly. W welcomed Sir Julian. Julian smiled and offered his hand in thanks. The appraiser, Perso, followed him eagerly. He asked if the piece under the cloth was what Julian had brought. Julian nodded. Perso pulled the cover off to reveal a striking painting. His eyes gleamed as he examined it with a monocle. He commented on the unique brushwork and guessed it could be by Carusius Vincent. Julian leaned in, curious. But Perso then shook his head. He said it wasn't authentic, it was a fake. Julian froze. A fake? He cursed himself inwardly. He remembered where he got it. Hanging in the villa's entrance. He thought it was a masterpiece. Now it was nothing more than a well-made imitation. Perso, however, seemed impressed. He said he had never seen such a finely crafted fake. Then he grinned and declared he wanted to buy it. Julian blinked, stunned. Even though it was fake? Perso nodded, saying the condition was excellent. He offered 1,000 nars. Julian rubbed the back of his neck. He assumed the offer was out of pity, but money was money. It wasn't enough for the moonstones, though. As Perso left to prepare the contract, he invited Julian to browse the other works. Julian nodded, then stopped as a new voice chimed in. Eileen had entered. Her presence lit the room, and she spoke softly. She asked if selling it at that price was really okay, because that painting, she said, was definitely the original. Lady Eileen's sudden arrival snapped Julian's attention like a whip. He spun on his heel, eyes sharp as steel, his voice low and biting with suspicion. He demanded to know what she was doing there, and what she meant by original. His arms crossed tightly, locking his eyes on hers. His pulse surged with a mix of curiosity and caution. He stood firm, waiting for her reply. Aileen tilted her head slightly as her gaze swept toward Perso, who quivered where he stood, clutching the painting as if it were the only thing anchoring him to reality. Her voice turned hard, no trace of doubt within it. She said her cousin had a few works displayed in the gallery, but that wasn't the point. Her tone shifted suddenly, and with it, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. Her stare hit Perso like a hammer, silent yet suffocating, weighing on his shoulders with invisible force. His hands shook, the painting wobbling, sweat beading on his forehead as if he might crumble under the pressure. Aileen stepped forward, her voice cut through the silence like a cold blade. She declared that no one in the Empire painted with oil in such a way. She seized the canvas from Perso, her fingers gliding along the surface. She halted, her hand pointing to a barely noticeable mark in the corner. She explained that the signature was unmistakably Coriscius's. Julian, standing just behind her, examined the painting with new intensity, his brow furrowed, eyes narrowed with thought. Perso, his body trembling, his face drained of color, stammered in disbelief. He admitted he had missed the signature entirely. Julian turned his gaze on Perso, his voice icy. He asked if Perso had meant to deceive him. The question struck with such weight that Perso collapsed, the pressure crushing his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. On the floor, he clutched his head, his voice barely holding together as he begged for forgiveness. Julian stepped toward him, but Aileen moved quickly, grabbing his arm, stopping him in place. She told him to stop. Her voice was calm but firm, her expression clear with both concern and authority. She reminded him that appraisal errors happen, and that no one was perfect. Julian halted. The fire in his eyes dimmed into reluctant restraint. A flicker of guilt passed through him. He thought to himself that if he drew his sword now, in front of so many eyes, he'd be the villain. He gave a short laugh, brushing off Eileen's hand. He admitted that going any further would only make him look worse. Turning back to Perso, his tone was level but commanding. He pointed out that if the painting was truly authentic, its value would skyrocket. Perso, still on his knees, his eyes wide and terrified, stammered in response. He bowed deeply, forehead nearly touching the floor, his voice thick with desperation. He admitted the gallery couldn't afford it, not even all his assets combined would be enough. Julian threw his head back in laughter, the sound echoing through the room, wild and amused. He clapped a hand on Perso's shoulder, his voice turning cold again. He warned him that incompetence could ruin a man's life. Then Julian looked back at the painting, frustration seeping into his tone. He said he still had no idea what to do with it. Perso was speechless, tears streaking down his face, his body trembling. Aileen spoke then, her voice low but steady. She said she would help him. Julian turned to her, suspicion flashing in his eyes. He asked if she really meant to help him. Aileen crossed her arms, sighing lightly, a weariness creasing her brow. She confirmed it, adding that she knew of one buyer who would purchase any Korskius painting without asking a single question. Just one person. Julian narrowed his eyes, studying her. He asked what the catch was. She said there were two conditions. First, she didn't want Perso punished. Julian agreed immediately, flashing a grin. He said he hadn't planned to hurt him anyway. Aileen hesitated, her voice meek as she blushed and laid out the second condition. She needed his help with something only he could handle. Julian smiled with relaxed confidence, saying he was available and willing. They shook hands, the air around them tense yet full of promise. Eileen's tone hardened. She clarified that she wasn't helping out of kindness. She didn't like owing anyone. This was a trade. Her help now for his help in Jelen. Julian laughed, saying that now he owed her. He asked what she needed, his voice laced with curiosity. Eileen's voice dropped low, her eyes turning distant like she was remembering something unpleasant. She described how a guard at Bayerl Academy had been patrolling when the air turned icy cold. He'd felt dozens of eyes staring at him, filled with murderous intent, enough to freeze the soul. Julian's brows drew together, suspicion rising. He asked if it was ghosts. Aileen shook her head, her tone calm but heavy with unease. She explained that while the administration had initially ignored the signs, things had escalated. Strange sounds echoed from the old wing of the academy at night. Guards had been attacked, some injured. Julian's curiosity deepened, his eyes narrowing. He asked what could be doing it, if not ghosts. Eileen's voice turned sharp, confident and grim. She said she believed it was a demon. The academy was protected, but she suspected a demon had slipped through a weakened barrier. A deep, mocking voice interrupted her. It belonged to Hardy Godfrey, a professor at the academy, who stepped forward with an arrogant smile. He greeted Julian, his tone thick with sarcasm. Aileen turned sharply, her eyes blazing. She snapped that he could at least acknowledge her presence. Was a greeting too much to ask? Hardy shrugged, voice cold and dismissive. He said they weren't close enough to warrant that. He questioned why she dragged someone like Julian into this. Aileen shot back, saying Julian was an expert in slaying demons. If they wanted the students safe, he was the best chance they had. Hardy sneered, his voice soaked in disdain. He said if she wanted to escape the shadow of her family, she should try harder on her own. Eileen's face flushed with rage, her eyes flashing. She snapped back that he was the one who needed to try harder, especially after his last paper had nearly failed. She suggested he rewrite it instead of mocking her. Hardy's face contorted in anger, the insult hitting deep. He growled that a branch family brat had no right to speak to him like that. Aileen fired back, her voice rising like thunder, demanding to know what he'd just said. Julian, his hand already on his sword hilt, stepped forward. His gaze was ice, a storm held back by sheer will. Eileen's heart raced wildly, confusion pulsing through her. She wondered if Julian was angry over Hardy's insult to her family, or at her own fiery temper. She stammered a plea for him to wait, but Julian had already drawn his sword. The steel shimmered under the gallery lights, cutting the air with an icy edge. Her heart pounded as she shut her eyes tight, bracing for what might come. Hardy's panic erupted instantly. He raised his trembling hands, his face ghost white with fear. Then, without warning, a small stone struck the side of his head with a dull smack. From the wall behind him, shattered stones tumbled down in a cascade, revealing horrific impish faces. each one with blood-red eyes burning with malice. Hardy let out a scream that cracked with pure terror. He shouted that demons were hiding in the walls. Julian moved like a storm unleashed. His sword slashed through the imps in a brutal rhythm, each blow swift and lethal. A deadly dance with no wasted motion. When the last imp fell, he turned, his gaze cutting across the scene like frost on glass. Hardy, now on his knees, screamed for help, his voice cracking. He wailed that a demon was on his back. Julian looked closer and spotted a small imp clinging to Hardy's shoulders, its red eyes oozing malevolence. The moment Julian's eyes locked on it, the demon flinched, as if scorched by his very presence. Julian gave a chilling smirk and stated coldly that it didn't matter whether someone was from the main or the branch family. He didn't spare demons. With eyes blazing, he told Hardy that if he wanted to survive, he'd better beg a branch family member to save him. Then, gripping his sword with finality, Julian drove the blade into the ground. A harsh metallic ring echoed, followed by an explosive burst of force that vaporized the imp clinging to Hardy's back, telling him that he was overreacting. Nearby, Aileen flinched as if struck by a wave of something sinister. She pointed ahead, her eyes wide with both fear and determination, and shouted that it was there. The remaining imps began to swarm together, their bodies swelling grotesquely. From their mass, dark magical tendrils erupted like writhing shadows, cloaking the space with ominous power. Aileen and Hardy both trembled under the building pressure, their hearts pounding in their chests. Then, the imps merged, forming a monstrous rat larger than anything they'd seen. Its crimson eyes glowed like fire, and its razor-sharp teeth gleamed like freshly polished blades. With a ground-shaking lurch, it raised one claw and slashed through the air. Julian didn't flinch. His face remained calm, still as glass. Lifting his sword, its edge catching the dim light, he spoke in a quiet, threatening tone. He asked if this grotesque creature was the demon's true form and mocked its pitiful attempt to survive by fusing weaker pieces together. His cold, scornful words made the giant rat hesitate. Its massive form quivered, its eyes flickering with uncertainty. But then it roared, its tongue lashing out like a whip, and it struck at Julian with brutal force. Julian met the attack head-on, charging forward. His sword sliced the air with blinding speed. The two clashed in a brutal rhythm, strike after strike, each one precise and powerful. At last, he landed a critical blow. The rat howled, a shriek of agony ripping through the space. Julian saw it begin to shrink, its form retracting in retreat. Without missing a beat, Julian lunged. Sword gripped tightly, he slashed once more, delivering a final, blinding cut that tore the creature apart. The giant rat exploded into fragments of dark mist. Behind a magical barrier, Aileen and Hardy watched breathlessly. As the demon vanished, countless imps scattered, dissolving like shattered nightmares. Aileen dropped the magical barrier, her hands shaking from exhaustion. She turned to Julian, her eyes glowing with a mix of wonder and admiration. She asked how he had known there was a demon lurking there. Julian offered a sly smile, his eyes gleaming. He said that was a secret. Inside, he recalled sensing a strange color while using his color of negation on Hardy. But he kept that thought buried. He mused silently that no one here would understand the game system anyway. Aileen turned from him, her voice confident, laced with teasing. She said they'd revisit the matter later. She asked how someone who claimed to scorn the main family could now be helping them. Julian raised an eyebrow in surprise. He repeated her words. Scorned them? Aileen's tone grew sharp, though still playful. She reminded him that he had once called her a tashaning half-breed. Her thoughts spiraled briefly. She remembered those words, how they stung her, spoken to a girl who had only ever been obsessed with power. And now, that same man was protecting the branch family. It felt unreal. She reflected inwardly that he was still the same Julian from their academy days, righteous, but half-hearted. Her hands moved as she manipulated floating magical stones, their glow soft like distant stars. Her tone turned sarcastic as she continued, stating that everyone else might be too afraid to challenge him, but she wasn't. She called out his superiority complex, his constant disdain for both the branch family and herself. Julian paused, a flicker of remorse crossing his face. Rubbing his chin, he gave a faint smile and admitted he had been wrong to say those things back then. The words struck Aileen deeper than she expected. Her breath hitched, her thoughts scrambled. She bit her lip, thinking that Julian had just apologized, maybe not fully, but enough to shake her. She looked up, voice shaky yet sincere, and thanked him. Julian stepped closer, his expression curious. He asked what she was thanking him for. Blushing, she replied it was for what he had just done, facing that demon. He shrugged it off, saying it was no big deal. The wall behind them, once damaged in the chaos, had now been completely restored. Aileen wiped sweat from her brow, letting out a long breath. She said it was finally done. Julian, a few steps behind, gave her a warm smile and told her she'd done a good job. Her eyes lit up, excitement surging. She said now that he'd slain the demon, it was time for him to meet the buyer of the painting. Julian was introduced to an older man standing before the painting, his gaze filled with reverence. The man sighed deeply and said that seeing the piece before his death brought him peace. Sipping tea, Julian asked what the man thought. He explained it was the final work of Coruscant, titled Red Vineyard. The man, Alam Corney, Vice Dean of Bayerl Academy, nodded slowly, his eyes bright with emotion. He described the scene. A wheat field, torn by a violent storm beneath a dark, brooding sky, stretching into an endless horizon. Julian quirked an eyebrow, surprised. He thought to himself that maybe the man was an art expert. Personally, every painting looked like fancy paper to him. Still, he listened as Alam continued, his tone quiet and reverent. Alam spoke of roads stretching beyond the field, with no certain destination. He admitted he didn't know where they led. Julian nodded, his expression thoughtful. He commented that the painting gave off a lonely aura, as if the artist had poured sorrow into it. He mentioned the letter that came with the painting, beginning with the words, "I poured all my sadness and soul into this." Julian's thoughts churned. He wondered aloud if everything in the work was connected. Alam nodded, saying exactly that. There was a strange glow about him, a light that made Julian's heart race. Suspicion rose within him. He wondered if he was being doubted. His system gave a soft ping. Color of suspicion. Doubt. Julian frowned. Was there something wrong with the painting? But judging from Eileen's and the Vice Dean's reactions, it had to be genuine. His mind turned, calculating. So what was causing the suspicion? Before he could make sense of it, Alum Corney suddenly addressed him, his voice low but firm. He called Julian by name. The sound broke Julian's thoughts like a slap, his heart jolting. He responded quickly, his voice tight. His eyes flicked nervously. Alum Corney's sharp gaze seemed to pierce straight through Julian, as if dissecting his very intentions. He asked whether Julian truly understood the painting, and said frankly that it seemed like Julian had only come for the money. He added that while he was willing to pay a fair price and complete the transaction, he preferred dealing with someone who actually grasped the painting's value. The words hit Julian like a sudden blow, making him hesitate as a subtle heaviness settled in his chest. He thought to himself, eyes narrowing with focus, that this explained everything. Even if the deal went through, he wouldn't receive the full price. Regaining his composure swiftly, Julian cleared his throat, his gaze brimming with restored confidence. He stated that this painting was believed to be Carusius's final work and added that the artist died shortly after completing it. He pointed out that this fact should further increase its value. Alum Corney sighed, the weight of memory flashing in his eyes, then smiled with a touch of grace. He confirmed Julian's observation, saying that Carusius had indeed died at the very location depicted in the painting. He complimented Julian, saying he had underestimated his understanding of art. Julian scratched the back of his head, a faint blush rising to his cheeks, and responded that he was being too kind. Alum Corney lifted an eyebrow, his tone growing eager as he suggested they talk about the price. Julian nodded, a self-assured grin appearing. Internally, he sighed in relief, silently thanking fate that the deal was back on track. Alum Corney held up 4 fingers, his expression unreadable. He asked Julian what he thought of that offer. Julian murmured to himself, his pulse accelerating. He debated whether to push for more than 400,000 nars. Stroking his chin, he finally spoke up with confidence, stating that the painting marked the beginning of a golden era after Carusius's death and that its value was undeniable. Alum Corney's hand halted midair, hesitation flickering in his eyes. After a moment's pause, he stated that he would add another 100,000 nars. Julian's entire body buzzed with excitement, his heart pounding as he processed the number, 500,000 nars. It exceeded anything he had anticipated. He compared it mentally. If nars were dollars, that would be over 500 million won. He chuckled inwardly, half in disbelief, thinking how absurd it was that such an ugly painting could be worth that much. Lost in the moment, Julian didn't notice Alum Corney calling his name. The sudden address snapped Julian out of his thoughts. He smiled smoothly and commented that Alum could now clearly see the painting's worth. Alum Corney agreed and said they should finalize the transaction, Julian's joy bubbled under the surface. He recalled Perso's claim that the gallery couldn't afford the painting, even if all assets were sold. Now he truly understood why. Only someone of Alum's stature could afford this. Scene transitions to Bayerl Academy. Eileen stepped through a doorway. She greeted with soft respect, stating that she had come because he summoned her. Alum Corney, who had been quietly admiring the painting, turned to her with a warm smile and invited her to sit. With a simple gesture, he used magic to pour tea, his voice gentle. He casually brought up the old building, asking if the situation had been resolved. Eileen nodded confidently as she took the tea, a smile playing on her lips. She assured him that everything had been taken care of. Alum Corney exhaled, relief visible in his eyes, saying he had been concerned. He paused for a moment before asking if she'd encountered any difficulties. Eileen sipped the tea and responded with pride, stating that nothing had been particularly challenging. Alum Corney gazed at his teacup, letting out a sigh laced with guilt. He apologized for assigning her such a troublesome issue. Then his expression darkened, eyes sharpening. He said that what he was about to share had to remain confidential between them. He explained that he suspected the Dawn Society was responsible for the incident. Eileen's expression turned grim, her eyes narrowing. She asked why the Dawn Society would target the Academy. Alum Corney shook his head slowly and admitted he didn't know their motives. But he said there was circumstantial evidence, and that they likely exploited a weak spot in the barrier. He added that the matter was being kept secret to prevent panic. Eileen's face grew tense, and her fingers gripped the teacup tighter as her heart raced. Her thoughts swirled. A cult of demon worshippers, emerging within the Empire, targeting their academy? Alum Corney noticed her silence and reassured her, saying she shouldn't worry too much. He told her they had already strengthened security and would continue to protect the academy at all costs. Eileen exhaled slowly, her shoulders relaxing slightly. She agreed softly. He added with warmth that they owed their resolution to Sir Julian. Eileen's cheeks turned red, and she stammered Julian's name. Regaining composure quickly, she asked if Alum Corney had met him. Alum chuckled, his eyes gleaming. He confirmed that he had, and remarked that thanks to Julian, he had acquired a priceless piece of art. Eileen smiled with genuine warmth. She said she'd hoped to thank Julian for defeating the demon, but that he had vanished. Alum nodded as he took a sip of tea, mentioning that Julian had accepted payment and left in a hurry. He added that he had heard Julian went to purchase a large number of moonstones. At that, Eileen gasped, choking on her tea in surprise. Her face flushed in shock. She wiped her mouth, stammered in disbelief, and stood up abruptly, stating that she had urgent business, before dashing out. Alum watched her run, confused. He sipped his tea and wondered aloud why everyone was suddenly so busy. Eileen raced through the streets, heart pounding, until she reached the gem shop. The shopkeeper looked nervous. He apologized, explaining that they had sold out. Eileen interrupted, insisting that she was certain there were still some left. The shopkeeper shook his head, saying that Sir Julian had bought more than expected. Eileen slammed her hand on the counter, fury flashing in her eyes, and demanded to know when the shop would restock. The shopkeeper trembled and confessed that it would take significantly longer this time. Eileen's face darkened as despair took hold. Her voice trembled as she stuttered that she needed those moonstones for her thesis. Her world seemed to crumble. Tears welled in her eyes. She let out a sharp, broken cry, shouting Julian's name. Scene changes to Julian. Julian stood across from a man, a satisfied glint in his eyes as he held a glittering moonstone. The blacksmith asked if Julian wanted him to forge a sword using the gem. Julian nodded with fiery eagerness. He confirmed it and asked if it could be done. The blacksmith's expression grew more serious. He revealed a stash of moonstones and asked whether the sword could be forged like Silvermoon. Upon hearing that, Ruger Orland, the blacksmith, let out a fierce roar of protest. He stated that Silvermoon wasn't a sword, it was a mere decoration. He declared he would not tarnish his pride by creating such a thing. His face was flushed, his eyes ablaze with righteous indignation, as though Julian had insulted the very soul of the forge. Julian stayed composed. His eyes stayed sharp as he explained softly that he wanted the weapon for combat. Ruger slammed his hand on the table so hard it cracked, shouting that Silvermoon was a luxury item, not a proper weapon. He jabbed a finger at the blueprint Julian had brought, scoffing that it wasn't worthy of being called a blade. He said that if Julian wanted something decorative, he should go elsewhere. The argument escalated. The air inside the forge grew heavier. Ruger continued, his voice booming with pride. He said Blazing Forge only crafted weapons worthy of knights, true masterpieces like the sword of Hayden Reich, whom he admired deeply. Julian didn't back down. His eyes burned with determination as he declared that he wanted mana circuits engraved into the blade, addressing Ruger by name. Ruger shook his head with a scoff, amusement flickering in his gaze. He said embedding a moonstone in the sword's core was foolish and dangerous. No warrior could fight with a blade weaker than basic steel. Julian rubbed his chin, considering the problem carefully. A young woman stepped forward. She was Ruger's assistant, her voice gentle but unwavering. She told Julian that they only made weapons that deserved the Blazing Forge emblem. If the blade shattered easily, so too would their reputation. Julian's pulse quickened under the weight of their refusal. He thought to himself that this was a problem. He wanted the sword made here, at the forge where Hayden Reich's blade had been born. After a long pause, Julian raised a hand and said with resolve that he understood. He promised the sword wouldn't break. Ruger pointed at him, skeptical, and asked if he really believed that. Julian grinned with defiance. He declared confidently that he was Julian, and if they doubted him, they were free to test his skill. He slammed a heavy coin pouch on the table and said they could forge the weapon first. He'd pay a premium price. Ruger and the assistant hesitated. Their eyes flicked between curiosity and doubt. Julian leaned in, voice low and compelling. He said if the sword broke during testing, he wouldn't ask for his money or the moonstone back. Ruger frowned, thinking deeply. He considered Julian's boldness. After a moment, he finally nodded and agreed, saying that if it broke, they'd act like it never happened. Days passed. The sword was completed. Ruger presented it, his face filled with both pride and uncertainty. He said their best smiths had worked tirelessly and failed many times before succeeding. He looked Julian in the eye and asked if he really planned to use it in battle. Julian took the weapon, the blade catching the light and reflecting it into his eyes. He activated flawless swordsmanship. A wave of mana erupted from the blade like a violent storm. He nodded, confidence in every syllable, and said absolutely. He asked, ready and certain, if they should begin the test. The scene shifted to the bustling streets, where a crowd had gathered, their voices rising and falling like crashing waves. Julian glanced around, mildly surprised by the number of onlookers. He remarked that it was quite the audience. The assistant, her cheeks tinged with pink, replied with a shy tone, admitting that everyone was eager to see the demonstration. She offered to disperse the crowd if it made him uncomfortable. Julian let out a laugh, brimming with confidence, and declined the offer. Ruger then emerged, hauling out a set of iron armor. He struck it firmly, his tone brimming with challenge as he announced that the armor had been crafted specifically for the test. He emphasized that it was no ordinary set, locking eyes with Julian as he spoke. He explained that the armor was a full centimeter thick, composed of nearly pure steel. If they were going to test the sword, he said, they would go all out. He invited Julian to try cutting through it. Julian took hold of the sword, his confident smile widening. He remarked that Ruger had come well prepared. As he channeled his power, both his body and blade became wreathed in a vortex of mana, a storm of energy whirling around him. With a shout filled with exhilaration, he declared that too easy a target would have been dull. The crowd gasped, their murmurs transforming into a rising tide of cheers. Ruger gave a faint nod, muttering to himself with a doubtful gaze. He questioned if this truly was the sword of rumor. Even with the moonlight blade activated, he reasoned, the structure shouldn't withstand the force. Julian raised the blade, now glowing with a light as soft and cold as moonbeams. His heart raced with excitement. He noted inwardly that the sensation was different from before, as if the blade had finally found its own rhythm, its own purpose. Then, with a powerful swing, he struck the armor. A piercing crack split the air. The armor shattered in an instant, steel shards flying like a burst of metallic petals. The crowd exploded with awe, screams of amazement echoing in all directions. Ruger's face turned pale as he exclaimed in disbelief that it was impossible. The assistant covered her mouth, her voice trembling in shock as she asked how it could be. Her eyes were wide, unable to comprehend what she had just seen. Julian smiled, pride gleaming in his eyes. He channeled swirling mana into the blade, its energy spinning like an endless spiral. He declared that this was the true moonlight blade. Gripping the hilt tighter, he could feel its strength coursing through his arm. The assistant bowed slightly, her voice shaking as she acknowledged that even without Julian using his full strength, their custom armor had been reduced to scrap. Julian turned to Ruger with a confident smile. He asked what the next test would be. Ruger remained silent, teeth clenched, his eyes complicated. It was as if the pride of the forge had been struck down by the very weapon they once rejected. The mana still shimmered in the air like scattered moonlight, casting ethereal reflections over the forge's walls. Then, before Julian's eyes, a translucent panel appeared. The system displayed a message. The imperfect Moonlight Blade trait had evolved into Moonlight Blade. Julian smiled, heart pounding with exhilaration, his eyes glowing with satisfaction. A new trait had activated. He studied the sword in his hand, admiring its perfect craftsmanship, pride welling inside him. He reflected on the effort he'd invested. Not a single blemish marred the blade's surface. It was flawless. At last, he had succeeded. Ruger Orland stepped forward from behind, still shaken, awe clinging to his expression. With a hand covering his mouth, his voice low and filled with respect, he admitted that he had clearly underestimated Julian. Julian sheathed the sword in one smooth motion and turned to face Ruger, a confident smile on his lips. He remarked that sometimes, actions spoke louder than words. Ruger nodded slowly, his face turning serious, his voice dropping to a firm warning. He said that if the sword ever broke, so too would the reputation of the blazing forge. He urged Julian to wield it with that weight in mind. He turned back with a smile, his gaze steady and resolute. He promised that he would wield the blade with honor. At that moment, a man approached the heap of shattered armor, his eyes narrowing with amazement. Picking up a jagged steel shard, he muttered that it was Blazing Forge's custom armor, and yet it had been sliced through cleanly. He looked up at Rinna, voice carrying curiosity. He confirmed that Julian had been there. Rinna frowned, visibly surprised, and asked if he was certain. The man lifted another shard, turning it over in his hands, and said thoughtfully that he felt no trace of Julian's spiritual energy. He added that Julian was impressive, a swordsman who poured all of himself into each strike. He remarked that it would have been a sight to see him in action against the armor. Rinna let out a soft sigh, her eyes distant. She wondered inwardly if it could be true. She shook her head, brushing off the rising unease. The man turned toward her again, his voice low, laced with suggestion. He asked if she was concerned about Julian. Rinna flinched, her cheeks flushing as she stammered. He smiled at her reaction, his eyes dancing mischievously. He pointed out that they had just completed a mission together, then asked how Julian had seemed. Rinna lowered her gaze, her voice quiet but filled with admiration, and replied that he was truly strong. The man nodded, his expression sharpening. He then asked if she had noticed anything unusual about Julian. Rinna's breath caught. Her heart pounded as she turned toward him, voice quivering. She asked what he meant by strange. His tone grew colder, his eyes darkening as he clarified. He asked if Julian seemed like someone who might be involved with the Dawn Society. The words struck Rinna like a dagger. Her eyes widened, and her voice faltered in shock. She repeated the question to herself, barely believing it. Julian, associated with the Dawn Society? The scene shifted to Julian. He walked down the sunlit street, twin swords gleaming at his hips. He wore a smile, pride glinting in his eyes. He murmured that he was becoming more like Julian with every passing day. But the smile faded, replaced by a sigh. His gaze turned somber. He reminded himself that he couldn't lose sight of his true goal. He had to return to his real world. He couldn't live as Julian forever. He rubbed his chin, the weight of reality pressing against him. To return, he realized, the game world had to end. That meant reaching the final chapter of the story. Hayden Reich had to prevent the resurrection of the Demon King, Barbados. Shaking his head, his eyes reignited with resolve, he reminded himself again that this wasn't his life. His thoughts turned inward, voice low and steady. He wondered where they were in the plot. He noted that the Dawn Society was beginning to make its move, a secret cult trying to resurrect Barbados, the archenemy of Hayden Reich and Rinna. His eyes darkened further as he remembered that Rinna's father, Ron Bell, had been killed by them. He admitted to himself that he wanted to align with Hayden Reich's side, but said it wouldn't be simple. Stroking his chin, he mused with Julian's voice. Should he infiltrate the Dawn Society for information? But how? Just then, a new thought jolted through him. The system pinged. Intrusion intuition trait activated. Julian's senses sharpened. He felt a strange mana surrounding him, like invisible eyes were watching. He scanned the area, muscles tense, his voice low and alert as he demanded to know who was there. Seeing no one, he wondered if it was just his imagination, but he immediately threw the thought aside when he recalled that the system had alerted him. He speaks confidently, saying that whoever it was should come out since he already detected his mana. From the shadows a figure steps out, causing Julian to chuckle nervously. He asks the hooded woman if they have met before. A hooded pair steps from the gloom, the tall shadow glowering while Eleanor lifts her chin with a faint smile. He thinks that he remembers her as one very skilled at black magic and says that the bishop of the Dawn Society, Eleanor de Michel, stands before him. He steals his voice and says that she is the sworn enemy of Hayden Reich, and he says that it has been a long time, addressing Eleanor and the robed escort as well. She chuckles softly and says that he managed to see through her disguise. Violet Mana billows as she draws it around her body and says that such perception is to be expected of him, Julian. He squares his shoulders and says that he has a rough idea why she is here. She tilts her head and says that if that is the case, things become easier. She lifts 2 fingers and says that it is about time he gave her a reply. He presses his lips, sweat beading, and thinks inwardly that he actually does not know what she's talking about and that he was just bluffing. He forces a smile and says that he would like a bit more time to think it over. She answers flatly that that will not do and says that he was the one to contact them first to join the Dawn Society. Shock ripples through him. He thinks that things have already progressed that far and says inwardly, cursing himself, that cleaning up after Julian has become his daily routine. He steadies his breath and thinks that, no matter what route he takes, the original flow says that Julian will be defeated by Hayden and eventually joins the Dawn Society after seeking power from demons. He clenches his jaw and says inwardly that it does not have to be right now and that there is no time limit. Her eyes sharpen. She says that while that may be true, she assumes he realizes they might take that the wrong way and says that it could be his tactic to bring them down, that the whole thing may be a setup, and that he is a royal dog of the imperial family. He grimaces and thinks that she is suspicious of him. He thinks that joining the Dawn Society is dangerous, that if the imperial court finds out it would be the end of him, a shortcut to the worst ending, and that if Hayden learns of any association he will be forced into a path where either he or Hayden kills the other, which might mean he can never leave this game. He smooths his coat, forces calm back into his face, and says that he did not realize she held such suspicions. She lifts her hand from within the cloak's sleeve and says that he knows too much, Julian, and she says that if he were to back out now, she would not let him off the hook easily. He tips his head and says that if he does, she lets a smile cut sideways and says that she will not let him off easily, then glances past her shoulder and says, almost amused, that a Monsignor stands ready. The hulking hooded figure steps forward, gravel rolling under heavy boots, and the cobbles seem to tremble around him. He moves like a battering ram, shoulders squared, fists clenched. A low voice rumbles as she explains with cool certainty that the combat unit of the Dawn Society are much stronger than knights, and she says that he had better decide quickly or else. The hooded man tears back his cowl, white hair bristling, eyes burning, and he bellows that he, Pelkor, the Iron Fist, will destroy him. He pounds forward, the street quivering with each stride, stone flecks jumping. He bares his teeth and says with feral glee whether the other remembers this scar, and he says that he can still feel pain from the wound he received from him. The MC grimaces inwardly and thinks that it is Julian again, that it is truly tiring to deal with all of Julian's victims, and he says aloud that they must have met before. He shows a courteous smile and says that he apologizes, then says that he does not really remember small fries. Pelkor's face splits with manic laughter as he howls coo ha ha ha, and the MC thinks that he really needs to stop pretending like he is Julian. The next instant he vanishes from the spot, a streak of motion, and a startled whisper follows that he disappeared. Pelkor squares up and says that they should see how long that attitude can be kept up. A crystalline window flashes, and a system-cold voice declares that a trade is activating, exceptional swordsman. Julian's hand settles on the hilt, steel hisses free. He meets the incoming fist and his eyes widen. He says nothing but reacts with a sharp intake, and his thoughts snap that he accidentally used the old steel sword instead of the new Moonlight Stone sword. Pelkor's massive forearm grinds against his guard, and his coat bunches under a grabbing hand. He thinks that habits are scary and that, for now, he needs to hold the opponent back for as long as possible. He clicks his tongue and says tisk while driving his blade along a tight blue arc. Thunderous exchanges ripple down the alley, blades and knuckles shattering air, sparks raining. He slides back and thinks that this is dangerous and that he needs to take some time and... The air turns violet. Sigils coil. A pillar of sorcery erupts, wrenching Pelkor off balance, then hammers the street in a geyser of shattered stone. Debris blasts outward. He staggers, coughing dust, and says Kuj as rubble clips his ribs and spins him into a wall. Pelkor's laughter rakes the smoke. He says ha 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 and taunts, asking how it feels to lose to a small fry. Julian exhales, shoulders heaving, and says ha. He stares at the badge glinting against his breast and thinks, with weary bitterness, why he has to go through such a thing, the thought flaring red in his mind like a wound that refuses to close. Julian stands in red flames and says that he is tired of having to clean up messes he did not leave behind. The white-haired bruiser looks over and asks if he can still move. Eleanor says that he should hold on, Pelkor, because something feels off. A blue system panel says that his emotional intensity has reached its peak. Julian rises with a purple aura. He glares and says that it is so annoying. Another system panel says that a unique trait is activating. Open eyes. Crimson heat flares. His sword drinks the light, humming low. A system caption praises the flame's manifestation. The white-haired Pelkor stares and demands to know what that sword is. He bares his teeth and vows to destroy it. The red-eyed Julian moves first. Steel hums. A black bloom of blood opens on Pelkor's shoulder. The square rings. Pelkor stares down, then screams seeing his arm is in bad condition. Panic hits fast. He thrusts out a hand, rasping for space, begging Julian to back off. Then he shouts louder, demanding he stop. Red slashes rip through the air. The fox-eyed man weaves between them with a calm, mocking smile. Pelkor gasps and breaks into retreat. From above, Julian's cape flares. His grin turns feral. Pressure rolls off him in waves. The fleeing Pelkor trembles and thinks this power is beyond anything he's ever faced. He's a monster. Julian laughs softly, almost delighted. Terror reflects in Pelkor's eyes. Julian cocks his head, heat behind his brow. He wonders aloud what this feeling is and admits he's starting to like it. A system pane explains open eyes, exclusive to fox-eyed users, activated only at emotional peak. It boosts impulse strength, suppresses reason, and pushes aggression higher. Below, Pelkor turns mid-run, cracking as he begs Julian to stop. The pane adds a final line. The user becomes very aggressive. The fox-eyed man raises his sword, eyes glowing with childlike thrill, and says he doesn't want to stop. He vanishes. The blade arcs. Red light scatters across the stone as the sword impales Pelkor. A beat later, Pelkor collapses, gasping, bleeding. Julian watches and remarks that his Iron Fist nickname seems pointless now. Pelkor sobs, pleading not to be killed. A shadow looms, panting, eyes burning red. A pale hand grabs Julian's collar. Purple light swirls like moonlit water. Eleanor says that it's enough, don't you think? His pupils flicker. The glow falters. A system pane drops. Removes open eyes effect. Julian drops to a knee, coughing. Purple light shields them. He stares at the ground and whispers, asking what he's done. Eleanor studies him. He thinks Julian's aggression is surfacing more clearly now, and that the trait is dangerous. Regaining composure, he tells Eleanor that Pelkor started it and she agreed that Pelkor had been rude. Clicking his tongue, he mutters that she didn't say anything despite knowing everything. Then she waves lazily and points out that she still let Julian beat Pelkor senseless. Green magic spreads like seafoam around Pelkor, healing him. Julian stiffens, realizing it's a binding spell. His body won't move. Eleanor glances at Julian and says that after watching the fight, she's impressed. A faint smile crosses her lips. Her eyes glow soft pink as she casually suggests they work together. Casting charm magic on him, a system ping blips and disappears. She studies Julian, then states there's nothing to lose by accepting. Julian considers and admits quietly that she might be right. She begins to speak again, but Julian steps back and says he needs more time. Eleanor exhales, and clicks her tongue. She scowls and complains that her trade still doesn't work on Julian. She turns to the injured Pelkor and asks how it felt, if anything seemed off about Julian. Pelkor, still bound and breathless, answers no. Julian is actually stronger. Eleanor nods and says she knew it. She adds that the memory loss was probably a lie, and asks Pelkor not to tell the other seniors while using her charm eyes on him. Pelkor stammers that of course he won't. She watches Julian vanish down the alley and thinks again that as expected, her trade only fails with Julian for some reason. Later, under the dimming moonlight, Julian flexes his fingers. They still tremble. He thinks about open eyes. How it saved him, how unstable it is. Images rush back. Pelkor lunging, the recruiter's magic catching him, those cloaked silhouettes that cheered for violence. He wonders what he should do next. He remembers Adrian's sharp smile and thinks that Adrian would kill him if he joined the Dawn Society. He'd never go back to his world. But he also remembers the recruiter's gleam, and the other side of the blade. If he joins, they might kill him. He exhales. Closes his eyes. The conclusion sets in. As expected, he has no choice but to join the Dawn Society. He presses a hand to his brow, steadying his breath. He tells himself it's settled. He'll join the Dawn Society. Not because he wants to, but because it's the only path left. He plans to get close, gather intel, and stop the resurrection of the demon god. Dragging his hand down his face, he forces a crooked smile that doesn't reach his eyes. This, he thinks, is the only way back to his world. Moonlit stone towers stand. This is Genmel Monastery. Inside, the Sun God Church is the church with the most followers on the continent of Rosenda. This monastery is under that church. Novices whisper that Julian the atheist is here and say that they are sure he is here to purge someone. He smiles in silence. A nervous priest steps forward and asks what brings him to their monastery. He says that he is here to see the High Abbot. The priest stammers about the abbot and says that he did not hear that he was coming. Footsteps approach. A nun bows and says that she will lead the way and asks him to follow. He walks beside the nun and thinks that they sent someone to guide him. Purple light ripples and the nun's form changes. She turns with a smile and says that he is here sooner than she expected and says that she honestly thought he would not come at all. He says that it has been a long time and addresses her as Miss Eleanor, and he thinks that she disabled the disguise spell right in front of his eyes. He looks around the violet-lit corridor and says that it is impressive to have hidden the Dawn Society's headquarters within such a large monastery. She says that the Archbishop is waiting for him and tells him to be respectful. He says that he will think about it. He thinks that she is much more guarded than the last time and says inwardly that it must be because the leader of the Dawn Society is inside. They enter a hall where robed members murmur that it is Julian and say that it is really him and that it is true he is back. A voice asks if he is Sir Julian. He looks toward a masked man on the dais and thinks that he is supposed to be an archbishop, but he does not seem very dignified. This is as expected of Tenelron, shown as a regular farmer who was selected by a sacred relic to lead the Dawn Society. Eleanor steps closer and says that Julian is in the presence of the archbishop and asks him to kneel. He lifts his hand and says that he asks why he should. She faces him and says that he chose to join them and says that he must prove his loyalty. He lifts a hand and laughs and says that he is not here to place his hopes in some noble faith and says that he is here to establish a cooperative relationship. He spreads his arms while thinking that Julian suddenly turning toward faith is ridiculous and thinks that he needs to act shameless like this. He thinks that everyone here is aiming for his status and influence and thinks that he similarly needs help from the god they serve. Hooded members protest and say that Julian is rude and say that he is arrogant and is trying to flaunt useless pride. The masked archbishop raises a hand and says enough. He says that if it is to establish a cooperative relationship, then there is no need to test him like this, and he says that everyone other than Julian and Eleanor is dismissed. The robed members answer that yes, Archbishop, and whisper about what he is trying to do. He snorts and says PFFT. The Archbishop says that he is really as arrogant as the rumors and says that he likes it. He waves and says to follow him because he has something to show. The MC startles and thinks with a question mark. The Archbishop walks to a corridor and says that only bishops and above have access beyond this point. He asks if that is so. The Archbishop says that this is where the sacred relic is. He thinks that it is the sacred relic. Carrying a lamp, the Archbishop asks why he thinks he is showing this place. He asks why that is. The Archbishop says that he does not want to let him leave like this. He reacts with confusion. The Archbishop says that if they let him leave now, it would mean turning him into their enemy, and says that Julian allied with the Dawn Society would be interesting. Julian asks if he is fine with forming a cooperative relationship and the latter says that he will grant him the rank of bishop so he can fully utilize the Dawn Society's power. Eleanor stiffens and says, "Your Excellency, why are you suddenly doing this?" He says that he is giving the hero of the northern battlefield the treatment he deserves. She starts to object, and he asks how she dares to question his decision. She says that she apologizes. He asks Julian if he is satisfied. He smiles and says yes, thank you, Your Excellency. The masked Archbishop laughs and says that he will show something worthwhile since he came all the way. Red liquid roars in a circular pit. They approach. He thinks that the golden chalice must be the sacred relic. The Archbishop says that this is the relic that chose him. The sacred relic, star of the demon god, and says that it can draw the latent power of the demon god Barbados into physical form. The Archbishop lifts a black object from the red light. He asks whether he has seen something like this before. He answers that it is a horn of a demon. The Archbishop says that, using this relic, he can create the horn of demons, the power source of the demons, and asks if it is not wonderful. A gray image of a horn hangs in his mind. He thinks that he has never seen a horn being created but understands what it can do and thinks that, if he were to use it, he is sure. The Archbishop calls his name. He says that creating a demon's horn is fascinating. He asks whether the horn can let him use a demon's power. The Archbishop says that is correct. He says that he has come to the right place and that the horn is what he needs to fulfill his dream. The Archbishop says that he can keep the demon's horn. He thinks that he is giving it away this easily. Archbishop Tenelron says that many demons must be sacrificed in order to create a single horn, and Tenelron says that it requires a lot of resources but gives that much power. Tenelron chuckles and says that he wonders how strong it will be in Julian's hands and says that perhaps Julian will be able to overcome the Sword Saint. Julian thinks that he is well aware of the power the horn can bring him since human-type demons are also created using this horn. Julian thinks that, rather than borrowing the power of a demon, it is more accurate to say one becomes a demon, and Julian thinks that he does not even want to imagine that happening to him. He asks himself how he should refuse this. Eleanor says that she thinks it is a bit too early to give Julian the horn. Archbishop Tenelron repeats that it is too early. Eleanor says that Julian has not decided to join them yet and says that the horn is the root of power in the organization. Eleanor adds that the other members would not look on it favorably. Archbishop Tenelron hums and says, "Is that so?" Julian thinks that he can hear everything. Julian says that he will return the horn for now and says that this is not the reason he decided to visit in the first place. Archbishop Tenelron says that he sees Julian as more considerate than expected, and Tenelron says that convincing Eleanor will take more effort. Tenelron asks if he can request a favor. Julian smiles and asks what kind of favor. Tenelron explains that spirit stones, the ingredient needed to make the horn, can only be obtained from the heart of demons with at least 3 horns. He says that the spirit stone is also the vessel that holds the remnants of the demon god's will. He asks Julian to bring these to him and says that this should not be too difficult. Julian adds that going out of his way to look for 3-horned demons without orders from the imperial court would be too suspicious even for him. Archbishop Tenelron says that Julian will not have to worry about that and says, in a red whisper, that the Dawn Society will take care of that. Few days later, inside a train, Julian thinks, what the hell just happened? Julian thinks that the Archbishop accepted him as a member of the society and even granted him the rank of a bishop. He thinks that as soon as he joined he received an order to hunt down a 3-horned demon. That they must have people planted in the imperial court as well. He thinks that they are too big and powerful to be called a mere secret organization and that they are almost like an entire country. He thinks that this is troublesome. Heron smiles and says that it is a blessing there is public transport connecting different cities. Julian answers that Heron is right and thinks, with a sigh, that he forgot about this guy. Julian asks Heron whether Heron is also going to Berniden. Heron answers that that is right and says that Berniden is where the Ascension Festival of the Sun God Church is held, and says that he will be going as the representative of the Kriphart family. He adds that once Julian is finished with his mission, he should try to enjoy the festivities of the Ascension Festival. Julian thinks that he should agree with Heron for now and says that he will if he has the time. An announcement says that they have arrived at Berniden. Heron says that then he will be off. Julian answers, yes, Heron. Heron says, just in case, that Julian should not provoke Margrave Orinal. Heron explains that Margrave Orinal used to be very close to the Highlands family, which Julian obliterated, and Heron adds that Orinal therefore will not be fond of Julian. Julian answers quietly that yes, and he thinks that he has another thing to worry about, thanks to Julian. Julian steadies his step and thinks that he is only here to defeat the demons and that he should not have to run into Margrave Orinal. Margrave Orinal, seated in his office with fingers steepled, orders that Julian please delay the mission. Julian tilts his head and says that, sorry. Margrave Orinal continues that the city is limiting entry to the Pillen Forest to Sun Church members to prepare for the Ascension Festival. Julian states that the 3-horned demon is in that forest and claims that the festival will be ruined. Margrave Orinal asks if the demon has shown itself yet and then argues that it has not, which is why he asks Julian to delay the mission. Margrave Orinal declares that the Ascension Festival is the pride of this city and that they cannot ruin the festival for a demon that has not been active yet. Julian, expression cooling, thinks that Margrave Orinal is not listening and that the demon could appear in the middle of the festival. Margrave Orinal proposes that the festival will be held in a week and suggests that Julian enjoy it first, adding that no matter how cold-blooded Julian is, he should be able to enjoy a festival. A child's voice cries, "Daddy." Julian turns with a questioning sound. Margrave Orinal stiffens and shouts, Tarina. Tarina peeks in, eyes sparkling, and asks who this person is and says that he is really handsome. Julian observes in thought that she must be Sir Orinal's daughter. Margrave Orinal rushes forward and yells to stay away from him and to come here quickly. Julian, calm, wonders if Margrave Orinal really thinks he would attack a little kid. A system glow outlines father and daughter with the notice. Color of negation. Fear. Julian closes the discussion by saying that they shall continue this talk another day and steps out into the night. Margrave Orinal gathers Tarina protectively. In the corridor, Julian exhales and says, "Phew." Outside, subordinates hurry up. One soldier calls, "Sir Julian." Another asks how it went. Julian answers that Margrave Orinal was very adamant and says that he was not able to stop the mission from being delayed. One subordinate reacts and asks if that is so and whether they should recall the Shut Eyes members stationed in the forest. Julian stops the suggestion with a hand and says no, to leave them be. The subordinate stammers, "Huh." But, Julian looks over the festive streets being prepared and states that the festival will not be happening as planned. A subordinate, eyes widening, asks if that means what they think it means, while Julian's gaze remains steady on the city that is decorating itself for a celebration he expects to be interrupted. Julian explains that Berniden is where most players first come across a three-horned demon. He emphasizes that such a creature is not just powerful, it's catastrophic. With a hand resting on his chin, he remarks that the festival might soon collapse into chaos. He outlines the horn system. The more horns a demon bears, the stronger and more dangerous it becomes. From 3 horns upward, each demon gains a unique name and a specific ability. He cites an example, Hamelin, a parasitic beast cloaked in earthy reds, wrapped in a mantle of fur, its eyes searing with an internal fire. He describes its methods. Hamelin does not merely attack, it infests. Any area it occupies becomes warped into a personal fortress, no longer a place, but a trap. Entrances and exits shift unpredictably. The land rots into a poisonous swamp. Julian recounts how adventurers who venture in stumble out in panic, their bodies failing them. Some collapse within minutes. And even escapees are not safe. Hamelin wages psychological war beyond its borders, breaking minds as easily as it corrupts soil. He notes that these effects make the area nearly impossible to clear. The scene shifts to a quiet inn. Julian sets down a white cup, eyes narrowing. He reasons that Hamelin must be close to finishing its nest. He predicts Sir Orinal will summon him soon. A guard bursts in, breath steaming in the cool air, and announces that Sir Orinal requests Julian at the mansion immediately. Julian notes the haste and the guard, flustered, apologizes for interrupting his meal. At the mansion, Julian arrives already expecting the news. His expression is unreadable. Across the room, the Margrave trembles. Sir Orinal, seated stiffly behind his desk, speaks with difficulty. He says that his daughter, Tarina, hasn't woken since last night. Even the city's best physician is baffled. He adds that similar cases have surfaced. Children across Berniden falling into unexplained comas. Julian hums quietly, absorbing the details, and concludes aloud that it's already begun. Sir Orinal rises suddenly, his voice shaking as he demands whether Julian doesn't find it strange how a perfectly healthy child could suddenly fall unconscious. Julian, calm, asks what exactly the Margrave is implying. Sir Orinal, face slick with sweat, claims he has a theory. This is no illness. It's the work of a demon. Julian pauses, then confirms it. He says that the cause is almost certainly the beast Hamelin, hidden in the Pirun forest. Julian elaborates. The creature implants seeds in living beings, converting them into loyal vessels. He clarifies that the infection does not harm adults, but for children, it is fatal. He warns that for Tarina, it may already be too late. Sir Orinal staggers back, shouting that it's impossible. Then he lunges forward, falling to his knees. He pleads with Julian, begging him to destroy the demon at once. He cries that the Ascension Festival means nothing now, only his daughter's life matters. Julian looks down at the Margrave and notes that he changes his tune quickly. He then asks, pointedly, whether Orinal truly wants to save her. Sir Orinal answers immediately, he'll do anything. Julian's gaze sharpens. He repeats the word, anything, and presses further. Would the Margrave be willing to act in ways that might endanger Berniden itself? Sir Orinal goes rigid, clutching a folded cloth. His breath is shallow. After a long pause, He bows his head and declares that he will take full responsibility for any consequences. Julian nods once. He says that in that case, he will proceed with the eradication of Hamelin. Sir Orinal gasps out a desperate thank you. A wide view spreads over a green field. Workers rush across it, carrying sloshing buckets. They splash the contents, fuel, over soil, stone, and timber. Mud mixes with the slick liquid as it pours out. An aide approaches Julian and informs him that the preparations are complete. The aide hesitates, glancing at the sun-dappled trees, and quietly asks if this is truly necessary. The forest is beautiful. Julian replies that leaving a known threat untouched would be reckless. He then turns to face the aide directly. The aide's voice lowers. He asks if Julian really means to burn the forest down. Julian confirms that this is not a clearing, it is a destruction. He notes that, in the game, this was the most effective way to defeat Hamelin. The aide mutters that Sir Orinal might be furious. Julian reassures him. The Margrave has already chosen safety over celebration. Julian raises a hand. He gives the order. Begin. Torches ignite with a snap. Voices shout commands. Start the fire. Burn it thoroughly. Flames race across the drenched earth, licking up the brush. Panel by panel, the fire spreads, vivid orange and blinding white. Within the smoke and searing heat, something shifts. A pair of red eyes opens. The burning thickets twist inward, bending into shape. A massive figure rises from within the inferno. Thorns jut from its limbs. Its gaze glows like molten glass. The silhouette of Hamelin emerges, framed by flames. Jagged lettering clatters across the frame as the beast lets out a soul-splitting roar. From within the flames, the demon howls. Nearby, members of the Shut Eyes unit freeze, then erupt into motion. They shout that it's time to fight, but before they can move, Julian lifts a hand. He tells them to stand down. He says he will face the demon alone. The agents stop in their tracks, stunned. One stammers, asking if he truly intends to fight a three-horned demon by himself. Julian responds with a faint, tilted smile. As he draws his blade, firelight spills across the metal, gleaming over the folds of his uniform. He confirms that yes, he does. Their presence would only slow him down. Flames rise around him as he steps forward. Embers whirl in his wake. He plants his feet, squares his shoulders, sword raised high. Julian's grip tightened around his sword as he advanced through the burning forest. Each step radiated confidence. The sight before him made him cover his mouth and smile. There it was, the Hamelin monster, glaring at him with furious intensity. The creature swung its arm in rage, smashing the ground where he just stood. Using his agility, Julian leapt back and mockingly declared that Hamelin's efforts were useless. The taunt only deepened its anger. Drawing the moonlight sword, he let its blue aura envelop the blade and charged forward, slashing so close that the beast flinched. He remarked that the flames had weakened it, and that it should vanish beneath his sword. The monster's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, beams of light surrounded its body. Julian covered his nose, realizing it was Hamelin's pollen. The system warned him that it caused hypnosis and convulsions to assault the mind. He cursed aloud that he had forgotten about that, then smirked and said that he had more up his sleeve. The system confirmed his resistance to Hamelin's mental attack, stunning the monster. A dense aura flared around Julian as more notifications appeared. His arrogance, two-faced, and cold-faced traits had all activated. Calmly, he thought that a lowly demon's mental strike could never affect him. The monster roared, but Julian only smiled, eyes flashing blood red, and asked what could drive a madman madder. He then charged and unleashed a devastating slash. The explosion that followed split the monster in two, revealing a glowing red crystal. Julian sighed, thinking the fight was finally over. His subordinates approached, asking if he was unharmed. He gave them a cold glance before softening his tone, saying that he was fine. Back at Orinal's post, the man stared at the burning forest, trembling with worry. Julian approached, thanking him for his support during the extermination and assuring him that the royal family would praise his bravery. He then asked whether Orinal's daughter had awakened. Orinal replied shakily that she was slowly recovering. Julian smiled and offered a necklace, asking him to give it to the girl. When Orinal asked what it was, Julian explained that it was a necklace made from Hamelin's fragments. Shocked, Orinal demanded to know why. Julian calmly explained that the girl's magical power made her the first affected by Hamelin's pollen, and since she possessed S-rank aptitude, she deserved a magical item of such rarity. Suspicious, Orinal pressed further, saying Julian had no reason to treat him kindly. Julian replied that he simply valued talented mages. When Orinal accused him of having ulterior motives, Julian merely said that it was courtesy for his cooperation, nothing more. Orinal feigned agreement but thought bitterly that Julian must know of his close relationship with the clan he destroyed. He suspected ulterior motives behind every polite gesture. Finishing his duties, Julian took his leave, thanking Orinal once again for his help in the extermination. After Julian left, Orinal stared at the necklace, murmuring that Julian hadn't asked for anything, only walked away in silence. He then entered his daughter's room, telling her she looked healthier. Smiling, he handed her the necklace as a recovery gift. The girl blushed with delight, saying that it was beautiful. Orinal patted her head and asked if she liked it. She nodded eagerly. He sighed with relief. The item seemed harmless. Watching her joy filled him with quiet surprise, though he resolved to inform the noble council. He thought grimly about how they had delayed the extermination to follow the chairman's plan to restrain Julian, and how that nearly cost his daughter Tarina's life. There would be no more alliances. He prayed silently for forgiveness, admitting they had chosen family peace over revenge. Meanwhile, Julian boarded a train bound for his organization, holding a small wooden box. Inside was the demon's heart, Hamlin's stone. He admired the dark energy it emitted, noting that though it seemed ordinary, its aura reeked of malice. He pondered his next move. Handing it to the Dawn Association could earn trust, but perhaps there was a better use for it. A crewman announced that they would soon dock in Londrian. Julian muttered that he needed to return to the capital first and hide the stone before discovery brought disaster. Then, light footsteps approached. Rinne appeared, looking for her seat, which happened to be right beside him. Their eyes met, tension instantly thickening the air. Julian cursed inwardly at his bad luck. She was from Hayden's faction. He forced a smile, thinking it would be dangerous if she noticed the demon stone. He discreetly placed the box in his bag. Then he greeted her casually, remarking that fate had brought them together. She frowned and looked away, clearly displeased. He noted her reaction and teased that she must be wondering why he was here. She admitted she was. He replied that he had business in Bernadine and observed that she seemed bound for a warmer place, pretending not to notice part of her clothing sticking out of her bag. She dismissed the comment, and he apologized for any discomfort, grateful for the distraction that drew her attention away from his cargo. But then Rinne suddenly called his name, startling him. Her suspicious eyes narrowed as she remarked that their meeting seemed too coincidental, asking if he was following her. Julian feigned surprise and explained that his trip had been arranged by the royal secretaries, suggesting that perhaps she was the one watching him. The remark caught her off guard. She stammered in protest. Julian only smirked and said there was no need for such an overreaction. Her words made the girl shyly turn her face away, while Julian muttered inwardly that he had nearly been exposed and needed to hide the jewel somewhere safe. He thought bitterly that, had he known it would come to this, he would never have taken the ruby out in the first place. Suddenly, Rinne gave him a cold look and remarked that the jewel box seemed rather important to him. The comment made Julian flinch, and she continued, saying that he kept touching it endlessly. He didn't answer right away, only wondering to himself if she had already realized what it was. Finally, he stammered that it was just an ordinary jewel box. His awkward tone made her look at him with suspicion. She then said that living so indulgently must be tiring, and that she had heard his sword required gemstones. Relieved she hadn't identified it, Julian sighed quietly and forced a smile, saying that more jewels were always better. As he spoke, he carefully slid the box back into his suitcase, but before he could latch it, the train screeched to a sudden stop. He cursed silently, asking why such an emergency had to happen now. The speaker crackled to life, announcing that the train had halted due to heavy rain. In that moment, the jewel box slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Watching the gemstone roll across the floor, Julian's heart sank. Rinne bent down, picked it up, and gave him a cold stare. He hastily said that she should please return it to him. Inside, he thought that she definitely knew it was a gemstone, and wondered what would happen next. She examined it and remarked that it seemed to lack vitality, adding that it was a pity for someone so enamored with jewels to not know how to cherish them. She then placed the stone back into the box and handed it to him. Taking it back, Julian exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps the Hayden faction was still unaware of the gemstone's true nature. As he put the box away again, his hands trembled. He muttered that the encounter had probably shaved 10 years off his life, yet noted that moments like these were when an emotionless face truly proved its worth. When the journey ended, he tried to lighten the tension by saying that the train was more comfortable than a carriage, though sitting too long was still tiring. He didn't speak without purpose. The sudden silence after the rain had stopped made his heart pound, so he rambled to calm himself. Rene responded dryly that traveling with him was like being in hell. Julian tilted his head, smiled, and said that he was simply happy to have someone to talk to, all while thinking that he no longer knew what he was saying. A servant then approached, bowed, and told Rene that her carriage was ready to take her to the academy dormitory. She nodded and thanked him. Seeing the chance to leave, Julian thought he needed to get away quickly, waved goodbye, and said he would take his leave first. Just as he turned, Rene called after him, asking him to wait. His voice tightened as he asked what it was, already imagining she had discovered the jewel. After a pause, she said that she wanted to thank him for what he had done in the slum district, that it wasn't personal gratitude, but thanks from one swordsman to another. Feeling another wave of anxiety, Julian sighed softly and replied that it was nothing, adding that they were both followers of Hayden Wright. She shook her head, saying that he had already been expelled. He then turned away, remarking that she remained as cold as ever, while she watched him go and told the servant to proceed. The servant nodded in reply. The next day at Shut Eye's headquarters, Captain Ordwin asked Julian if he liked Bernadine. Julian gave a dry smile and said that he wouldn't go that far. Then, eyeing the towering stacks of papers on the table, he asked what all that was. Ordwin groaned, tearing her hair in frustration, saying that it was all his fault and that the paperwork had piled up beyond reason. Julian stepped closer and joked that with so much paperwork, Bernadine must be popular indeed, thinking to himself that he sounded just like Julian from before, acting crazy just to see how she'd react. After a moment, Ordwin shouted, demanding if he knew why all that work had accumulated. He laughed and said that it must be due to her negligence. She exploded, yelling that it was absolutely his fault for setting fire to the Pyrene forest. Julian raised his hands, telling her to calm down, saying that Shut Eye's members were allowed to act on judgment in the field. She clutched her head and said she was foolish for even asking, explaining that most of the letters were warnings from the Sun Church since the Pyrene forest was sacred to them. She added that the Imperial Court would handle it, but thanks to him, her workload had doubled. Julian replied indifferently that she should see it that way, which only enraged her further. He thought to himself that her sharpness irritated him even more, though he apologized internally. Holding up a few letters, she mentioned that one proposal had been sent directly to him, a request to give a speech at Veal Academy. Julian examined the letter and muttered that it contained a new clause he hadn't seen before. Then she mentioned a name that startled him: the Genmel Monastery. Remembering his past conversation with Tenelrin, Julian had said that he wasn't foolish enough to hunt the three-horned demon without imperial orders, since that would be too suspicious. Tenelrin had reassured him that they would handle everything, but recalling that promise now made him uneasy. Ordwin continued, saying that the Sun Church viewed him as a thorn in their side, and yet he had submitted a proposal to them. Her sharp tone sent chills down Julian's spine. With her insight, she had already realized there was something deeper about him, something Julian couldn't hide. Julian gritted his teeth, thinking that the cult leader intended to send the report directly to the Shut Eyes unit from the start. The tension in the room was suffocating when Lazarus suddenly burst through the door, shouting that the royal secretary demanded to know what had happened in Bernadine. His sudden arrival startled them both. It was urgent, and he had clearly come at the worst possible time. Julian's expression turned awkward, though inside he was secretly relieved, thanking fate that Lazarus had appeared to rescue him. Realizing he had interrupted something serious, Lazarus quickly apologized to Commander Odwin and asked if he should return later. But Odwin, clearly exhausted from arguing, sighed and said that it wasn't necessary. She told Julian to go and to take his documents with him. Julian, genuinely relieved, thanked her and said they would meet again. He left with Lazarus, grateful that the tension had dissolved. As they walked, Lazarus took the chance to ask if it was true that Julian had defeated the three-horned demon god alone, saying that the rumor had spread throughout the capital. Julian smiled faintly and replied that it was nothing worth mentioning. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly shaken, thinking that he had been close to death during that fight. The letter from the Dawn cult, however, was what truly concerned him, far more dangerous than the demon itself. He told Lazarus to wait outside the secretariat while he finished reading it. When alone, Julian carefully opened the letter to see what it contained. At first, the contents seemed harmless, almost disappointingly ordinary. But that itself was suspicious. The Dawn cult would never send something so plain. Then, as he expected, black mist seeped from the parchment and formed into a large, pitch-black serpent. The creature spoke in a low voice, saying that the Archbishop wished Bishop Julian to come to the district. The letter had been concealed with sound-masking magic. Judging by the phrasing, he suspected it had been written by Eleanor herself. He realized they were after the demon stone of the three-horned god. But how had they known his exact return date to the capital? Information known only to the commander and the secretariat. The precision unsettled him deeply. Still, he had no choice but to comply. Arriving at the Dawn Cult's district, Julian immediately felt the weight of stairs. Fear and curiosity filled the air as he walked through the corridors, forcing a strained smile. Being scrutinized like that always made him uneasy. After a tense moment, Bishop Eleanor appeared to greet him. He mentioned that everyone's eyes on him were unnerving. Eleanor simply laughed, saying nothing could be done about that. His aura alone kept most people away. She removed her disguise and invited him to walk with her. As they went, she spoke with fascination about his recent exploits. Defeating the three-horned demon god and burning down the Pyrene forest. She said that hearing the tale from his own mouth would be an honor. Julian was flattered but quickly turned serious, saying that her method of contacting him, through such blatant letters, was far too risky. Eleanor waved off his concern, saying that with her cipher magic, no one could decode the message anyway. Julian replied cautiously that there was always a chance of failure and asked her not to repeat it. Amused, she asked how he planned to stay in touch now. Julian smiled and said that from now on, he would receive information only through direct meetings. Eleanor was surprised but didn't press the matter. She said lightly that he must already know where to find her. Inside, she suspected he only wanted to see her reaction, because there was no way he could know her true identity so easily. After leaving Eleanor, Julian went to meet Archbishop Tenerin, who greeted him with loud excitement, saying that it was an honor to finally see him and asking to show the three-horned demon's stone. But Julian, of course, hadn't brought it. He smiled politely and said that he hadn't brought any demon stones. Tenerin frowned, repeating his question, asking where the stones were since Julian had supposedly slain the demon god himself. Julian calmly replied that he had already handed them over to the royal secretariat. The archbishop's expression darkened. His fury grew as he demanded confirmation, and Julian repeated firmly that the stones were with the royal secretariat. The other bishops began to tremble, whispering that the archbishop was enraged and asking if Julian had gone mad. Then, with a snarl, Tenerin began conjuring a red aura around his hand and demanded that Julian explain himself. Though reluctant, Julian forced himself to justify his choice, saying that sometimes one must retreat a step to advance three. But his words did little to calm them. The room was filled with resentment and disbelief. To them, his action was nothing short of betrayal. And betrayal within the Dawn cult demanded punishment. Julian turned toward the furious bishops with a mocking smile, saying that their thinking was as shallow as he had expected. His words provoked outrage. They shouted in anger, demanding what he meant by that. Julian sighed and explained that if betrayal were his goal, he would never have shown up before them. He told them that the reason he had handed over the demon's magic stone was to exploit the Empire's intelligence network. He explained that the stone he gave away was the first officially documented three-horned demon stone. If the Empire uncovered its potential, they would begin mass hunting similar stones. Once the Empire identified one location, the Dawn cult could trace many more. Tenerin, seeing the logic, admitted that the strategy wasn't bad. But the other bishops were unconvinced. To them, discarding a divine artifact was heresy. Sensing the need to press further, Julian smiled and added that there was another reason. Since his victory over the three-horned demon god, countless rumors had spread, calling him the Pillar of Shut Eyes, the next sacred sword, even a hero. He told them that with so many eyes watching, especially those of their enemies, including the Archbishop himself, this was the perfect opportunity to expose who among them was scheming against the cult. His words were met with groans and disbelief. Some accused him of spouting nonsense. When one bishop shouted for his arrest, Julian calmly placed his hand on his sword and asked if they truly intended to face him. A blue aura began to flicker around his blade. The tension rose until Tenerin intervened, shouting to know who had authorized such action. But before order could be restored, a reckless bishop lunged at Julian. Julian moved swiftly, parrying the strike and driving his blade into the attacker's abdomen. The man collapsed, blood spilling onto the floor. Julian stood tall, his expression calm but triumphant, and told the shaken crowd that if they wanted answers, he would give them one. The man responsible for his actions was none other than his former master, the Holy Sword Hayden Wright. The name struck the hall like thunder. Tenerin's face contorted with rage, his power flaring uncontrollably. As Julian expected, the mention of the sacred knight's name sent the archbishop into a frenzy. Julian feigned concern, remarking that Hayden had long doubted him and that it had tormented him deeply. Only then did he notice that Tenorin's eye patch hid a real scar, evidence that Julian's story had struck too close to home. Feigning calm, Julian explained that since he had slain the three-horned beast without presenting its spoils, suspicion naturally fell upon him first. The Archbishop's fury softened. He admitted that Julian's reasoning made sense. A cold-hearted man like Hayden Wright would even suspect his own disciple. Gaining the Archbishop's trust, Julian smiled as Tenorin clasped his hand, declaring that he finally understood Julian's motives for joining the Dawn cult. Julian outwardly rejoiced, though inwardly he laughed. They had grasped his meaning, yet completely misunderstood his intent. Returning to his office, Julian sat at his desk, reflecting that the immediate danger had passed. If he could continue balancing his role between the Empire and the Dawn cult, he might truly reach the endgame of this intricate chessboard. Yet one problem remained: the shadow constantly following him. He had ignored it at first, but its movements were too deliberate to dismiss. It felt like a spy's presence, one he could no longer overlook. While he pondered, Lazarus entered cheerfully, delivering an order from the Secretariat. Julian kept his composure and told him to place it on the table. Though something felt off, Lazarus obeyed quickly, thinking that Julian seemed calmer than the rumors suggested. Still uneasy, he prepared to leave, but Julian stopped him. Julian asked if Lazarus had been busy lately, noting the workload must be heavy. Forced to reply, Lazarus admitted that even as an apprentice, he had been given important tasks and was grateful for the experience. Julian found this amusing, remarking that for someone in training, Lazarus seemed to be handling rather sensitive matters. Without giving him time to answer, Julian continued, reminding him that he had brought a message from the Secretariat on the same day Julian returned with the Soul Stone. Confused, Lazarus replied that the Soul Stone was indeed significant, even he was curious about it. At that, Julian's tone sharpened. He exclaimed that an apprentice like Lazarus should not have known that term at all. He reminded him that he had been the first to mention the Soul Stone, yet Lazarus had responded without hesitation. Only 3 entities knew of it: himself, the Empire, and the Dawn cult. Julian stepped closer, laying a hand on Lazarus' shoulder, his voice low and deliberate. He said it was impossible that Shut Eyes or the Secretariat would entrust such knowledge to an apprentice, unless the Dawn cult had been influencing operations from within. Lazarus froze, realizing the truth had been uncovered. Julian smiled calmly, telling him not to be afraid. He didn't intend to act recklessly. Startled, Lazarus asked why. Julian replied softly that he only wanted to talk, as men should. Seeing no point in hiding any longer, Lazarus sighed and said that there was nothing left to conceal. He reached for his chest, drew out an ancient necklace inlaid with a purple gem, and declared that the time for secrets was over. The gem began to pulse with a strange radiance, its power filling the air. Julian, startled, remarked that it must be a form of mental magic, one that reshaped the mind and spirit. Before his eyes, Lazarus' entire presence changed. His hair slicked back, his posture confident, his tone sharp and self-assured. Lazarus explained that in the palace, mental magic was a necessity. Without it, survival among monsters was impossible. Julian, clearly pleased, said that he preferred this version of Lazarus much more. Lazarus, no fool, said that Julian must have had a reason for sparing him. Julian's expression brightened, saying that indeed, he had a proposal. He asked whether Lazarus wished to work under him. Lazarus blinked in confusion, unsure he had heard correctly. Julian clarified bluntly that he wanted Lazarus to become his spy, a double agent. The revelation stunned Lazarus. He demanded to know if Julian intended to betray the Dawn Society. Julian calmly replied that betrayal was an ugly word. He simply wanted to make his operations more convenient. Lazarus scoffed, saying he wasn't a dog to obey commands, but Julian was prepared for that reaction. With a disarmingly calm voice, Julian drew out a letter and noted that Lazarus had been donating a considerable sum to an orphanage each month. A generous act, especially for an apprentice. Lazarus froze, his expression pale. Julian continued coldly that the orphanage must be dear to him, and that something unfortunate happening there would surely devastate him. Then, laughing lightly, Julian waved off the threat as a joke and slammed his hand on the desk, saying that if Lazarus cooperated, he would make a donation, a gift, to that very orphanage. Lazarus, wary, asked what kind of gift he meant. Julian smiled faintly and said that he had recently grown very interested in charity. Seeing no other choice, Lazarus clenched his jaw and accepted the offer. Days later, while riding in a carriage, Aiden questioned whether Lazarus had brought the requested information. Lazarus handed him a sealed scroll, saying that it contained the next known location of the Holy Sword Hayden Reich and that the Noble Council had already filed a petition concerning it. Aiden dismissed the petition as irrelevant, focusing instead on Hayden's movements, and ordered Lazarus to report them to the Archbishop. Lazarus nodded dutifully, but the doubt in his eyes didn't escape notice. Aiden asked if something was wrong, saying Lazarus didn't look like himself. Though Lazarus quickly denied it, his tone betrayed uncertainty. Inside, he wrestled with guilt. Should he tell the truth or protect Julian? The Dawn Council had sheltered him, but Julian had promised something he couldn't ignore. A letter of recommendation that would allow his sister Sharnia and the orphans to enroll in the Royal Academy. For their sake, Lazarus chose silence. Meanwhile, Julian returned home, but strangely, he felt no satisfaction from his victory. He recalled how he had discovered Lazarus' identity as a spy, by instinct alone. The supposed orphanage records he'd used to corner him were fabricated, but Lazarus' reaction had confirmed everything. If Lazarus had stayed calm, he might have noticed the bluff. Julian was about to enter his home when the maid informed him that a message had arrived from his main family. The letter announced that his older sister, Renia Kryfart, was soon to be married and that the family would be pleased if he attended. At first, Julian hesitated and said he was too busy. Then, reconsidering, he smiled and told the maid to reply that he would definitely attend. He had remembered something. The Kryfart family still possessed a particular ceremonial outfit that he wanted to see again. That excitement, however, faded quickly when the maid mentioned that the outfit in question was a pink suit he used to treasure. Embarrassed, Julian muttered that he'd rather wear something more dignified. The maid, puzzled, asked if he wasn't fond of that suit. It had been his favorite for years. Julian only smiled awkwardly, cursing himself internally. He decided to buy a new outfit instead. At the clothing shop, Julian's intimidating presence terrified the staff into silence. Unaware, he happily browsed through the garments, thinking the shop's elegant selection would help him compensate for his poor sense of style. But after waiting in vain for assistance, he grew puzzled and asked if anyone could help him choose. His polite question sent the staff scattering in fear, leaving him alone and bewildered. As he struggled to decide, another customer entered, Professor Eileen, elegantly dressed and radiant. The shopkeeper greeted her warmly, commenting on how long it had been since her last visit. Eileen laughed that such was the life of a scholar, and though Julian had once nearly ruined her research by purchasing all her moonstone crystals, she was now thriving again thanks to new imperial commissions. Today, however, her visit was purely personal. She needed a dress for a wedding, the wedding of the Kryfart family's third daughter. The shopkeeper immediately guided her to the private collection of formal gowns. After browsing, Eileen sighed with delight, saying it felt refreshing to escape her laboratory at last. But then she froze. Across the room stood Julian. Her mind went blank. She ducked behind a rack, whispering in disbelief that he, a minor member of the Kryfart family, was actually here shopping for the same event. Watching him inspect an unflattering outfit, she felt horror dawn on her. That hideous suit, surely he wasn't planning to wear that. Julian, admiring the plain attire, thought it looked perfectly formal. Eileen, nearly panicking, decided she had to stop him before he embarrassed the entire family. She stepped forward and asked sharply whether he truly intended to buy that outfit. Julian was startled to see her, realizing she had probably been observing him the whole time. Eileen, as cutting as ever, remarked that his flashy fashion sense had blinded him to the meaning of what he was choosing. Suspicious, she asked if he truly didn't understand the significance of that suit, or if his resentment toward the Kryfart family was so deep that he planned to use it to make a public statement, declaring his break from noble society itself. Julian froze, utterly stunned. He stared at the outfit, heart pounding, wondering what she meant, and what on earth the true meaning of that suit could possibly be. A bead of sweat slid down Julian's forehead as he tried to answer. Eileen had appeared out of nowhere and spoke strangely, saying that she was only trying to choose something to wear to the wedding. He stayed calm on the surface, though suspicion stirred inside him. She then said that she was talking about the symbol on the back, which confused him. When she turned the shirt around, she revealed 3 swords piercing a throne. She explained that the emblem once belonged to knightly families and was used when executing enemies who had sworn oaths. She added that although the meaning had faded and become a fashion trend, someone with his reputation shouldn't show up to a wedding wearing it. His face darkened as he touched his chin and said that he understood, while chaos pushed at him from within. He thought he couldn't possibly know such things when he had never been Julian before. He forced a cheerful look even as he inwardly groaned about how exhausting it was to sort through endless clothes, especially when his eyes kept drifting toward pinks and neon tones. He considered asking Eileen for help and eventually admitted that he was out of options. She sighed in relief, glad he finally realized it. He put on a sly smile and raised a hand toward the neon suit, saying that he planned to buy the outfit he liked. Eileen stared at the garish thing in shock and repeated his choice in disbelief. Seeing her reaction, he smirked inwardly. He knew her well enough to predict that if he kept choosing bizarre outfits, she wouldn't be able to leave him alone. With a calm, fake smile, he added that the pants should match perfectly. Eileen couldn't handle it anymore and asked if he really intended to wear that to the wedding. Her hands shook as she declared that she couldn't stand by anymore. In the name of the donation family, she would find the right outfit for him. He answered politely, thanking the family of every artist, while inwardly pleased that everything had gone exactly as planned. She rushed to pick his clothes while he stayed smug, thinking she was easy to read. She, meanwhile, judged him harshly, wondering who could have fashion sense that terrible. In the end, she chose his outfit for him. On the wedding day, a guard trembled as he accepted Julian's invitation. After verifying it, the guard stammered a welcome. Julian straightened his sleeves and walked inside with quiet confidence, though unease tugged at him. He wondered if these nerves were Julian's lingering emotions. He reminded himself that he hadn't wanted to come either, but he had one reason. The image of a medal with an orange stone, Hansik, floated into his mind, something the Kryfart family held. He remembered from the game that besides slaying demons, another way to obtain Hansik was by speaking with the family's patriarch. He opened the large door. Just thinking of Julian's father tightened his chest. Musicians stopped playing the moment he stepped inside. Guests paled. He frowned slightly and smiled faintly, wondering if stopping the music was really necessary. Crossing his arms, he walked toward the center of the hall. He muttered to himself that their unchanged stares were expected. It would be odd if they were happy to see him. Before he finished the thought, someone called out his name with joy. A girl rushed forward, her white dress shimmering. She hugged him so tightly he staggered. She said she was glad he had come. Her ruby-like eyes and bright smile lit the hall. She was Renia Kryfart. He tried to stay composed as she grabbed his hand and spoke excitedly, saying it had been a long time and she rarely saw him these days. He managed a small smile while thinking that this was the first genuine warmth Julian had received since he had taken over this body. He asked how she had been. She responded brightly, unaware of his awkwardness. He realized that although she belonged to a branch family, their relationship seemed sincerely sibling-like. The atmosphere warmed. Renia laughed while holding Eileen's hand, apologizing for her excitement. Eileen brushed it off gently. Julian stepped closer, noticing that Eileen was there just as he had expected. Renia turned and teased that they already knew each other. Eileen explained that they had been senior and junior at the academy. Julian raised his eyebrow inwardly, surprised by this unknown history. Renia looked at him mischievously, saying that he looked better than before, when he had resembled a clown. She then asked if he had chosen his outfit himself. Eileen shot him a look, her face flushing red as if demanding that he explain. He answered calmly that of course he had chosen it, since it was his sister's wedding. Eileen froze, stunned. Renia laughed, saying that was typical of him and asking Eileen why she looked so red. Eileen forced a smile and brushed it off. Renia held both their hands and thanked them for coming. Julian replied that the atmosphere was nicer than expected. Then a cold voice called Renia's name from afar. The hall grew still. Renia flinched and turned toward the sound. She greeted Joshua with a faint smile. He walked over, his cold eyes sweeping the room. She took his hand warmly, thanking him for coming despite his studies. But he stayed silent, staring at her hand. A sharp snap followed as he gripped her wrist tightly, startling her. He asked what she thought she was doing, his voice icy enough to freeze the hall. She protested in shock, but he suddenly shouted, demanding to know why she was chatting with two illegitimate branch kids at such an important party. Silence fell again. Renia pulled her hand back, irritated but trying to stay calm. She said she was simply happy to see them and that it made sense for her to greet Julian after such a long time. Joshua sneered, calling it absurd to consider Julian a brother. The hall held its breath. Julian tilted his head with a cold smile, thinking that this matched his expectations. Joshua pointed at him, saying that an illegitimate brat shouldn't think he was part of the family just by showing up. Julian smirked, pulled out his invitation, and said that he was only there because he had been invited. Joshua, furious, ripped the letter apart and let the scraps fall. He said that as the true family, he would make things clear. Leaning forward, he ordered Julian to leave. Julian gave him a thin, contemptuous smile and asked what would happen if he refused. Joshua grabbed his sword and declared he would show everyone the fate of a branch child who dared oppose the main house. People trembled as rumors about him resurfaced. Joshua, the notorious troublemaker of Bear Academy who bullied weaker students, disrupted classes, and frightened professors without consequence because of the Cryfart name. Joshua laughed and drew his sword, calling Julian the Empire's dog. The hall reeled. Julian's eyes turned cold as he asked whether Joshua was fearless or simply foolish. The temperature seemed to drop. In a single step, Julian lunged and appeared before him. Joshua's eyes widened in fear. A loud crack sounded as Julian caught the sword mid-air. Metal screeched under his grip. Joshua trembled, unable to understand how someone he had always bullied could possess such strength. Julian tightened his hold, making Joshua's bones creak. He said that grabbing his sister's wrist like that was something even a family member wouldn't dare. His low voice cut through Joshua's pride. The sword slipped from Joshua's shaking hand and clattered onto the floor. No one moved. Julian leaned closer and whispered that Joshua should be ashamed. The breath against his ear made Joshua shiver. A sharp voice then called for Julian to stop. Haran stepped from the crowd, worry written across his face. Julian turned slightly, greeting him with a cold smile. He asked whether he was supposed to stay still while Joshua insulted their sister. Haran tried to calm him, saying that everyone was watching. Joshua yanked his arm back and barked that Julian should know his place. Haran shouted at his brother to stop, reminding him that he had provoked Renia and Julian first. Joshua froze, unable to answer. The hall eased. Julian lowered his hand and fixed his collar while Haran scolded his brother again, saying he was there on behalf of their father and couldn't afford another scene. Julian touched his chin, thinking. Representing father. A figure in black stepped forward and said that the householder wouldn't be attending. Julian frowned. If the patriarch wasn't here, obtaining Hansik would be difficult. His expression sharpened. He turned to Renia and asked if she was all right, apologizing for the trouble. She smiled gently and said she was fine, and that she had done it for him. In a place full of hypocrites, she was the only one so steady it almost made others uneasy, he thought. Renia dismissed his concern with a light wave, saying that everything was fine. Julian dipped his head and answered that if she said so, then he would take his leave. His voice carried clearly across the banquet hall, catching people off guard. They wondered why he was leaving so soon, but he only smiled with calm confidence and said that he simply knew when to appear and when to disappear. Before walking off, he glanced toward a black-haired woman nearby. He stepped closer to Aileen and offered a slight bow, telling her that he appreciated her help. She froze, confused, until he added that he genuinely liked the outfit she had chosen. Under the lights he looked almost too composed, the perfect picture of the refined donation family, and Eileen's face burned. A memory surfaced. Julian once praising her magic with the gentleness of a star-filled sky. At that time, the naive younger Aileen had been quietly moved. Remembering it now made her mentally scream and claw at her own embarrassment. Renia noticed her fluster and tried to calm her, while Julian simply turned and left. He had barely stepped outside when Renia called his name. He turned quickly, surprised to see her breathlessly hurrying after him. She said he walked too fast and that she nearly missed giving him something. She handed him a small box, explaining that he had come today hoping to see their father, and that this was their mother's keepsake. Her voice trembled as she added that she had argued with their father many times over it. Julian felt curiosity stir, and the mention of conflict inside the family startled him further. He admitted softly that she was correct. The thought of a diligent woman flickered in his mind, his mother, already gone. Renia offered him a warm smile and said she had secretly brought the keepsake just to return it to him. He quietly thanked her and sighed, unsure how he had ended up with such a kind sister, then accepted the box because refusing would have felt wrong. When he opened it, a blue-lit stone rested inside, a Hansik. His own reflection trembled across its smooth surface. He sensed magic, not demonic energy, woven through it. Questions raced through his mind. How could his mother's keepsake be this? What hidden meaning was he missing? He muttered that he hadn't expected to receive it so easily, which made Renia ask what he meant. Realizing he had spoken aloud, he quickly clarified that he was just talking to himself and thanked her for returning the keepsake. She replied with a line that caught him off guard. She said she knew giving it back to him was the right choice. Noticing the faint happiness on his face, she added that she had never seen him look like that. He answered lightly that she must be mistaken, and she laughed softly, saying perhaps she was. After a brief exchange, he finally departed. Renia waved and reminded him to be careful on his way home and to visit their house again sometime. He bowed in acknowledgement and left. Soon he stood alone, staring at the stone. So the Hansik the Cryfart family guarded for years was actually his mother's memento. Pain struck his chest. Though Julian was known as the coldest man in the Empire, tears still slid down his face. He wondered if those emotions belonged to Julian or to himself. A luxurious carriage carried him away. He wiped another tear and questioned whether a fragment of Julian's humanity still lingered, deepening the struggle between who he was and the villain he had to play. But he quickly forced those thoughts aside. He had achieved his objective. He had obtained the Hansik, a relic with terrifying power. Smirking, he admired his prize. Returning to his mansion, he considered what to do next. Giving it to the Dawn Society or to the Sword Saints felt like a loss. While he debated, a sudden thought struck him, and a faint blue shimmer flashed in one eye. He remembered that Julian possessed a special trait. A virtual system message appeared. Vessel of the Demon King. It allowed him to absorb relics with evil attributes, strengthening himself by swallowing residual demon wills. But the trait would vanish the moment the Demon King truly reincarnated. That also meant he could absorb the Hansik itself, and possibly become the next Demon King. The idea tempted him. Becoming the ultimate evil god would drastically increase his chances of survival. Yet the thought also sickened him. He reminded himself why he had resisted playing Julian's role in the first place. That hypocrisy, the betrayal, the creeping loss of identity, all of it pushed back. Today's moment of crying made him feel more fragile than Julian ever had been. He forced himself to wake up, telling himself that he no longer craved power so desperately. For now, he decided to hide the Hansik. He placed it inside a large box, locked it tightly, and sealed it away. Even then, unease lingered. He wondered if he should learn a sealing spell before the Dawn Society came looking. Dropping into a chair, he tried to relax, noting how unusually silent the mansion felt. He hoped trouble would stay away a little longer. But fate ignored him. A sudden burst of purple magic flared. Julian snapped to full alert, his extraordinary intuition signaling danger. He sensed unfamiliar mana drifting through the halls. It carried no killing intent, but he still moved carefully, avoiding using his own mana to stay hidden. He tracked the energy back to his own room, and found a beautiful woman with aquamarine hair sitting calmly inside, drinking tea. Eleanor looked over with amused surprise and greeted him casually. Julian stopped in his tracks and blurted her name. She lifted her teacup and said she had waited so long that she asked his servants for tea. He said nothing at first, trying to figure out how she had entered. The faint purple mana around her made him suspect charm magic used on the servants. He finally sat, exhaled, and asked why the bishop had come. Her reflection in the teacup answered that she was here for a bit of friendly mingling between allies. He simmered at the thought of someone trespassing for such a reason, but she quickly added that she had another purpose and needed to ask him something. She set down the cup and asked whether he had subdued a demon during the slum mission. He replied that he had. She then asked if that demon had taken human form. Watching her closely, he guessed she was probing how much he understood about demonification, so he answered plainly that a person had transformed into a demon. Eleanor seemed intrigued. He added that the demon's horn differed from the one Lord Tenerin had shown them, appearing more like a replica shaped after Tenerin's crafted horn. Eleanor questioned him again, disbelief in her voice, wanting to know exactly how much he knew about demon horns and the demonification phenomenon. Julian kept his tone even and said that he didn't know as much as she imagined. Eleanor rose with a hand over her heart and admitted there was no point beating around the truth anymore. She said it seemed he knew nearly everything. Julian lifted a hand playfully, asking if her curiosity was satisfied. Turning away, Eleanor struck the floor lightly with her heel and said that if that was the case, she had no need to test him any further. Eleanor turned to leave and added in a casual tone that he seemed very well informed about the Dawn Society's internal affairs. Then her voice sharpened as she said that he surely understood which choice was wiser, and that it would be best if their blades never had to face each other, because she was not someone easy to handle. The veiled threat unsettled Julian, and sweat prickled at his neck. When she was gone, he finally exhaled and thought that Hayes was basically warning him to either give the Dawn Society absolute loyalty or step aside. He also noted that she had appeared right when he was holding the Hansik. That was enough for him to decide that this mansion was not a safe place to keep it. Later, Huron arrived carrying the box with the Hansik inside and asked if Julian truly meant to hand it over. Julian, sitting in his chair, answered that he did. Huron seemed taken aback and admitted that he had expected Julian to demand punishment for Joshua instead. Julian simply replied that Joshua was not worth the trouble. Still confused, Huron asked what exactly Julian was giving him. Julian calmly stated that it was his mother's keepsake. The words made Huron go pale. He stammered in shock and hurried over, asking if this was really Lady Melena's memento and reminding Julian that it should be a precious treasure to him. Julian told him to relax and answered brightly that yes, it was. Inwardly, though, Julian reasoned that Huron was probably the one person who would never act recklessly with the handsick, and likely did not even know its true nature. Huron did not strike him as the type to resurrect a demon god, so entrusting it to him felt safe. Huron lifted the box and asked again if Julian was sure about handing over something so important. Julian, smiling with his familiar narrowed eyes, said that he could not keep it with him for now and was entrusting it to Huron. In Huron's mind, images flooded in. Young Julian in Lady Melena's arms, the boy who became meek in front of her alone. Huron thought that Lady Melena symbolized the last scrap of humanity inside this notorious man. For Julian to hand over her keepsake to someone else felt to Huron like a declaration that he would now live fully as the Empire's hunting dog, a monster with no path back. He stared at Julian in frightened disbelief, wondering how he could be so cruel. Julian saw his expression and recognized yet another misunderstanding, but he decided that, regardless, the handsick would be safe with him. Elsewhere, Joshua sat seething on his bed, jaw clenched and eyes burning with humiliation. Bruises darkened his wrist as he pressed a white cloth to the injury. A maid with short black hair entered, timidly announcing that she had come to change the bandage. Joshua lifted his gaze with visible displeasure. He then exploded, shouting at her so violently that she recoiled in terror. His rage boiled as he thought that he, a direct heir, had actually been hurt by someone from a mere branch family. The image of Julian's taunting, confident smile flashed in his mind, enraging him further. He considered Julian an insufferably arrogant bastard. He remembered the moment Julian struck. Everything had happened so quickly that he barely sensed the attack, only the crushing pressure pouring from Julian. Joshua grudgingly admitted to himself that he had lost right then. He could not understand how a man as contemptible as Julian had drawn the attention and favor of the higher ranks. In frustration, he lashed out and knocked over the basin, water splashing across the floor. The maid turned shock white and collapsed to her knees, shaking and begging for forgiveness. Joshua sat above her, staring coldly, filling the room with suffocating tension. Unable to calm down, he suddenly stood and spun around, fury still boiling. Gritting his teeth, he called out hoarsely for someone named Alphys. Soon a tall man with black hair and a composed expression entered. Alphys Mayend, Joshua's bodyguard and former deputy captain of the Azure Lion Squad. Joshua flicked his hand to dismiss the maid, who fled in relief. Once they were alone, Joshua called Alphys over and thrust his bruised wrist at him. Alphys answered calmly that he saw the wound, which only fueled Joshua's anger. Joshua began shouting at him, demanding to know where he had been when the injury happened. When Alphys tried to explain that he had followed the Lord's orders, Joshua cut him off, insisting that this was not what he wanted to hear. He reminded Alphys that his primary duty was to protect the Krippik direct line and asked if anything could possibly be more important than his safety. Joshua continued berating him, dragging up Alphys's stained past and declaring that everything the man possessed now was thanks to him. Alphys fell silent for a moment, thinking wearily that this old refrain had returned yet again, then apologized. Joshua sneered, saying that Alphys was useless anyway and would probably freeze from fear. He snatched the wet cloth from the bucket and flung it straight into Alphys's face. Alphys took the humiliation without protest. Joshua growled that he did not want an apology from Trash. What he wanted was an apology from Julian himself. After a tense pause, Alphys quietly asked if Joshua wanted revenge. The question startled Joshua, but Alphys continued, saying firmly that he would help Joshua get his revenge by any means necessary. Joshua snapped back, demanding to know if such a method even existed. Alphys began analyzing the situation. He said that Julian was currently very strong, able to channel mana into each movement and wield a quantity of mana far beyond that of ordinary knights. He added that Julian's Moonblade, infused with this mana, was as terrifying as its owner, and that it was a sword capable of regulating its own aura, the kind of weapon every knight dreamed of. Joshua, however, grew impatient hearing his adversary described in such terms and shouted for Alphys to get to the point. Alphys's expression shifted as he proposed a bold idea. He suggested creating an environment where Julian could not use his aura. Joshua was stunned. Before he could fully react, Alphys pulled something from his coat. He revealed a flawed resonance stone. Joshua stared, confused as to why Alphys would possess such an item. Alphys explained that a normal resonance stone suppressed demonic energy within a demon, preventing access to that power. This defective one, however, functioned differently. It emitted a strange purple glow, and as it drew near, Joshua felt invisible pressure crush down on him, forcing him to bend. Alphys continued his explanation. Instead of suppressing demonic energy, this stone suppressed the mana inside people. He said that if they erected a barrier with it and trapped Julian inside, they could neutralize his aura. Joshua immediately pointed out the obvious flaw, shouting that he too would be unable to use his aura within that barrier. Alphys replied calmly that Joshua would not need his aura. He then produced something else, leaving Joshua stunned where he sat. What Alphys revealed was a demon horn, pulsing with dark energy. Joshua stared in shock, recognizing it for what it was. Meanwhile, under the sunlight, Julian was peacefully tending a pot of orchids. He smiled to himself, thinking that this recent quiet life, caring for delicate plants, made inhabiting Julian's body feel almost tolerable. That peace shattered when Razlet, his assistant, came rushing in, clearly panicked. Razlet reported breathlessly that some members of the Dawn Society were planning an ambush. Julian thought that he would have to retract his earlier words about enjoying a calm life. He frowned, fingers tightening around an orchid leaf, annoyed that Razlet's panic could damage the plant. He told Razlet that next time he should not come running in like that, because at this rate someone might discover his secret. Razlet quickly agreed. Once he had settled, Julian asked for details about the ambush, especially whether any bishops were involved. When Razlet answered that there were none, Julian scoffed, finding their scheme foolish. Razlet, still agitated, suggested that they should at least prepare some countermeasures. Julian, however, said with apparent ease that since the ambushers had not moved yet, it was better to wait and observe. Razlet was stunned, unable to understand how Julian could treat a possible ambush so casually. Julian saw the doubt in Razlet's eyes and thought that perhaps it had started when the orchid branch snapped. He muttered to himself that they were sharing the same bed but dreaming different dreams. Then he decided to ease Razlet's mind. He asked if Razlet knew a little trick, which only confused the assistant further. Holding the orchid pot, Julian explained a small life hack for orchid enthusiasts. A healthy orchid's leaf would not wrinkle easily unless there was a problem with its roots. To demonstrate, he pulled the plant from the soil, exposing the roots. He grinned, saying that as he suspected, the roots were rotting, though only the outer ones. He went on to explain that the orchid had formed its own clever defense. The outer roots acted as bait, sacrificing themselves to stop the rot from reaching the core. The word, bait, made Razlet shiver as he tried to understand the implication. Julian then dropped the subject of orchids and asked if there was any other news. Razlet reported that the Secretariat was requesting personnel for the upcoming Victory Commemoration mission, a duty Julian would also have to take on as the Academy's swordsmanship instructor. Julian reasoned that if it was a victory celebration, then Saint Sword Hayden would almost certainly attend. He disliked that idea, remembering how the sharp-eyed Holy Knight had once questioned him about Hansik. When Razlet asked if he would accept the victory assignment, Julian answered that he would not, and that this time he preferred something simpler, a mission tied to the Academy instead. Razlet was stunned. To him, Julian had always seemed obsessed with prestige, yet here he was turning down a high-profile task. In that moment Razlet realized that Julian was deliberately using himself as bait to draw out the Dawn Society. Razlet's mind raced. During the celebration, the Academy's guards would be dispatched to the palace, leaving the Academy thinly protected. If Julian stayed behind, the Dawn Society's spies would see it as the perfect opening to strike, while Julian, already aware of the ambush, could wipe them out on his own terms. Razlet finally understood that Julian's earlier story about bait had been a hint. Julian was turning himself into the lure, folding the enemy's ambush into his own stage play. Razlet shivered, convinced a bloodstorm was about to descend on the Academy, while Julian still smiled peacefully, seemingly unaware that he was acting like a true strategist. At Ville Academy, an elderly professor stood sweating nervously, forcing a smile. In contrast, Julian, the prominent figure from Shut Eyes, looked utterly at ease, wearing a faintly enigmatic smile. The professor hurried over to greet him, saying that he had not expected Julian to come in person. He explained that with the victory celebration approaching, he had assumed Julian would be too busy. Realizing he might have spoken out of turn, the professor quickly backtracked and announced how delighted he was to see him there. Julian quietly watched his flustered fear and enjoyed it. The professor then said that the students were eagerly awaiting Julian's special lecture. At the word, special, Julian gave a puzzled look and asked what he meant. Stammering, the professor clarified that it was a lecture for students about to take their practical exam, and nervously asked if Julian had not been informed. Julian narrowed his eyes, a thin line of sweat at his temple as he processed this. He then laughed and reassured the professor that he knew. He claimed he had only been asking because he was looking forward to it. Inside, he did not expect to be teaching anyone at all. Meanwhile, in lecture hall number 1, students were chattering as they waited. A girl with ash-gray hair noticed her friend Rena arriving and commented that the guest lecturer had not shown up yet. Rena sighed in relief that she was not late. She was not very interested in theory and felt drained after overtraining, having pushed herself harder than usual because she planned to rest through the lecture. Her friend noticed her fatigue, and Rena admitted she was tired but pointed out that today was just a guest lecture, so she only needed to sit and listen. At that moment, the professor and Julian reached the classroom door. Inside, students speculated that the guest lecturer would probably come from Shut Eyes, but this time the rumor suggested a civilian. The professor entered first, called for attention, and announced the guest lecturer's arrival, asking everyone to welcome him. When Julian stepped inside, the room erupted. Students whispered in shock. One of them exclaimed that the lecturer was indeed from Shut Eyes. Rena, hearing that name, stiffened, confused and unsettled. She looked up at the podium, saw Julian standing there with the professor, and froze completely. Julian introduced himself as Julian Kreifart from Shut Eyes and said that he was pleased to serve as their guest lecturer. Rena stared in disbelief, wondering why that man of all people was here. While the whispers continued, Julian told everyone not to be too tense. He placed a hand calmly on the desk and stated that he was there to give a brief lecture as one of the examiners for their upcoming practical test. With a sly smile, he added that what he intended to teach was nothing special. This only deepened the students' confusion. He surveyed the room and remarked that they seemed puzzled. Then he posed a question. He asked why they practiced swordsmanship. The hall fell silent. Julian smiled and said that it was just to break the ice, then suddenly pointed toward one student, choosing Rena. He said that he would ask Miss Rena to answer. Startled, Rena flinched. Her friend beside her was equally stunned. Rena almost blurted out a complaint about why he had picked her, but she caught herself and covered her mouth, realizing she had nearly spoken rudely. She forced herself to settle, reminded herself that he was the lecturer, and decided instead to return the question to him, saying that everyone probably wanted to hear his answer more than hers. Julian looked taken aback for a moment by the reversal, then laughed and replied bluntly that his own reason was to gain fame and status. Rena and her friend were stunned. Her friend thought that a proper answer should have been something noble, such as serving the royal family. Without giving them time to recover, Julian repeated the question to Rena. This time Rena answered steadily, saying that swordsmanship trained both mind and body so one could achieve one's goals, though inside she knew her own true goal was revenge. Julian acknowledged that her answer was thoughtful and said that the question was not only for atmosphere. He explained that no matter how well he taught swordsmanship, he could not surpass the foundation they had already built for themselves, and there was no way to make them dramatically stronger in such a short time. So, instead of talking about sword forms, he announced that he would speak about aura. He raised his hand as a stream of energy gathered around it. The students, including Rena and her friend, broke into excited murmurs. They had not expected a real lesson on aura. Julian explained that everyone possessed mana channels and that using those channels to reinforce the body or weapons was the essence of aura. He emphasized that aura was a clear gauge of the difference in skill between people. Below, the students watched in awe as the aura around him flared, sharp and distinct. Julian smiled and asked whether they could see its color. Rena twisted her lips into a wry smile, now understanding what he meant by aura reflecting the gap in ability. One student raised a hand and suggested that the color was gray, like moonlight. Another speculated that it might be silver. While opinions clashed, a decisive voice rang out. Rena spoke up, asserting that the aura color was silver. She did not stop there. Confidence flickered in her eyes as she added that she saw a second color as well, a pale cobalt blue. Rena explained that Julian was using two separate auras at once, specifying that he wrapped the silver aura around the sword's sheath while channeling the pale cobalt aura through his hand. Julian smiled and confirmed that her answer was completely right. Rena thought quietly that the ability to perceive aura was the key to recognizing the disparity between two fighters. She remembered noticing Julian's aura traces at the forge and had worked desperately since then to close the gap. She had convinced herself that by now the distance between them would not be too great. At that exact moment, Julian pressed a finger to his lips, signaling silence, and said there was one more thing. Rena's eyes widened in horror. She whispered that it was impossible. Julian abruptly released a third, massive aura that exploded around him, a brilliant blue blaze swallowing the room. Rena and the other students were overwhelmed, unable to accept the magnitude of the power they were witnessing. At the end of the lecture, Julian withdrew that third aura, the one no one in the class had been able to sense clearly until he chose to reveal it. He explained that the true measure of the power gap lay in the ability to emit aura that the opponent could not perceive at all. Hearing this, Rena clenched her teeth. She realized that the gulf separating her from Julian was unbridgeable. Bitterly, she admitted to herself that she had been arrogant. The difference between them was like night and day. When Julian left the lecture hall, the head of department was waiting just outside and showered him with praise, calling the lecture a great success. Julian asked in a cool tone if the man had been standing there the whole time. The head of department flinched and awkwardly admitted that he had been worried, since Julian was the one teaching. Julian sneered at the flattery and found the whole situation faintly amusing. He had never imagined that he would someday stand in front of others as a teacher. Taking advantage of the mood, the head of department asked if Julian would also oversee the practical exam. Julian was a bit surprised but agreed, then decided to head home. He walked down the corridor with a satisfied smile, gradually realizing that this hallway had appeared in the game as well. Because it had been shown often, it felt oddly familiar. Suddenly, a strange memory flashed through his mind. Julian wiping blood from a sword. The scene was tied to the Dark Knight, the fallen hero, the shooting star, Hayden Reich, a character from the game. Julian clutched his head, wondering why that trailer image had surfaced now and who the Dark Knight was really meant to be. He reminded himself that in the game, it was the scene where the Dark Knight killed the Holy Sword. He told himself firmly that as long as he remained Julian, he would not allow that future to repeat. The scene shifted to Julian's manor. A hand rested on the arm of a sofa, and Joshua sat there, irritated that Julian had not yet returned. He was impatient to put his plan into motion. He glanced around the room with open disdain, first at a painting he considered ugly, then at a bizarre decorative statue he could not understand. He rubbed his face in frustration, certain he would never comprehend Julian's twisted taste. The numerous orchid pots scattered around made him even more annoyed and on edge. At that moment, one of Joshua's subordinates, a young knight, came in and reported that the barrier was ready. He said that with a single order they could deploy the mana-blocking field immediately. Joshua noticed the knight's trembling and asked with a curled lip whether he was afraid. The young man flinched and fumbled for words, embarrassed. Joshua lost patience and asked directly if he was afraid of Julian, his eyes filled with anger and contempt. Joshua sneered at his subordinate's fear. He boasted that their forces in Julian's manor currently included 2 veteran two-horned demon hunters, 6 loyal soldiers from the Crazed family, a high-ranking mage, and the mana-blocking barrier. He insisted this was more than enough to crush one man. The frightened knight replied that if that one man was Julian, things were different. He trembled, recalling the earlier display of overwhelming power, and admitted he doubted whether even this force could handle him. Joshua's lip twisted further as he ordered the knight to keep talking. The subordinate added that the manor's atmosphere felt wrong, and that despite the late hour there were no servants anywhere. Joshua brushed it off with a wave, saying the servants had probably gone home early. His subordinate's anxiety infuriated him. He tightened his grip on the armrest until he could no longer hold back and punched the knight hard in the face. He shouted curses at him, calling him a coward and questioning whether he deserved to be a knight of the Crazed family at all. Reeling from the blow, the knight could only bow his head and apologize. Joshua ordered his men not to engage in direct combat, but only to activate the barrier at the right moment. He muttered that they were all gutless, yet once the barrier was in place, Julian would not even be able to use his aura properly. The thought made him laugh with an evil, confident smile. He was certain that once Julian's power was neutralized, he could easily dominate him. Just then, another soldier ran in, reporting that someone was approaching. Joshua assumed at once that Julian had finally returned and ordered everyone to take their positions. At the same time, outside the manor, a different group was approaching under cover of night. Hidden in the bushes, they prepared for a raid. One of them remarked that Julian was probably settling down to sleep by now. Their leader, William Highlands of the Dawn Order, clenched his teeth and stated that he wanted to storm in and eliminate Julian immediately. The others agreed, venting their resentment about Julian's disregard for rules and complaining that his appointment as bishop had been outrageous from the start. Every one of them was a member of the Dawn Order, and all shared a deep hatred for Julian. Tonight, under William's command, they intended to carry out their own brand of justice by taking his life. William declared bitterly that, as someone from the Highlands family ruined by Julian, he had come to enforce that justice himself. Another member noticed William's shaking hand and teased him for looking nervous. William cleared his throat to steady himself and thought that he had almost lost his composure. He drew his wand and ordered everyone to advance into the manor. As they moved, William cast a spell that created a barrier of silence around them. The spell, Enduring Silence, formed a membrane that wrapped the group and masked their presence. The others muttered in admiration. William confidently stated that the barrier would muffle most sound and conceal them, making it unlikely that Julian would wake. He ordered them forward, fully convinced their plan would succeed. Investigations had shown that all the servants had left before sunset, so they believed Julian was completely alone. However, as they crept through the grounds, William's wand flickered strangely. He stopped abruptly. One of his companions, anxious, asked what was wrong. William said that something was off about the flow of mana here, that it felt as if someone had deliberately blocked or twisted it. At that same moment, on Joshua's side, the young knight came rushing back in panic and reported that Julian was not alone in the manor. He said there were multiple other presences inside besides their own. Joshua fell silent at his knight's report. The man added in a shaking voice that the extra presences in the manor were not servants but trained fighters. Joshua began to grasp that his operation might have been discovered. He clenched his jaw, furious, and wondered whether someone had leaked their plan. On William's side, his Dawn Order members were also growing restless. William felt the mana flow twist unnaturally around them and realized with horror that Julian might have anticipated the ambush and erected some kind of barrier in advance. At almost the same moment, both Joshua and William reached the same chilling conclusion. Julian had not only predicted the attack, he had turned the entire manor into a trap designed to crush them both. A pink-haired subordinate asked Joshua in a trembling voice what they should do next. Joshua scowled, ground his teeth and muttered that the coward would be dismissed once they returned. Then he turned away from his men with a manic confidence, saying that trap or not, he intended to finish Julian that night. He claimed that, thanks to the barrier, Julian would be weakened, and stated that while he himself killed Julian, the others would handle the underlings. With a sharp gesture, he ordered the plan to proceed unchanged and announced that he alone would erase Julian's shameful existence. One subordinate reported that the target was moving through the corridor outside the reception room. Joshua smirked, drew his weapon, and decided to strike first. But when his group entered the corridor, they collided head-on with William's squad. Joshua looked at William with open contempt, thinking of them as nameless rats. William, provoked, shouted back that Joshua had no shame, then flung a bolt of lightning at him. A subordinate quickly informed Joshua that, judging from the barrier magic, the enemy had to be at least a rank 3 mage. Joshua brushed it off, thinking that a mage trapped in such a barrier hardly mattered, and ordered his men to rush forward and cut them down. William dodged and countered with a sword strike, dropping one of Joshua's knights with ease. Joshua's eyes widened at how quickly his man fell. He looked around in irritation, briefly wondering where Julian himself was. A cry of pain suddenly erupted behind him. Joshua turned, startled, just in time to see one of his own henchmen struck by a stray lightning bolt. The man's body, charred black, collapsed onto the floor in front of him. Joshua stared in shock, unable to understand how the mage could still unleash such power with the barrier active. He cursed the cowardly subordinate who had set the field and swore again that he would fire him. On the other side, William was also suffering. The barrier's suppression crushed his mana, and he clutched his chest as he struggled to breathe. He weakly asked Joshua how it felt, then coughed blood and admitted that he could barely move. Joshua ground his teeth, frustrated that the weakling still had enough strength to resist at all. He briefly considered using his hidden trump card but shook his head, deciding that such a weapon must be reserved for Julian, not wasted on a worn-out mage. He chose instead to wait patiently for an opening. That moment came when William staggered, clearly near his limit under the barrier's pressure. Joshua's eyes flashed with triumph. He announced that this was the chance he had been waiting for, then snatched up an orchid vase from a nearby stand. He hurled it at William. Caught off guard, William stared in disbelief at the flying object. In that instant of distraction, Joshua lunged forward. Cornered, William tried to summon lightning again, but Joshua was faster. He knocked the staff from William's hand, cutting off the spell. Having taken control of the fight, Joshua broke into a crazed laugh. He drove a knife deep into William's shoulder, drawing a shout of pain as blood spilled. Joshua then pressed the blade to William's throat, fully dominating him. He mocked the mage, saying that even a rank 3 could barely move within this barrier. With his eyes burning a dark purple, he called William nameless filth and demanded to know how he dared obstruct him. He pressed the knife harder and asked how much Julian had paid. Accused for no reason, William could only stare blankly and ask what Joshua meant. Joshua continued sneering, claiming that 5 or 10,000 coins an hour was a ridiculously low price to risk one's life. Before William could explain, Joshua slammed a vicious kick into his face, drawing another scream. William raised his hands desperately, insisting that he was not Julian's hireling. Pinned beneath Joshua, he insisted again that he was telling the truth and that he, too, had come to ambush Julian that night. This admission made Joshua falter for a heartbeat. He asked in surprise if that was really so, but his expression hardened almost immediately. He said that whether it was true or not was irrelevant, simply daring to stand in his way meant William had to die. Realizing the intent in Joshua's eyes, William's face filled with terror. He begged for mercy as Joshua lifted his sword high to deliver the final blow. Before he could strike, a light clicking sound, like a soft tongue click, echoed down the corridor. A pair of polished shoes stepped into view, heralding a new arrival. Julian appeared calmly, remarking that the manor had gained quite a number of uninvited guests that night. Joshua turned, stunned, unable to comprehend when Julian had arrived or how he had sensed nothing. Julian stood there with a half-smile, collected and composed. William, still on the ground, recognized him and cried out in fear. Joshua instinctively retreated a step, thinking that Julian truly was a monster. Yet Julian seemed more interested in something else. His gaze moved to the shattered orchid pot on the floor. He crouched, picked up a shard, and murmured that it had been broken, his tone strangely regretful. He lifted a handful of spilled soil from the floor, saying almost casually that he had liked that pot. The action stirred the persona of Lee Siwoo beneath his borrowed skin. Joshua and his men watched in confusion, baffled by Julian's fixation on a broken plant. For a moment Joshua even wondered whether the oppressive aura he sensed was real. The doubt ended as a massive blue aura burst from Julian, swallowing the corridor in its glow. Julian remarked evenly that the barrier was definitely active, implying that this was still not his full strength. With a cold, amused smile, he added that it seemed he needed to finish the etiquette lesson he had once skipped. Joshua could only stare in horror, asking himself how any aura could be so vast. Earlier, as Julian had been returning to the manor, he had already sensed that something was wrong. The air outside felt heavy, and the flow of mana around the estate was disturbed and unstable. He smiled faintly, recognizing that what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The ambush he had been warned about was unfolding. He knew there were many who resented the villain named Julian, and of course some would eventually come to settle old scores. But he was not the same as before. He now held the completed moonlight sword. As he approached, he debated whether to confront them openly or observe first. Inside, he found wreckage, a smashed potted plant, a toppled statue, and a body already collapsed in blood. He paused, slightly surprised that they had started fighting each other before he even appeared. Then his gaze landed on the remains of a particular orchid, scattered on the floor. The statue being broken annoyed him, but seeing that orchid destroyed shook him in a different way. This was Angelica, the first plant he had watered after becoming Julian, the first he had named. For a moment, Lee Siwoo thought that the real Julian would have flown into a screaming rage at the sight. He himself had promised not to let this life deform his emotions, yet the surge inside him said otherwise. He knelt at the sight of the ruined plant, whispering Angelica's name with a raw note of disbelief. Memories poured in. Carrying the pot to the window for sunlight, watering it daily, wiping each leaf before bed, feeding it nutrients as a secret treat. The more he remembered, the more the ache burned into fury. He grit his teeth, repeating Angelica's name, and vowed he would avenge this small, quiet life. His power flared in response. He called forth the moonlight sword, ready to slaughter every intruder in Angelica's name. Then Lee Siwoo's rational mind abruptly intruded, asking why he was this enraged over a single orchid. He wondered if yet another part of him was warping under Julian's influence. Until now, he had treated Julian like a role to be played, carefully guarding his own core. He forced himself to breathe, telling himself not to be swept away, it was just a small plant. But Angelica's image would not leave. The more he tried to calm down, the more the anger rose, and he realized that if this continued, he really might kill them all without hesitation. Back in the corridor, Julian forced his expression back under control as he faced Joshua and William. He stated evenly that he had not hired anyone and asked the two would-be assassins what they planned to do now. Joshua and William remained tense, watching him. Julian taunted them, asking if they had any further schemes left now that their night attack had failed. He took a quick measure of the situation. On his own, he could overpower Joshua, but the mage was an unknown factor, and the barrier's odd effects complicated things. One-on-one, he could dominate either of them, but together they might prove troublesome. He then told them bluntly that they should realize they could not beat him, even if they fought side by side. He added that he had never once spared anyone who bared their fangs at him and assumed they were aware of that reputation. Yet, in a twisted mercy, he announced that he would give them both a chance. He ordered them to fight each other, stating that he would spare whoever survived. Both men froze in disbelief. Joshua flushed with anger, convinced that Julian was mocking them and treating them like insignificant pests. Outwardly, he raged. Inwardly, though, he calculated that with this foolish mage and the demon horn he held in reserve, he might still be able to crush Julian somehow. Just then, William's body started to convulse strangely. He clutched himself and cried out in pain. Joshua stared and asked if he was all right. William screamed incoherently. Alarmed, Joshua shouted at him to calm down and urged him to cooperate so they could fight Julian together. William, panicking, yelled that he knew Joshua intended to stab him in the back and be the only one spared. Julian simply watched with a thin smile, amused by the chaos he had ignited. Driven by fear, William shrieked that he would kill Joshua first if that was what it took to live. Joshua shouted that William was a fool and reminded him that someone like Julian, the grinning executioner, would never spare even the last standing opponent. William did not listen. He flung a fireball at Joshua. Joshua braced himself and moved to counter. Regaining his footing, he leapt and swung his sword in a decisive arc. The blade sliced straight through William's body. Blood sprayed. William collapsed, eyes wide, unable to accept what had happened. Gasping, Joshua realized he had truly cut down the mage. Victory tasted sour. He had removed one threat, but now he stood alone before Julian. Joshua began to tremble. He knew perfectly well that this man, this smiling executioner, never spared anyone who had once shown hostility. Death, he realized, was no longer approaching from the distance. It was already standing in front of him. Julian brushing dust from his cloak as he casually asked whether the fight was over. His eyes drifted to the bloodied knight on the ground, and he remarked that the man must be in plenty of pain after all that struggling. Joshua glared up at him, shoulders trembling, mind racing for an escape. Then he suddenly remembered the horn. He thought that the demon horn Alphas had given him might be his last option. If he used it, he told himself he might kill Julian, or, failing that, at least escape. A breeze brushed his leg. He looked down in horror at the tear in his pants and muttered inwardly that they had ripped, maybe from the earlier magic. Reaching down to check, his fingers touched something hard. When he realized it was the demon horn, his breath caught. Not far away, the wounded blue-haired mage lay sprawled on the stones, barely conscious. He reached out weakly, telling Joshua to wait. Blood dripped from his lips as he thought that he had no chance left anyway. But a moment later, raw instinct surged up inside him. He screamed in his mind that he wanted to live, desperately, stubbornly. His shaking hand shot forward and snatched the horn. Clutching it to his chest, he silently begged the archbishop for forgiveness. Dark purple energy surged from the horn and wrapped around him. His body convulsed, back arching as a guttural, inhuman roar tore from him, stretching into a monstrous cry while purple flames climbed up his frame. Julian narrowed his eyes as the transformation finished. He murmured that he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Joshua froze in horror, cursing Alphas for not mentioning that using demon power meant becoming an actual demon. Before them, the mage towered as a full monstrous figure, horned and wreathed in purple aura. Julian turned to the trembling knight and calmly asked whether he had brought the horn. Joshua stammered that it came from someone named Alphas. Julian frowned, thinking it made sense. He remembered Alpha's Myand, a Don Monsignor who particularly despised him, though he still did not understand Alphas's connection with Joshua. Studying the demon's form, he noted coolly that the horn seemed fake, given its similarity to the demon he once fought in the slums. He thought back to Eleanor's earlier request about demon anomalies and judged this incident clearly connected. Compared to relic-forged horns, this one's energy output was weaker. The demon howled again, its aura swelling. Joshua shrieked with fear and called out to Julian. Joshua shook violently, crying that he was wrong and begging Julian to kill the demon. Nearly sobbing, he insisted that someone from the Crippart family should protect him. While he wailed, the demon host groaned, limbs twitching as he forced himself upright. Heavy footsteps echoed as the creature lumbered toward them. A blast of murderous red aura erupted from the demon as it struck Joshua, ripping through his chest. His scream cut off sharply. Julian, arms folded, let out a small laugh and observed that Joshua might die if he didn't try harder. The fallen knight's cloak fluttered at his feet. He whispered weakly toward Julian, addressing him as Sir. Wet with sweat and tears, he crawled forward and stammered Julian's name, even calling him Big Brother as he begged for his life. Julian looked down coldly, irritated by how fast this man's attitude shifted. Above Joshua, the demon approached and walked past him. Its attention shifted. Julian felt its gaze lock onto him and thought that it must have sensed his killing intent. A thin, sly smile curved his lips. He admitted to himself that all he wanted was to send this thing to the underworld. Watching its feral eyes, he mused that the original Julian had been foolish, hating demons yet craving their power. The demon launched from the wall with a roar. Julian laughed softly and raised his sword. From the demon's view, the small figure sprinting toward it looked like a bug crawling into its jaws. Its screech split the night as they met. Julian's blade flashed, tearing across demonic flesh. The body jerked as wounds opened in a spray of blood, and the creature screamed again. Julian halted, watching as the shredded torso bubbled and knit back together. He murmured that this one had regenerative ability. He recalled that demonization usually amplified whatever trait the human valued or clung to most. Seeing the mage's wild stare and refusal to fall, he reasoned that the man's desperate will to live had turned into a regenerative instinct. Behind him, Joshua cried out, asking how they could possibly kill something like that. Julian smirked and thought that this was hardly impossible, just interesting. He considered the mage's past. Once a high-rank magic user, now reduced to a demon with only regeneration. That imbalance fascinated him. Resting a hand lightly at his mouth, he reminded himself that he possessed insight. One eye glowed crimson. Blue targeting lines appeared across his vision as he thought that no matter how impressive regeneration was, destroying the core, the demon's equivalent of a human heart, would finish it. His vision scanned the demon's form before locking onto the head. He saw the highlighted point and grinned sharply. A core in the skull, he thought, was practically asking to be cut down. The demon flexed its claws as new flesh sealed over its wounds. With an explosive leap, it lunged again. Julian noted calmly that it had healed fully already. Drawing his sword, blue energy swirling around him, he invited it silently to try again. The demon answered with a furious roar and charged. Julian's blood surged, his eyes glowing red. He shouted back, daring the creature to come straight at him. The demonized mage threw his head back and unleashed a long, feral craw, purple fury pouring from his fanged mouth as he charged. Julian met the rush without the slightest flinch. His body blurred forward, a spear of blue light thrusting straight ahead as his sword tore through the demon's torso. Blood burst from the mage's arm, but Julian was already twisting, cloak snapping as he followed up with a sharp lateral cut. The creature staggered, clutching its open wound, yet its distorted expression curled into another snarl. Julian straightened, idly brushing his gloved hand as if removing a speck of dust, thinking that the struggle was pointless. The demon roared again, muscles swelling as purple aura poured out in thick waves. It slammed both feet down and hurled itself at Julian with wild, crushing blows that rattled the street. Julian planted his sword and parried, the clash sending hard shockwaves through the corridor. With cold disdain, he asked inwardly if this beast truly dared charge at a demon hunter. He then severed its remaining arm. Red blood erupted from the mage's warped body, it let out another thunderous scream. Julian's eyes sharpened. He judged he had found an opening. In one smooth motion he slipped beneath the monster's guard, aura flaring across the blade. He darted past the demon's side and, in the next instant, appeared above it with his sword raised high. With a controlled two-handed arc, he brought the glowing weapon down, cleaving clean through the skull. Inside the demon, the violet crystal core split into blinding shards. Julian let the momentum carry him as he leapt free, the mage's body convulsing below with the sword planted straight down through its head. The demon's arms stretched wide as if denying death, the mouth twisted in a deranged grin even as the body failed. Julian took a few steps back and drew his sword. Watching the still wobbling figure with faint disgust, he lifted the blade and thought that the creature should simply die, calling it trash in his mind. He slashed. And in a tall spray of red and black, the mage finally collapsed. Planting his heel, Julian murmured to himself with a low, amused chuckle that demon hunter Julian had finished the job, though inwardly he cringed at how dramatic that sounded. He turned at the sound of shuffling and saw Joshua kneeling in the street, trembling and bound. Julian paused and remarked that Joshua seemed frightened. Arms folded, he added that, considering Joshua had ambushed him at night, a severe punishment would normally be reasonable. His thoughts drifted back to a conversation in the Crippart estate, where a family elder had calmly said that Joshua would one day hold real power in the Crippart line and that putting a leash on him early would be wise. Comparing that warning to the pitiful sight in front of him, Julian decided it was better to keep Joshua alive and under control. He stepped closer and told the terrified man that, for now, he would consider Joshua to have done at least one thing right: he had survived. Joshua stammered, unable to form a proper reply. Later, Julian sat at his desk, rolling a jagged piece of purple horn between his fingers. He thought about how this was another replica, an imitation horn like the one he first encountered in the slums. Now the same thing appeared in the capital. He remembered that, in the original storyline, Dawn Society's influence reached the capital and these replicas began creating chaos everywhere. He tapped the horn fragment against the table and muttered that events were moving too fast. In the game, incidents like this were not supposed to occur until Linny Ronbell had already graduated. He pictured her in her cadet uniform and recalled that the person she sought revenge against was deeply tied to the creation of these very replicas. His mind shifted again. to another figure entirely. He remembered that the one who suppressed the development of the replica horns in the story was the Black Knight. He pictured the masked man shrouded in darkness, quietly crushing Dawn Society's schemes with overwhelming power. The narration of his memory reminded him that the Black Knight was secretly the protagonist, Sword Saint Hayden Reich. Julian reasoned that if the Black Knight had already appeared, replica horns would not be surfacing this early, and at the very least rumors should be circulating. He wondered why the capital was so silent and whether Bishop Pintle had yet to make a move. He remembered clearly that the Black Knight only became known after stopping Pintle from retrieving a soul stone, the scene of Pintle being seized flashing across his mind. From his own position, someone trying to prevent the demon god's revival and dismantle Dawn Society, Julian viewed the Black Knight as a hidden ally. But that ally was not moving. He rejected the idea immediately, insisting privately that Hayden Reich would never ignore a threat to the people. That conviction came not only from the game's plot but from his own trust in Hayden, the protagonist in every version of the story. He finally looked back down at the replica horn. Whatever greater forces were at work, he decided that for now the priority was immediate action. Staring at the fragment with a cold, steady gaze, he concluded that an example needed to be made. Morning servants arrive at the mansion and stop the instant they see the devastation. They freeze as they take in the overturned furniture, shattered objects, and dark stains spread across the grounds. Confusion ripples through them as they murmur about what could have happened, questioning how a noble estate could be left in such a state and what the blood might imply. At that moment, Julian is seen walking away. Behind him, the servants lower their voices. One says that the sight inside left her shaken the moment she stepped in. Another agrees and insists this cannot be dismissed lightly, because there is far too much blood. She wonders whether a noble household truly lived like this. A male servant adds that the head butler mentioned there were nearly 10 intruders. He questions whether Julian defeated them alone and whether he truly felt no fear. As Julian continues walking, those words linger. He reflects that they assume he felt nothing, when in truth he survived only because his heightened senses and relentless survival instinct warned him every second, forcing flawless reactions. He understands why his chest feels so heavy. Once rumors spread, they will reach the capital quickly. He reminds himself that he cannot falter. He must appear strong, standing tall and smiling no matter what. From behind, the servants call out, asking how they are meant to clean up such destruction. Julian replies that trivial matters should not be brought to him and tells them to handle everything themselves. The head maid then steps forward and presents a flower. Julian recognizes it as Angelica. His expression softens with quiet sadness, and he instructs her to bury it. As expected, rumors of the incident soon spread through the capital. People casually speculate about whether Julian truly stood there smiling as he killed everyone who invaded his home. Some remark that the intruders must have lost their minds to attack his residence at all. Among nobles especially, the stories grow more exaggerated as they travel farther. Later, Julian enters Captain Odwin's room. She remarks that the imperial palace is in chaos and says she heard he wiped out an entire night order by himself. Julian responds with feigned disbelief, wondering how he could possibly do something like that in a single day. She replies that it feels believable to her. Julian answers lightly, almost boastfully, that they were simply trespassers in his home and that he dealt with them as one should. The captain grows confused, noting that he speaks as if such events are normal. Julian looks mildly puzzled and says that, for him, they are, as his daily life tends to be like this. She suggests he take time off and rest, offering to assign someone else to handle his instructor duties. Julian declines, saying his body is not so fragile that incidents like this would trouble him. In his thoughts, he reflects that the real Julian would never rest over something so minor. He also reasons that if he hands academy duties to someone else, he might be drafted for Victory Commemoration Day, and either way he would rather not encounter the Sword Saint. The captain replies that he knows his condition best and agrees to inform the academy. Julian thanks her, takes his leave, and exits the room. As he walks away, he thinks that only one matter remains unresolved. The replicas. He recalls the one taken from Joshua and the Monsignor who attacked him, concluding that both must be connected to the Down Society. He decides he cannot ignore this. They stood by and watched everything unfold, and he will not allow them to avoid responsibility. Though he would have preferred to let the matter end quietly, it feels as if the world itself is urging him forward. Elsewhere, a voice greets Bishop Eleanor, remarking that it has been a long time. Eleanor, currently in disguise, responds with surprise and agrees that it truly has. She addresses the speaker as Bishop Baden and asks why he came to the Genmel Monastery. Baden replies that he would have no reason to come unless it was to speak with the Archbishop. Baden is known as a direct descendant of one of the four great houses, a lineage famed for its mastery of magic. He is regarded as the next head of his family and is infamous for his extreme pure-blood ideology. His beliefs center on fulfilling his family's long-held ambition regarding the Philosopher's Stone, the elixir, and no one doubts his abilities. Eleanor says that she arranged an appointment with the Archbishop first. Baden laughs and remarks that, in that case, he has no choice but to wait his turn. Eleanor alters her appearance and steps forward ahead of him. In her thoughts, she admits that her true reason for coming was to report rumors about replica horns spreading through the slums. She did not expect to cross paths with Baden here. Eleanor reflects on the replica horns. Compared to those created by the Archbishop, they are clearly inferior, riddled with impurities. Still, she acknowledges that certain materials are capable of inducing demonification. What troubles her more is that creating something so convincing should be impossible without an original as a base. That realization leads her to suspect the involvement of the Dawn Society, or at least someone deeply connected to it. Her thoughts return to Baden, whom she considers the most likely culprit. The replicas resemble the Archbishop's horns too closely to be coincidence. If Baden truly is producing them, the implications are disturbing. The horns echo the nature of the elixir itself, which raises the possibility that, in order to complete a true elixir, he may be experimenting on ordinary civilians. She admits she lacks definitive proof, yet she hesitates over whether to report any of this. She fears the Archbishop would simply laugh it off. Watching the masked Archbishop, Eleanor considers another possibility. If he truly despises the Sword Saint, Hayden Reich, he may have ordered the creation of replica horns to eliminate him as quickly as possible, accelerating the Empire's collapse. She realizes that once her audience ends, Baden will be next to meet the Archbishop. Worrying about what certain Ellen might say to Baden afterward, she decides she has no choice but to delay the replica matter. She steps forward and expresses her hope that the Archbishop has been well. The Archbishop responds in kind, wishing her well. Eleanor bows and credits his grace for her condition, but her expression tightens as she senses another presence. Her eyes widen when Julian suddenly bursts into the chamber, and she stammers his name in shock. A panicked attendant rushes to Julian and explains that Bishop Eleanor entered the chamber first. In the same moment, Julian draws his sword with such speed that it forces a choking gasp from a nearby servant. He advances calmly, radiating authority. The Archbishop questions the meaning of this intrusion. Julian lowers his hand and lets a small fragment fall to the floor, where it skitters across the stone. The Archbishop notices it and asks what it is. Julian addresses him respectfully and explains that inferior replicas of the horn, something only the Archbishop should be capable of creating, are circulating throughout the capital. Eleanor freezes for a heartbeat before blurting out that this was precisely what she intended to report. Julian admits internally that he crossed a line. Even if the blade had been aimed at an ordinary church member, drawing a weapon in the audience chamber itself defies the Archbishop's authority. Still, he tells himself that what is done cannot be undone and that this situation cannot be ignored. The Archbishop repeats that the object is an inferior horn replica and says that this is the first he has heard of it. The doors burst open again as Baden storms in, demanding an explanation for the commotion. He recognizes Julian and addresses him as Bishop Julian, pressing him about the talk of replica horns. He immediately reprimands him, insisting that a bishop should not act or speak in ways that spread disorder within the church. Baden acknowledges that Julian is favored by the Archbishop, but argues that barging into the chamber with a drawn sword is the behavior of a thug. Though corruption visibly rises around him, he forces himself to remain composed. Julian notes internally that such restraint is expected of a future family head. Even so, Julian lets out a low chuckle. Baden demands to know what he finds amusing. Julian responds that it is laughable that the one who unsettled the Dawn Society with horn replicas now pretends innocence while preaching restraint. Baden stiffens as pressure closes in on him, sweat forming along his brow. Baden denies any involvement, claiming ignorance. Julian tilts his head and remarks that no noble would be unaware of Baden's family and their long-standing ambition. Baden clicks his tongue as violet corruption coils around him, staying on guard. Julian says that it does not matter. He adds that desire is a powerful force, the very fuel of the Dawn Society, and warns that if such desire drags their grand design into the open, consequences will follow. Baden folds his arms and claims not to understand what his family's ambition has to do with horn replicas. Julian replies that they are inseparable, explaining that the Philosopher's Stone, panaceas, elixirs, and demon horns are all connected, letting the implication hang. Baden narrows his eyes and asks whether Julian has been researching his family. Julian counters by asking if he is being mocked. Baden laughs and says it is the opposite, adding that he did not expect Julian to show such interest. A tense silence follows, the attempt to sidestep the issue becoming increasingly irritating. Julian steps forward, thinking that he is, in truth, trying to save Baden. Mass-producing replica horns will soon draw the attention of the Sword Saint or the Imperial Court, exposing the Dawn Society's true nature and revealing Julian's own affiliation. In his mind flashes the image of a knight shouting his name and declaring his arrest for conspiracy, the Empire's hound turned enemy in an instant. Baden continues, saying there is something Julian may not know since he became a bishop only recently. Julian snaps out of his thoughts and notes irritably that Baden is still talking, admitting that his mind wandered. Baden begins to protest that such accusations will destroy his position before he can defend himself. Julian suddenly grabs him, heat flooding the chamber as violent red pressure erupts from his body. Julian tells him that he does not understand the situation and adds that he is restraining himself far more than he should. A notice manifests as Julian's power surges, announcing the activation of opened eyes. A red aura crackles around his feet and spills outward in waves. Hooded figures tense in the background as the pressure mounts. Eleanor stares in shock, realizing that this is indeed opened eyes, confirming that this is the same Bishop Julian from back then. She lunges forward in panic, calling for Julian to calm himself and reminding him that this is the audience chamber. Julian covers part of his face as if forcing control back into place, and the oppressive aura recedes. His drifting consciousness observes the situation with faint amusement as he notes that he lost control again and opened his eyes. The Archbishop comments that it is impressive, remarking that Julian is overwhelming all present with aura alone. The masked man's smile deepens as he praises Julian as worthy of the Sword Saint's disciple and admits his desire for him. The Archbishop then addresses Baden directly. Baden stiffens, places a hand to his chest, and responds shakily. The Archbishop asks whether he has truly been producing replicas of the horn and orders him to answer honestly. Baden admits that he has. The Archbishop says that this is not good, noting that Baden acted without informing him. Baden lowers himself, tense, as the Archbishop continues that he does not particularly mind. He adds that compared to the original, the replicas are inferior anyway, and that if even such flawed creations can oppose the Imperial Court, that alone has value. Julian intervenes and states that Baden conducted human experiments on civilians to improve the replicas, asking whether the Archbishop truly approves. The Archbishop leans forward and questions what the problem is, arguing that citizens who obey imperial law are also accomplices to the Empire's ideology. He adds that if using them strengthens the Dawn Society, he sees no issue. Eleanor's gaze hardens. She realizes she was mistaken, condemning this reasoning as sophistry, contradiction, and extreme egoism. She tells herself that this is no longer the Dawn Society she believed in. Julian remains composed and says that he fears the main body will be exposed because of these experiments. He explains that artificial demons inevitably draw attention, and no matter how skilled they are, avoiding Imperial intelligence is impossible. Baden sneers and says that hearing this from the Empire's dog sounds convincing. He mocks Julian as the smiling executioner troubled by a commoner's death and remarks that he expected Julian to see them as less than orchids. Eleanor notices Julian's hand trembling and wonders if even he has been shaken by provocation or guilt. Julian's expression tightens as he thinks bitterly that the mention of orchids brings Angelica to mind. The Archbishop claps his hands and declares the disturbance over. He says that he is tired and orders everyone to leave. Baden bows in acknowledgement, then glares aside and mutters an insult toward Julian. Later, Baden reflects that the Archbishop's mercy spared him. He decides that future replica horn experiments must be handled with greater care. Using demon horns to refine elixirs can wait, as haste only ruins plans. Concluding that it is time for drastic measures, he wonders who could withstand the Krypart family's pursuit and speaks the name Alpha's Mayhand. Baden calls for Alpha's Mayhand and asks whether he can withstand the Krypart family's pursuit. Alpha's, hooded and calm, says that it will not be a problem, then adds that it is not the whole family, and that even among the knights Joshua commands, there is a clear difference in rank. Baden narrows his eyes and says that he wants to ask one more thing, then asks whether Alphas still owes him a debt. Alphas answers that his life was originally fated to end on the execution ground, and says that until his life ends, that debt will never disappear. Baden smiles and says that that is good, then orders him to bring Julian's head by any means necessary. Elsewhere, Julian thinks that, From now on, mass production of replica horns will probably be delayed. He sits in his office and thinks that the problem is what Baden, who bears a grudge against him, might do. He immediately reassures himself, thinking that there is nothing he could possibly do because his spirit was crushed thoroughly, and he tells himself that he is a mage to the bone who will not act rashly if he values his life. In Julian's office inside the closed-eye building, a red-haired aide hesitantly enters and asks if Sir Julian called for him. Julian says that the report on the Dawn Society ambush was quite helpful, and orders him to report immediately if anything else happens. The aide agrees and says that he understands. Julian stops him and says that Razlot should take something before he goes. Razlot answers uncertainly and asks what it is as Julian hands him an envelope. Razlot reads it and realizes it is a Bear Academy admission recommendation. Julian confirms that it is the recommendation letter he promised, and reminds him that he said if Razlot worked under him as a Dawn Society spy, he would help the orphanage children enter Bear Academy. Razlot, sweating, asks if it is not forged. Julian thinks that even the 4 great families cannot obtain one easily, but explains that he got it from Vice Principal Alcom Horn, so it cannot be a forgery. His voice sharply asks whether Razlot is accusing him of forgery, and Razlot panics and says that he would never dare. Julian says that that is a relief, then explains that with this letter, the children from the orphanage can take the entrance exam. Razlot beams, clutching the paper, and stammers his thanks. Julian dismisses him, saying that if he has nothing else to say, he may go, and adds that he does not call people to hear clichés. As Razlot leaves, he thinks bitterly that no matter how he looks at Julian, he is not a good person. Later, Miss Linny steps in and asks Sir Julian what he is trying to say. Julian smiles and says that it is his mistake, and apologizes for calling her mediocre. Linny argues that the practical exam was about handling aura, and insists that she should have received the highest grade there. Julian says that she did receive the highest rank, Lemever, and admits that it is undeniable. Then she asks whether he would correct his earlier remark if S. He truly believes that. Julian exhales in amusement and says that it may be true by the Academy's standards, but by his standards she is indeed mediocre. Linny demands to know why and insists that he must have a reason, pleading for him to explain it. Julian points out that from when she completed the slum mission to now, there is not much difference, and Linny presses again, asking for a proper explanation. Julian says that the quality of her aura is clearly superior to her peers, then asks how long she can maintain it. Linny falters, and Julian concludes that if she cannot sustain her aura, that makes her a third-rate swordsman, adding that no matter how high quality it is useless in a prolonged fight, and asking what use it is. Julian lets blue aura flare behind him and says that Linny's aura has great power, but it lacks consistency. He says that she is far too clumsy at distributing aura evenly, then asks whether she remembers hesitating in front of the demon in the slums. He says that just like then, there will be times she cannot freely use her aura when it matters, and he concludes that this is why she is mediocre. He calls her Linny Rondbell. Linny Rondbell feels her thoughts wobble. A memory surges up from when she was 16. As she walks in her family's estate, she sees a dead body on the ground. She hears voices calling Durain an idiot, and someone says that he did not know that he stepped too deep into their affairs. Linny reaches a door and peers through, and her breath catches when she sees her father bound and kneeling. She stammers that it is her father. A hooded figure says coldly that he never liked him to begin with, and their insult is freeloading, pretty boy face. Bruised and shaking, he turns his head just enough to warn her to run. Linny freezes at the crack of the door, sweat sliding down her cheek. Alphys raises his weapon and says with a grin that he is exactly right, then declares that he should never have left the Dawn Society. Linny clamps a hand over her mouth, trembling, and then bolts. The scene shifts to mourning voices begging a brother not to go like this, to her mother calling for honey over and over. Linny's chest tightens as she admits that she needs power. Power against the Dawn Society member with the scar on his neck, to take revenge. She stands before the Sword Saint, Heidenreich, and says that she wants revenge and wants him to teach her the sword. Linny trains under the Sword Saint for 1 year before entering Bear Academy. She practices until her hands steady, and classmates crowd around her, praising her as amazing, saying that she handles aura far better than an average knight, and insisting she will definitely take first place in the practical exam. Linny answers that of course she will, without question, while their voices call her a genius. Alone with the weight of it, she tells herself that she has to be a genius. Back in the present, Julian asks if he needs to repeat himself. He states that she is nothing more, and nothing less, than mediocre. Linny stands by the window, unsettled, and thinks that it is upsetting, but that it is not like she did not know. She admits that deep down, she always knew she had to do something about it. She raises her hand and lets her aura flicker, watching the unstable flow, and she thinks about her inexperience in aura manipulation. She tells herself that it is something she should ask her master about, but then thinks that he has been so busy lately that he does not even have time to breathe. She clenches her fist and says that she can solve this on her own. She says that even without her master's guidance, she will be able to find a way. Remembering her father's words, she thinks that if her heart wants something, she has to convey it clearly, and that if her gut turns out to be wrong, she should just fix it. She decides that she has to speak to Julian again, and she tells herself to tell him that she can fix her poor aura manipulation within a month so that he will reconsider his evaluation. She strides into the corridor and overhears students whispering. Someone asks if they heard the news, and another says that one of the guards from the Crazed family killed a fellow comrade. Someone adds that the one who served Joshua was not he the former vice captain of the Order of the Blue Lion, and another wonders whether anyone will be able to survive after making an enemy of the Crazed family. Linny listens and thinks that there is never a quiet day with that family. A sudden red haze hits her senses. Linny flinches, grimaces, and groans, saying that it is the smell of blood. She thinks that for it to openly reek of blood within academy compounds, it must be serious, and she asks herself who it could be. She follows the scent and reaches a corridor that leads to the annex building. She notes that access is usually restricted there, yet the door is open. She steps closer and asks what is going on here, then slips into the darkness. Between the shelves and shadows, a hooded figure stands motionless, half hidden by the bookcases. Linny peers through the crack of the doorway, her breath catching, and she thinks that someone strong is here. Her eyes sharpen and she recoils as she realizes what she is seeing, whispering in shock that it is that scar on his neck, and thinking that she could never forget it. Her memory flashes to mid-training, to the name she, her master, and Durain discovered while investigating a case. It snaps into place as Alpha's turns, and the name rises in her mind. Alpha's Mayend. She feels her throat tighten and thinks that her father's vengeance. This is it, to think she would find him here. She wants to make him pay for what he did to her father right now, but her master's warning echoes through her. If she encounters a cult member of Monsignor rank or higher, she must flee immediately and call for backup. Linny tells herself that against anyone ranked Monsignor or higher, victory cannot be guaranteed. She knows the right move is to call for backup, but her boots tremble and she thinks that her feet will not move. She stares into the dark and thinks that it is the perfect opportunity for revenge, then panics and wonders what happens if she loses, whether she can even win in the first place. Alone in the corridor, she asks herself what she should do. A voice greets her with a casual hey. Linny stiffens behind the doorframe as he steps into view and says that she is far too obvious to call what she is doing tailing. Linny's eyes widen and she thinks in shock that he saw her. Alphas leans closer, amused, and says that looking at her uniform, she does not seem like a knight sent by the Crazed family. He tilts his head and asks if she perhaps has a grudge against him. Linny's breath catches and she asks what happened at the Ronbul residence, demanding he not tell her he has forgotten. Alphas repeats her name under his breath, tasting it, and says that Ronbul sounds familiar. Then he acts as if it clicks, and says not to tell him, adding that he wondered why that pretty face looked so familiar. He smiles wider and says that she is Durain Ronbul's daughter, that parasite bastard's kid. He asks if she is here for revenge, then says that she could have pretended not to see him or simply reported him. Purple corruption swells around him as he laughs at her hesitation and says what a shame, because she only has one life. Linny's jaw tightens. She rushes forward with aura flaring bright around her body, and he calmly observes that for her age she possesses decent aura. He studies her expression and asks if she is full of confidence, then says she could run away like she did the day Durain died, peeking from behind that door. Linny's eyes flash with rage. She surges in and screams for him to just die, throwing herself into a full-force strike. Alphas barely shifts, smiling, and says that as he thought, she is just a young child. He says that she is charging and completely ruled by her emotions. Linny clicks her tongue and pivots, trying to correct her angle, but her footing slips. She thinks that she lost her balance, and the opening is instantly punished. Alphas closes in and drives a brutal hit into her, sending her crashing and coughing blood. He looks down and says that one hit was enough. He opens his palm as if counting the exchange, then says his eyes did not deceive him. He adds that attacking in that split second was impressive, but says she still has a long way to go, first. His presence slams down like a weight. Linny's knees hit the floor with a heavy shock, her arms trembling as she is forced down by pressure she cannot resist. Alphys looks at her pinned posture and asks if he should teach her how to be obedient. Linny's vision shakes. She thinks in terror if she is going to die like this without even getting her revenge. Her lips quiver as she begs for someone to help her. Julian thinks that she possesses more mana meridians than the average person, so if she manipulates aura in the standard way, her internal mana will quickly run dry. He thinks that this problem should originally be solved by her master, but given the timing, her master must be busy. He decides that she will figure it out herself, and that it is not a problem he should concern himself with right now. An academy official approaches and thanks Sir Julian for his hard work. The man says that since Sir Julian, an excellent knight and a member of the direct imperial agency, is in charge of supervision, they have received fewer student complaints than usual. Julian replies that naturally, any student skilled enough to have complaints against him should be spending that energy following the formal petitioning process instead, and the official laughs and says that is correct. Julian tells him to speak. The official hesitates and says that since Julian took on this task instead of the Victory Commemoration Day, he wonders if any trouble has arisen. He says that people are keeping quiet, but there are those in the imperial family who question Julian's actions. Julian asks if that is so. The official says that it is, especially since Lord Hayden made an appearance, and since Julian is his former top disciple, then awkwardly clears his throat. He adds that everyone is likely keeping quiet because of the relationship between the Sword Saint and Julian. Julian says that it is fine, and that the conflict with his master was resolved long ago, then admits to himself that this is a lie. The official laughs in relief and says that is reassuring. Julian thinks that meeting the Sword Saint is still a huge risk, and that something beyond his predictions is bound to occur. The official suddenly remembers something and says that, speaking of the Sword Saint, Lady Rhynia was not the only one to raise an objection to Julian's evaluation. He adds that although she received the highest grade, La Mayor, it is written that she demanded a correction to the evaluation Julian gave during the process. The official asks Julian to give him the objection form. Julian asks if he needs it. The official says that since it is a task he took upon himself, he wants to handle the work properly. Julian takes the paper and says that he will speak with Lady Rhynia again so she can understand, for the sake of perfect exam results. Julian repeats to himself that it is an objection form. He thinks that it is not something he really needs to worry about, but if it causes trouble, it will only make it easier for his family to find something wrong. He decides that first he should find out where Rhynia is. He activates mana detection. He thinks that the academy is certainly large, so it will take time to search, then pauses when the response points to a spot and he wonders if that location is the annex. He senses something else and notes another mana source. In the annex, Alphys looks down at Linny and says that honestly, it is impressive to think she can handle aura surpassing that of a regular knight at her age, but he adds that her endurance is terrible. Linny tastes blood and thinks that it is the exact same thing Julian said. She trembles and thinks that even he is calling her mediocre. Alphys strikes again, the blow snapping her body aside and driving her into the floor. He tells her to stay down, saying he will make her feel comfortable soon. Linny stares through the pain and thinks that her enemy is right in front of her, then wonders if this is the end. A calm voice cuts through and asks if that is really all she is capable of. Linny's eyes widen as she thinks, furious and dazed, about how frustrated she is that she is even hearing auditory hallucinations of Julian. Linny lies shaken on the floor and thinks bitterly that this is a pathetic end, then jerks her head up and insists there is no way. A calm voice cuts through the room and asks Linny if she intends to make him lose face as a fellow disciple. Linny's eyes widen as she realizes Julian actually came. Julian steps forward, cloak trailing, and asks, with cold politeness, what business brought Alphys here. He adds that Alphys does not look like someone cultured enough to have ties with the academy. Alphys turns with a grin and says that it has been a long time, Julian. He asks if this is the first time they have faced each other like this since the monastery, and says Julian has no idea how much he wanted to see his face. Julian's gaze sharpens as he remembers now, saying that it is Alphys, the one who escorted his brother. Julian remarks that Alphys acquired quite a nice-looking scar. Alphys replies that it is a wound he got from fighting the mage who was chasing him, and says that is expected of a high-tier mage. He adds, laughing, that he personally cut off his limbs and fed him to the dogs. Julian's expression does not change. He says that this is why he should not give such a dangerous horn to just anyone, and asks if an important sample disappeared because of that. Alphys keeps his stance and tells him to keep that chatter to himself, saying that it is hard to believe someone with a tongue like his has not drawn a sword yet, and orders him to draw and fight. Julian's thoughts connect the pieces. Joshua said he received a horn from that man. He recognizes Alphas as one of Baden's people and concludes that Alphas intends to eliminate him after all. Baden. Julian stands in the Academy's annex facing Alphas, with the injured Linny nearby. He thinks that it is fortunate they met at the annex, because it is too early to show the students the tragedy that is about to happen. He then reflects that Julian's true nature of wanting to kill everyone is coming out again. There is an injured person here, so he should calm down. Watching Julian, Alphas thinks that this guy's nerves are on edge because of that woman. Alphas recalls that, come to think of it, this woman was using swordsmanship similar to Julian's. He asks whether this woman also learned swordsmanship from the Sword Saint. Julian replies that she is his fellow disciple, surprisingly enough. Alphas responds by asking if that is so. He grabs her by the hair and throws her at Julian, locking his sight and taking him by surprise. Julian panics and wonders what to do. If a main character dies, he won't know how the story would unfold. The advantage he has of knowing the game events will also disappear. His intuition urges him to ignore her and cut them both down, but he thinks that he can't do that after all. During their clash, while Julian shields Linny with his body, Alphas remarks that if it were the old Julian, instead of protecting that woman, he would have pierced through her to aim for Alphas's neck. Julian answers that that is easy to say, and he explains that if Linny dies, the Sword Saint will find the culprit and annihilate the Dawn Society. He then worries to himself about what will happen if it becomes known that he is connected to the Dawn Society at the same time, and he thinks that just imagining it is dreadful. Straightening, he decides that there has been enough joking around. Blue energy coils around Julian as he raises his hand, his coat fluttering. He declares that they shall fight properly. The power surges more fiercely around him.